Chapter 631. Just when he was in high spirits, suddenly, the old servant's voice came from outside the door. Reporting to General, the East City Lord is calling for you to go to the City Lord mansion. Hearing this, Wang Mang came back to his senses and felt a little surprised. He was ready to go back to Earth to take a look and then refine the Battle Chi world. But at this time, why was the East City Lord looking for him? Although puzzled, Wang Mang still got up and opened the door. He looked at the old servant in front of him and asked, "Old servant, why is the City Lord looking for me?" After thinking for a while, the old servant looked at Wang Mang and whispered, "General, I think it should be related to the selection of the North City Lord. In addition, the East City Lord went to compete for the position of the North City Lord, so the position of the East City Lord is vacant. Maybe the East City Lord wants you to take the position of Deputy City Lord, General." Hearing this, Wang Mang's eyes suddenly lit up. If he could become the Deputy City Lord, this was a good choice. Although the Deputy City Lord also needed the strength of Stage 5, Wang Mang was not afraid at all. Because Wang Mang just didn't want to expose that he had obtained the Immortal Emperor mask. Otherwise, Wang Mang would be a real Immortal Emperor powerhouse with the mask on. In addition, he was close to breaking through to Stage 5. Therefore, the position of the East City Lord in Greenwood City. Wang Mang felt that he was still qualified. Thinking of this, Wang Mang nodded slightly and said, "Then I'll go." After that, Wang Mang walked out of the mansion with his hands behind his back and walked toward the East City Lord mansion. Half an hour later, Wang Mang successfully arrived in front of the East City Lord mansion. The two Celestial Prime Guards in charge of guarding the gate, after seeing Wang Mang, said respectfully, "General of the East City Gate, the City Lord has been waiting for a long time. Please come in." Wang Mang nodded indifferently and stepped into the City Lord mansion. Soon, he came to the hall of the City Lord mansion. At this moment, the East City Lord, who was sitting high up in the main seat, was drinking tea and chatting with the East City Lord. After hearing the footsteps, the two of them stopped chatting. When he saw Wang Mang, the East City Lord immediately smiled and said, "You're here. Find a place to sit." "Thank you, City Lord." Wang Mang nodded respectfully and sat beside the East City Lord. "I called you here mainly to ask you if you have any thoughts about the East Vice City Lord. Although your strength is a little weak, I can feel that you are very close to breaking through to the Fifth Order." At this time, the white-haired East City Lord looked at Wang Mang with a smile and asked. Wang Mang pretended to be confused and asked, "City Lord, isn't the Vice City Lord the Holy Lord?" Hearing this, the Sacred Lord smiled and said, "I'm going to take up the position of the North City Lord." Wang Mang immediately smiled and said, "Congratulations, East Vice City Lord. No, it should be North City Lord." The Sacred Lord was obviously in a good mood and nodded at Wang Mang with a smile. The East City Lord, the old man, smiled and said, "How is it? Do you have the confidence to be the East Vice City Lord?" Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately vowed, "Thank you, East City Lord, for choosing me. I will not let you down." The East City Lord was very satisfied. He patted Wang Mang's shoulder and said with a smile, "Good. From now on, you will be the East Vice City Lord. In addition, this old man will also tell you that the scope of the East Vice City Lord's authority is to maintain the security of the East City. However, your strength has not reached the Fifth Order yet. Now, you are probably busy preparing for the breakthrough. How about this? When you reach the Fifth Order, you can be the East Vice City Lord. This old man will keep this position for you." Hearing this, Wang Mang was in a good mood. After bragging with the East City Lord for a while, he left the East City Lord's mansion. After leaving the East City Lord's mansion, Wang Mang gave a series of instructions and summoned Enlon over to warn him. After all, he was about to leave the Sacred Emperor continent. He had to let them know and tell them what he needed to do. After he was almost done telling them what to do, Wang Mang then took out the 5-colored world stone in the seclusion room in the general's mansion and said in his heart, "Teleport." The next moment, Wang Mang completely disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, Wang Mang was already back on Earth, in the cave near the reservoir. After walking out of the cave, Wang Mang could not help but be surprised when he saw the towering forest in front of him. He could clearly feel that the spiritual qi on Earth was much denser now. It was much denser than before he left. More importantly, Wang Mang had no idea exactly how many years had passed since then. After all, the flow of time was different in every world. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was eager to see his parents. With that thought, Wang Mang immediately soared into the sky and flew into the distance. Wang Mang had now reached the peak of the 4th stage. He was very close to the immortal emperor realm. So, how fast was Wang Mang's speed? In other words, Wang Mang could already travel through space on Earth. However, for Wang Mang, he did not need to travel through space at all. In just the blink of an eye, Wang Mang used his aura to lock on to the city. However, to Wang Mang's surprise, the city in front of him looked completely different. Guizhou province had become extremely prosperous again. People could be seen everywhere on the streets of the city. There were many cultivators. Soon, Wang Mang used his aura to lock on to the military base where his father was. It was worth mentioning that this imposing military base had been built into a huge city. Moreover, there were many experts with the aura of human immortals inside. In the next moment, Wang Mang turned into a mosquito and flew into the castle. When he saw his parents, Wang Mang almost didn't recognize them. There was no other reason. His parents and grandmother had become too young. Even if he said that he was a young man, people would definitely believe him. This also made Wang Mang couldn't help but reveal a gratified smile. He could feel that his father's cultivation had reached the peak of the human immortal realm. Moreover, Wang Mang used his divine sense to scan the surroundings. He found that the strength of the subordinates who had stayed behind to protect his father had also increased by a lot. This also made Wang Mang secretly nod his head before leaving the fortress. The main reason he came this time was to see how his family was doing. Now that his family was all right, Wang Mang was naturally relieved. After leaving the military castle, Wang Mang found a cave and went in. After entering the cave, Wang Mang took out the teleportation stone and muttered in his heart, "Teleport! Enter the Do Chi world." As soon as his voice fell, Wang Mang disappeared again. When he appeared again, the scene in front of Wang Mang had changed. Obviously, Wang Mang had come to the Do Chi world. Only this time, Wang Mang came to the Do Chi world. He no longer needed to be afraid of anyone, because he was at the peak of the 4th stage, immortal venerable realm. This represented Wang Mang was the so-called peak of the Do Di realm. This represented he was absolutely invincible in this world. Chapter 632, be it the God Horse or the Dudi, or the 8 ancient clans of this world. In Wang Mang's eyes, they were all clowns. No, they should be called ants. When Wang Mang released his aura without holding back, it even caused the space of this world to tremble, visible to the naked eye. The space around Wang Mang was already slightly distorted, because to the current Wang Mang, the Duki world was too small. He could even break the space enchantment of this world with a wave of his hand. Moreover, as Wang Mang released the terrifying aura that he carried with him to his heart's content, it even caused the weather in the area to change and dark clouds to cover the sky. However, what made Wang Mang frown slightly was that this world had a vague sense of rejection towards him. This was a feeling that Wang Mang had never experienced before, but this time he experienced it. Is it because my current strength is too strong? Wang Mang couldn't help but mutter to himself. At this moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. Ding. Warm reminder to the host. The world's consciousness has already sensed your malice from the host. Therefore, the world's consciousness will subtly affect all the living things in the world to be your enemy. Ding. Please refine the Dookie world as soon as possible, or else the world's consciousness will resist at all costs. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was instantly stunned. No wonder he felt that this world was unusual when he entered. It seemed that the world's consciousness had already sensed his malice. Although he felt very surprised, Wang Mang didn't think too much about it. On the contrary, Wang Mang was very curious about one thing. Where was the origin of this world? Or rather, what was it referring to? Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but ask in his heart, System, what does the origin of this Dookie world refer to? Or rather, where is this origin? The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Warm reminder to the host. The origin of the world may refer to people or things. Many worlds have different origins. Ding. If the host wants to know the answer, you can spend 10 million energy values to buy the exact answer. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang's mouth twitched. This dog system really wouldn't let go of a chance to kill him. Thinking of this, Wang Mang nodded silently despite his helplessness. All right, I want to buy accurate information. This was because he really didn't want to waste too much time. Although 10 million energy values was a lot, but in order to save some time, Wang Mang was still willing to spend. The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Successfully deducted. 10 million energy value. Ding. A warm reminder to the host. The origin of the Do Chi world is a heavenly flame. Once the host has collected and refined all the heavenly flames, the host will have successfully refined the origin of the battle energy world. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was dumbfounded again. He didn't expect that the source of this Do Chi world was actually this world's unique flame, the heavenly flame. But in the novels in his previous life, if Wang Mang didn't remember wrongly, there were a lot of heavenly flames. Moreover, it seemed that everything in this world revolved around the heavenly flames. In the end, the heavenly flames in this Do Chi world allowed Xiao Yan to become the Flame Emperor. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was speechless. It seemed that he had to take away the opportunity of Xiao Yan, the son of luck. But just as Wang Mang was about to use his divine sense to scan the entire Do Chi world to find the location of all the heavenly flames, in the next moment, Wang Mang saw that not far in front of him, in the distorted space, space was completely torn apart. Then, a golden figure walked out of the space with a domineering aura. When he saw this figure, Wang Mang was stunned, because he didn't remember this person in the Do Chi world. Moreover, this mysterious guy's aura was extremely powerful. The aura around his body had completely surpassed the Do Chi world. The so-called Nine, Star Do Sheng had surpassed the Do Di realm. On the contrary, his aura gave Wang Mang a familiar feeling. This feeling was the 5th rank. Obviously, this guy's aura was also at the Immortal Emperor level. Of course, he could only be at the beginning stage of the Immortal Emperor level. Just as Wang Mang was puzzled, this imposing golden figure looked at Wang Mang and said with an indifferent expression, "You're right, outsider. You really shouldn't have come here. And you shouldn't be filled with malice towards the Do Chi world." Hearing this, Wang Mang slowly narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "According to the history that I know, you don't exist." Hearing this, the majestic golden-robed figure smiled faintly. The 5th rank is already able to erase the traces of your existence. Although your strength is strong, you still haven't reached the 5th rank. Intruder, leave this place immediately, and I can let bygones be bygones." Hearing this, Wang Mang's face was still indifferent as he used his information detection, although the opponent's strength wasn't enough to make him cower. But what Wang Mang didn't understand was, where did this guy come from? In the next moment, this guy's information appeared in front of him. Target, Tushi Ancient Emperor. HP, 5100. Energy, 5100. Realm, early stage of the 5th rank. Origin, one of the strongest existences born in the Do-Chi world. After reading this guy's information, Wang Mang finally came to a realization. This guy turned out to be the legendary Tu-Shi Ancient Emperor of the Do-Chi world. But what made Wang Mang puzzled was, didn't this guy leave the Do-Chi world? Why did he appear in the Do-Chi world now? Just as Wang Mang was puzzled, the system's voice sounded. Ding. Warm reminder to the host. The other party was born from the world's origin and returned to the world's origin. Ding. Every world hopes to become stronger and advance to an even stronger world. Therefore, the world's consciousness will nurture experts and let them walk out of the world. In the end, let them go to the various worlds to conquer and strive to bring back the other world's origin. After listening to the system's explanation, Wang Mang roughly understood. This Tu-Shi Ancient Emperor was nurtured by the Do-Chi world's consciousness, but this also caused the Tu-Shi Ancient Emperor to have a huge karma with the Do-Chi world. Therefore, when facing this intruder, the Tu-Shi Ancient Emperor had to appear. This was different from Wang Mang. Earth didn't raise him up. He relied on the system to rise up. Therefore, he didn't have much karma with the system. At most, the mother planet was Earth's world. Therefore, when Earth turned cold one day, it didn't have much to do with him. But from Wang Mang's point of view, it was indeed more difficult to turn cold, because many experts had appeared in Earth's world. At this time, the Tu-Shi Ancient Emperor looked at Wang Mang with an indifferent expression and said, "I know you want to advance to the 5th rank, but if you want to refine the Do-Chi world, you have to step over my corpse. Leave this place. I love this world deeply, love every piece of land here, love deeply." Chapter 633. Seeing Tu-Shi Ancient God's affectionate look as he looked at the Do-Chi world, Wang Mang immediately sneered in disdain. In his opinion, this guy was too hypocritical. Moreover, Wang Mang didn't believe that this guy would really die for the Do-Chi world. But just as Wang Mang was about to speak, in the sky, figures suddenly flew over from all directions. In the next moment, Wang Mang saw figures of peak Immortal Emperor realm appearing. In just a moment, there were already hundreds of figures of Immortal Emperor realm appearing in the surroundings. These unfamiliar figures, there were men and women, old and young. They all looked at Wang Mang with fearful and heavy eyes, because previously the consciousness of the Do-Chi world had told the experts of the Do-Chi world that a powerful invader had appeared. If they couldn't protect the Do-Chi world, then this world would definitely perish. Because of this, even if they knew that they would die, these Do-Sheng, Immortal Emperor realm, existences also appeared one after another, because in their eyes Wang Mang was an invader who committed all kinds of crimes. Moreover, he was a demon who brought disaster and destruction to the Do-Chi world. These Immortal Emperor realm existences, there were extraordinary people of the older generation. When they saw Tu-Shi Ancient God, they were all inexplicably shocked. In the next moment, these Immortal Emperor realm natives of the Do-Chi world all cupped their hands respectfully towards Tu-Shi Ancient God and said, "Greetings, Tu-Shi Ancient God." Hearing this, Tu-Shi Ancient God nodded indifferently, but his gaze was still fixed on Wang Mang. But at this moment, another figure flew over from afar. When he saw this figure, Wang Mang was a little surprised. This figure wasn't anyone else. It was Xiaoyan Do Qi World's Son of Destiny. Moreover, what surprised Wang Mang was that, at this moment, Xiaoyan's strength had already reached the peak of Immortal King Realm. In other words, this kid's realm had already reached the peak of Dozun Realm. One had to admit that this kid was indeed the new son of destiny of the Doqi world. How long had it been? To be honest, such a speed of rise. Compared to Wang Mang back then, actually, he wasn't that much weaker. Xiao Yan's expression was complicated as he looked at Wang Mang. After a moment of hesitation, he opened his mouth and said, "Senior, please leave this Doqi world," because he already knew the purpose of Wang Mang's visit. It could be said that at this moment, every powerhouse in the Doqi world received a warning from the Doqi world. It was precisely because of this that Xiao Yan, the child of destiny, had also hurried over. Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately smiled with a calm expression. "Xiao Yan, strictly speaking, you should be standing on my side. At least, compared to this world, we are from the same world." Hearing this, Xiao Yan said with a complicated expression, "But why did you want to destroy the Doqi world? To me, this is my second home." Wang Mang was speechless. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with this guy, because this fellow's strength was still completely insufficient in front of him. But at this moment, a handsome middle-aged man in a white robe appeared. The handsome middle-aged man in a white robe immediately came to Wang Mang's side and said respectfully, "Elder, my Han clan is willing to support you. From the way I see it, Elder is the true expert. You will definitely be able to lead the Han clan to the peak." Wang Mang was initially startled. He was a little surprised as he looked at this handsome man in a white robe. At this moment, many furious curses were transmitted over. "Han Tiendi, you deranged traitor! The Doqi continent gave birth to you. You have actually sided with the invaders today. You are really heartless. You are even worse than a pig or a dog. If the Doqi continent did not exist, how would you, Han Tiendi, be here today?" In an instant, many elite Doshungs present had clearly recognized Han Tiendi's identity. The sound of cursing and swearing could be heard incessantly. Unfortunately, in the face of everyone's curses, Han Tiendi was unconcerned. With a wave of his hand, over 100 elite Doshungs from the Han clan appeared. These experts from the Han clan were no exception. They followed Han Tiendi and stood on Wang Mang's side. "Elder, the Han clan is willing to be your lackey. It is not too late for us to go through fire and water." At this moment, Han Tiendi's face was filled with respect as he looked at Wang Mang. His tone was fawning as he spoke. Actually, the moment Wang Mang appeared, Han Tiendi had already sensed it. This was because Wang Mang's aura was far too powerful. It was so powerful that it had even surpassed a Do-Di. Soon after, the two Shi Ancient God also appeared. Soon after, the Do-Chi world consciousness warned that an invader had appeared. However, the reason why he had chosen to stand on Wang Mang's side without any hesitation was mainly because of Wang Mang's strength. This was because his Han clan had vaguely been isolated by the entire Doqi continent during these years. Of course, this was also related to the fact that he had specially collected souls in an attempt to accumulate enough foundation to attack the Do-Di class. However, the appearance of the two Shi Ancient God caused Han Tiendi to be unable to sit still. This was because he had done too many heinous things during these years. It could be said that he had led the Han clan to do all sorts of bad things on the Doqi continent. Hence, he might as well go all the way. He led the Han clan to submit to this invader. If this powerful invader was in a good mood, he might help him advance to a Do-Di. Moreover, Han Tiandi was certain that Wang Mang's strength had definitely surpassed a Do Di. This was because Han Tiandi had not come into contact with a Do Di class existence before. However, even a Do Di was not as powerful as Wang Mang. Additionally, the Tu Shi ancient god was also abnormally powerful. Between the two, he had undoubtedly chosen Wang Mang. So what if he had betrayed the Do Chi world? As long as he could become stronger, he would even betray his ancestors. Xiao Yan, who hated Han Tiandi to the core, became extremely furious when he saw this scene. Similarly, his eyes were filled with fury when he looked at Wang Mang. This was because Han Tiandi was his mortal enemy. However, the manner in which this enemy, who would not rest until he was dead, acted like a servant trying to curry favor with Wang Mang caused Xiao Yan to become crazy with jealousy. They were both earthlings. Why was it that Wang Mang was so powerful that even Han Tiandi had to kneel and lick his boots? However, what about him? He had always relied on his own hard work to obtain his current strength. How much suffering had he suffered in order to become stronger? It was due to this that when he made a comparison, his heart felt even more unbalanced. Moreover, if he did not remember wrongly, Wang Mang was only a Dozun a couple of years ago. However, how long had it been? Wang Mang had already surpassed a Do Di. The intense jealousy caused his impression of Wang Mang to change completely. Hence, his eyes became even colder when he looked at Wang Mang. However, how could Xiao Yan's eyes escape Wang Mang's attention? Wang Mang laughed coldly in the face of this. His expression was indifferent as he looked at everyone present. He spoke in a dense voice. All of you really do not know what is good for you. All of you should learn from him. Wang Mang extended his hand and patted Han Tiandi's shoulder after saying this. Han Tiandi rejoiced in his heart when he heard this. His face was filled with a fawning smile, after which he looked at everyone present with great confidence and laughed coldly. All of you fools, a wise man submits to circumstances. You understand? Do you think that all of you are qualified to block this elder's footsteps? Chapter 634. After hearing Han Tiandi's words, all the experts from the Do Chi world present were furious. Many pairs of eyes stared furiously at Han Tiandi. If one's eyes could kill, Han Tiandi would have died many times over. Similarly, Han Tiandi's words had also infuriated the Tu Shi ancient god. The icy-faced Tu Shi ancient god's eyes were densely cold as he said, "Evil creature, you should be killed." After saying this, the Tu Shi ancient god's eyes, which were burning with a heavenly flame, shot out a terrifying heavenly flame attack. This terrifying might cause the color of the sky to change. Not only that, Han Tiandi also felt that it was difficult for him to move. He was unable to even dodge. This feeling was as though he had been pressed onto a chopping board and was waiting to be slaughtered. Han Tiandi's face was involuntarily filled with horror in his panic. He cried out loudly, "Elder, save me!" Hearing this, Wang Mang, who had already slowly put on the immortal emperor mask, waved his hand and scattered this frightening attack. This also caused Han Tiandi's forehead to be covered with perspiration. His face was filled with horror as he looked at the Tu Shi ancient god. Too strong. The strength of this Tu Shi ancient god had far surpassed that of a Do Di. He was so strong that it was difficult for him to understand. At this moment, Han Tiandi finally understood. Just how frightening was this legendary Tu Shi ancient god. He was unable to even withstand a single attack. If it was not because Wang Mang had intervened earlier, it was likely that he would have died in front of the Tu Shi ancient god's eyes. Han Tiandi, who still had a lingering fear in his heart, hurriedly withdrew behind Wang Mang in his panic. He no longer dared to continue acting. He was afraid that he would be finished off by a single gaze from the Tu-Shi ancient god. Similarly, the group of Doshungs from the Hun clan also withdrew in a panic. At the same time, Wang Mang was unwilling to waste his breath on these fellows. At the next moment, the corner of Wang Mang's mouth was lifted. He waved his hand towards the Tu-Shi ancient god and spoke in an indifferent voice. "Come, let me see how long you can block me." Hearing this, the Tu-Shi ancient god laughed out of anger. He waved his hand and said, "All of you move aside." Hearing this, all the elite Doshungs from the Do-Chi world flew backwards and wildly withdrew. Then the Tu-Shi ancient emperor smiled coldly at Wang Mang and said, "If you are not afraid of death, come and fight me in the extraterritorial region." After he finished speaking, the Tu-Shi ancient emperor soared into the sky and flew toward the outer realm. Obviously, he didn't want to fight with Wang Mang in the Do-Chi world. Otherwise, just the battle between him and Wang Mang was enough to turn the entire Do-Chi world into ruins. This wasn't just empty talk. For example, if Wang Mang wanted to destroy Earth or a world, it would not be too difficult. Once a Tier 5 powerhouse made a move, it was even more earth-shattering. Perhaps only a peak world, like the Sacred Emperor continent, would be unaffected. Seeing this, Wang Mang laughed coldly. With a wave of his hand, 10,000 Emperor Phantoms appeared. After that, Wang Mang ordered indifferently, "Kill all those who disobey me." In the next moment, the 10,000 Emperor Phantoms swept out. Seeing this, all the experts in the Do-Chi world fell into despair, especially when they sensed the strength of the Emperor Phantoms. When all of them reached the peak of the Do-Di realm, they felt even more despair. That was because they had never expected the invaders to be so powerful. With a wave of his hand, he had summoned 10,000 peak of the Do-Di realm. In an instant, the experts in the Do-Chi world cried out miserably. At the same time, Han Tiendi was completely dumbfounded. He thought that Wang Mang might be very powerful. However, he never expected Wang Mang to summon 10,000 peak of the Do-Chi Emperor realm experts with a wave of his hand. Those were Do-Di realm experts, not cabbages, the realm that they dreamed of. But what about Wang Mang? He had summoned 10,000 peak of the Do-Chi Emperor realm experts with a wave of his hand. It could be said that all the experts in the Do-Chi world were dumbfounded. The battle was completely one-sided, and the massacre began. At the same time, Wang Mang ignored these ants. Wang Mang, who had soared into the sky, quickly flew out of the Do-Chi world. Tu-Shi ancient god, who had been prepared for a long time, was furious. He directly attacked Wang Mang. He did not expect Wang Mang to be so powerful. He was only at the peak of the 4th rank. However, he was able to summon 10,000 peak of the 4th rank. To be honest, this was merely the move that Wang Mang had displayed. Even the 5th rank Tu-Shi ancient god was shocked and terrified. Although the number of 5th rank experts was not something that could be made up for. However, he did not have the confidence to kill 10,000 4th rank experts. That was because they were 10,000 peak of the 4th rank. At this moment, facing the golden flame palm that Tu-Shi ancient god had formed with a hand seal, Wang Mang laughed coldly. "You overestimate yourself." Then Wang Mang immediately used his divine ability, Hand of the Void. All they saw was a giant hand reaching out from space and grabbing the Tu-Shi ancient emperor. Even Tu-Shi ancient god did not have time to react. That was because Wang Mang's divine ability was too fast. In addition, Wang Ni's strength had reached the peak of the 2nd heaven of the immortal emperor. After comparing the two sides, the winner was obvious. It was only one move. Tu-Shi ancient god was captured by Wang Mang on the spot. No matter how Tu-Shi ancient god struggled, he was still unable to break free from the giant palm. Then, Wang Mang controlled the hand of the void and kept clenching it. In the next moment, Tu Shi ancient god let out a painful scream. Ah, damn it! Let me go! I'm going to kill you! However, his voice was filled with fear. Obviously, Wang Mang's strength was more terrifying than he had imagined. How was this a peak of the 4th rank? It was simply a 5th rank powerhouse. Moreover, Wang Mang's strength was more powerful than he had imagined. Die! Wang Mang sneered and directly clenched it with all his strength. Bang! Accompanied by a loud sound. In the next moment, Tu Shi ancient god turned into a bloody mist. However, just as Tu Shi ancient god was about to reform his physical body, Wang Mang opened his mouth and sucked. The bloody mist was sucked into Wang Mang's mouth. In fear, Tu Shi ancient god's primordial spirit flew into the distance. Obviously, Tu Shi ancient god was already afraid of Wang Mang, because Wang Mang did have the strength to kill him. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang smiled in disdain and said, "That's it, an ant that can't withstand a single blow." Then, Wang Mang's figure moved and returned to the Do Chi world. When Wang Mang returned to the Do Chi world, all the experts from the Do Chi world present, basically, most of them had been killed. However, Xiao Yan's figure was nowhere to be found. Furthermore, Wang Mang could sense the aura of a Tier 5 powerhouse lingering nearby. This immediately caused Wang Mang to involuntarily knit his brows. Where is Xiao Yan? Wang Mang's eyes were indifferent as he looked at Han Tiendi. Han Tiendi had yet to recover from his shock when he heard this. His frightened voice trembled as he said, "Elder, Xiao Yan has been rescued by a mysterious expert when I wanted to destroy Xiao Yan's soul. That mysterious person tore open space and rescued Xiao Yan." Wang Mang frowned slightly when he heard this. He began to deduce. However, regardless of how he tried to deduce, he was unable to deduce Xiao Yan's location. Helpless, Wang Mang simply couldn't be bothered to continue deducing. It was fine if Xiao Yan had escaped. After all, he did not pose much of a threat. Wang Mang did not think that the other party could surpass him. Therefore, he did not take this fellow seriously. After which, Wang Mang's spiritual sense began to sweep across the entire Do Chi world. In just a short moment, Wang Mang found the heavenly flames that were scattered and hidden all over the place. A moment later, Wang Mang cried out furiously, "All of you come over!" Wang Mang's aura swept across the entire Do Chi world while he spoke. Finally, many heavenly flames of various colors soared into the sky. These heavenly flames flew towards Wang Mang from all directions. Similarly, even the nihility devouring flame that was hidden within Han Tiendi's body instantly charged out. One could see many flames wildly pouring into Wang Mang's body. In the blink of an eye, Wang Mang's body was burning with various kinds of flames. A moment later, these frightening heavenly flames were easily refined by Wang Mang. At the same time, a sorrowful cry was emitted from deep within the sky of the Do Chi world. At the same time, the system's voice also sounded. "Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully refined the Do Chi world. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained 60 million energy value. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have fulfilled the condition to advance to rank 5. 2 halves. Ding! The accumulation has fulfilled the evolution condition. Do you wish to begin the evolution?" Chapter 635. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was finally overjoyed. He had finally fulfilled the requirements to break through to the 5th rank. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was very happy. In order to break through to the 5th rank, he first entered the Supreme Tomb. In the end, he thought of ways to rob and run around for so long. He had finally met all the requirements to break through to the 5th rank. From now on, even in the myriad worlds, he could be considered a top-tier character. After all, the universe was so big, but the significance of the fifth rank was extraordinary. It was rumored that the highest realm was only the ninth rank. Once he entered the fifth rank, it was equivalent to stepping into the upper realm of the universe. The first to fourth ranks belonged to the lower realm. The fifth rank belonged to the middle realm. The sixth to ninth ranks belonged to the upper realm. Therefore, Wang Mang was in a good mood. Moreover, after refining all the strange fire, Wang Mang could feel his control of this world had reached an unprecedented level. It was as if he existed in the entire world, and he could know the wind and grass in any corner if he wanted to. This feeling was as if he was a god who controlled everything in this world, the supreme ruler of this world. From now on, this battle-break world belongs to me. I really didn't expect that I would be able to create and control a world unknowingly. Wang Mang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In the past, he was just an ant. Now he had reached the fifth rank. Even in the journey to the West, or the Holy Emperor continent, he could be considered a powerhouse. Because in the journey to the West, or the Holy Emperor continent, even the strongest powerhouse. In Wang Mang's opinion, the highest limit was the sixth rank and below. As for those above the sixth rank, there shouldn't be anyone in these two worlds who had reached the standard. Oh, no, it should be the owner of the supreme tomb. The young sovereign might have the strength of the sixth rank. Of course, this was only Wang Mang's guess. Speaking of the young sovereign, Wang Mang couldn't help but be puzzled. What was this guy's name? It could be said that Wang Mang had participated in the supreme tomb. However, he still did not know the name of this young supreme being. Moreover, Wang Mang was not the only one who did not know. It seemed like the people of the Sacred Emperor continent did not know either. This made Wang Mang very confused, but he didn't think too much about it. After regaining his senses, Wang Mang prepared to leave the Douqi world. This was because he had already gained control of the world of battle energy. In other words, the Douqi world already belonged to him. There was no point in him staying. Furthermore, this place was also not suitable for breaking through to rank 5. This place was far inferior to the journey to the West and the Sacred Emperor continent. The level of energy in heaven and earth was not as high as in these two worlds. Although he didn't know what kind of environment was required to break through to the fifth stage. However, in Wang Mang's opinion, it was better to break through in the Sacred Emperor continent or the journey to the West. No, it was better to break through on the Sacred Emperor continent. This was because all the Tier 5 powerhouses in the journey to the West had their own factions. In comparison, the Sacred Emperor continent was like a big pot of rice. The forces were scattered but extremely powerful. Even if he went into seclusion to break through to rank 5 in the Sacred Emperor continent, it would not cause too much of a commotion. This was because Wang Mang guessed that there were more Tier 5 powerhouses in the Sacred Emperor continent than in the journey to the West. Wang Mang had no idea which of the two worlds was stronger. Senior, are you going to rule the world? If Senior wants to rule the Douqi world, the Han tribe is willing to clear all obstacles for Senior. We are willing to be the vanguard for Senior. At this moment, Han Tiandi carefully looked at Wang Mang and smiled as he tried to curry favor with him. Clearly, Wang Mang was able to summon over 10,000 peak Dou D experts with a wave of his hand. This method had nearly scared him to death. Therefore, Han Tiandi was truly willing to submit to Wang Mang. He did not dare to be disloyal. Hearing this, Wang Mang looked over. Han Tiandi immediately let out a miserable cry and was instantly enslaved by Wang Mang. This was because the difference in strength between the two of them was too great. It was extremely easy for Wang Mang to enslave an ant. At the next moment, Hun Tiandi said respectfully, "Your servant greets master." Hearing this, Wang Mang said indifferently, I will not stay in the Douqi world for too long. After I leave the Douqi world, I will leave the Douqi world to you. If anyone dies, you can continue to take away their souls. Now that the Douqi world does not have an underworld system, your Hun tribe shall be the new underworld. Actually, Wang Mang did not have any bad feelings towards the Hun tribe. Wasn't it normal for a dead person's soul to be taken away? Earth had an underworld. Journey to the West also had an underworld. In Wang Mang's opinion, it was reasonable for it to exist. After that, Wang Mang told Hun Tiandi some things about the underworld. After hearing this, Hun Tiandi immediately said excitedly, "Rest assured, master, the Hun tribe will not let you down. We will definitely take good care of the Hun tribe." Wang Mang nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, don't disappoint me." After saying this, Wang Mang prepared to leave. At this moment, Hun Tiandi hesitated for a moment and asked, "Master, how should we deal with the remnant forces and the remnants of the 8 ancient clans that participated in opposing you?" Hearing this, Wang Mang said with an indifferent expression, "Kill them all. In the future, you will be fully responsible for taking care of the Douqi world for me. With the resources of the Douqi world, it will be easy for you to advance to a Dodi. As long as you take care of the Douqi world, I will also bestow you with opportunities." After saying this, Hun Tiandi and the rest of the Hun tribe looked at him with reverence. Wang Mang tore through the air and disappeared. Clearly, Wang Mang had left the Douqi world. At this moment, when Wang Mang appeared again, he had arrived at the journey to the west, the Western Sea Dragon Palace. As for why he came to the journey to the west, the main reason was that Wang Mang knew that there was still a long time before the journey to the west. However, the problem was that Wang Mang had to come and take a look occasionally. How far had the timeline of the journey to the west progressed? Moreover, this time around, he had come to the journey to the west. Wang Mang would not be like the last time. He was chased by an elder of the dragon tribe. This was because Wang Mang had a rank 5 random expert summoning card. In addition, Wang Mang was about to break through to rank 5. By then, even if it was the journey to the west, Wang Mang would be able to stand firm. When Wang Mang appeared in the Western Sea Dragon Palace out of thin air again, the Western Sea Dragon King and the few concubines in the Dragon Palace, as well as the Dancing Dragon Palace maids, were stunned. "All of you, leave." The Western Sea Dragon King quickly stood up and waved his hand to signal his concubines and palace maids to leave. Hearing this, the palace maids left one after another. Similarly, even the concubines of the Western Sea Dragon King left one after another. The concubines of the Western Sea Dragon King also knew about this. The current Western Sea Dragon Palace had long changed. This former great General Longwei was the real boss. After seeing everyone leave, the Western Sea Dragon King walked up with a smile and cupped his hands. "Western Sea Dragon King greets my lord." Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded indifferently and said, "Yes, I'll go into seclusion first." "Yes, sir." After saying that under the respectful gaze of the Western Sea Dragon King, Wang Mang left the Crystal Palace and returned to his Dragon Might Palace. After returning to the Dragon Might Palace, Wang Mang immediately went to the place of seclusion. Then Wang Mang could not wait to say in his heart, "System, open my personal information." In the next moment, personal information appeared before his eyes. Wang Mang, Sage to Be's disciple, General Longwei. Type, Void Python, limit 700 meters. Cultivation, 33,000 years, 9th heaven of immortal supremacy. Physique, 5,900 HP, 5,900 energy, 636 meters long, 31 meters wide, 8 million tons weight, ordinary divine ability, God-controlling seal, void hand, void blade, void escape, one step to the horizon, shape-shifting. Top divine ability, 3 lives Supreme Buddha, small success, Hongjun 3 corpses technique, none, Wrath of the Celestial Demon, complete. Space, rank 5 pill recipe X1, one-time top bad luck card X1, summoning card under a rank 5 powerhouse X1, blood recovery pill X1, vitality recovery pill X1, forgotten love water X1. Equipment, top world multicolored stone X1, divine martial sword, mask of the immortal emperor, luck 299, flood of fortune, energy 250 million/200 million, advancement condition completed. Chapter 636. After reading his personal information, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Not bad at all. To be honest, Wang Mang could not wait to break through to stage 5 now. However, after thinking about it, Wang Mang felt that it would be safer to summon a stage 5 powerhouse to protect him first. After all, in the journey to the west, every stage 5 powerhouse's breakthrough would attract a lot of attention. Having a stage 5 powerhouse to protect him was better than not having one, right? Besides, Wang Mang also needed a stage 5 powerhouse to protect him in the journey to the west. By then, he would have a lawn in the sacred Emperor continent and a powerhouse in the journey to the west. He would be like a fish in water. Therefore, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, use the stage 5 summon card." The next moment, the system's voice was heard. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully used the stage 5 summon card. Ding! Please exclude the 2 targets that you do not wish to summon. Target 1, Dark Titan Mora. Realm, Stage 5. Personality, unknown. Origin, from a top-tier great world, a giant in the dark world. Famous saying, born in darkness, return to darkness in the end. Target 2, the God of Blessings. Realm, Stage 5. Personality, unknown. Origin, from a top-tier great deity world, a member of the gods. Famous saying, when you believe in God, God will definitely bless you. Target 3, Huangtian Emperor. Realm, Stage 5. Personality, unknown. Origin, from a top-tier great fantasy world. Famous saying, I will never treat anyone who loses to me as an opponent. I will give you time to catch up to me until you can no longer see me. Target 4, Emperor of Wuxia. Realm, Stage 5. Personality, arrogant. Origin, from a top-tier great fantasy world. Famous saying, who is the vanguard at the end of the immortal path? Wuxia's path is empty. Target 5, Emperor of Dugu. Realm, Stage 5 Supreme. Personality, unknown. Origin, unknown. Famous saying, who is invincible in the universe? Only I, the Emperor of Dugu. Target 6, unknown. Realm, unknown. Origin, unknown. Quote, unknown. After looking at the 6 summoning targets. No, it should be 5. The last one was still unknown. If Wang Mang really had to choose one of the 6 subordinates, he would definitely choose one. Therefore, Wang Mang wanted to choose Dugu Di the most. Among the 5 targets, Emperor Dugu was the strongest. Why did he say that? That was because Emperor Dugu was a 5th stage supreme. A rank 5 supreme being was comparable to the owner of the supreme being tomb in the sacred Emperor continent. Moreover, Wang Mang knew what supreme being represented in the 5th stage. Supreme meant that within the 5th stage, there was basically no one who could suppress him. Such an existence was a terrifying existence even in the myriad of worlds. At the very least, in the realm of Tier 5, Supremes were the highest existences. just how powerful was a fifth order sovereign at the fifth order. Breaking through to the sixth stage in the future was basically a done deal because of this. Of course, Wang Mang wanted Emperor Dugu. This was also the first time Wang Mang had such a strong desire to summon a subordinate, because if he had Emperor Dugu, it meant that he could do whatever he wanted in the fifth stage, even in the sacred Emperor continent, and the journey to the west, Wang Mang could do whatever he wanted. After pondering for a while, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, I choose to exclude Target 1 and Target 2. In the next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully chosen the target you do not want to summon. Ding! Warm reminder. The summoned subordinate will appear in 3 days. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was in a great mood. It would be great if Daddy System could summon Emperor Dugu to be his subordinate again. With a fifth order sovereign as his subordinate, Wang Mang would be able to fly. As for the other targets, Wang Mang didn't need to guess to know that they couldn't compare to Emperor Dugu. Even if the other targets' subordinates were stronger than Emperor Dugu, Wang Mang still liked Emperor Dugu, because Emperor Dugu's potential was too great. Among the fifth stage, no one dared to say that their potential was greater than that of a fifth order sovereign. It was the same for all the worlds in the universe, because an existence that could be called a fifth order sovereign, their talent had basically reached the highest level. Therefore, Wang Mang naturally liked the fifth order sovereign even more. After all, even if Wang Mang broke through to the fifth order immortal emperor, he was only a legendary genius at the fifth order sovereign. Therefore, it was normal for Wang Mang to want Emperor Dugu even more. After all, Emperor Dugu was a fifth order sovereign recognized by the system. At the same time, he was also looking forward to how strong the fifth order sovereign would be this time. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, Wang Mang had been in seclusion to adjust his condition. Because he was going to break through to the fifth order sovereign, he naturally had to adjust his condition to the best. Moreover, Wang Mang also had a rough understanding of the fifth order sovereign. According to the system, it was very difficult to break through to the fifth order sovereign, because if the fourth order sovereign was already like an army of 10,000 crossing a single plank bridge, then this so-called fifth order sovereign was 100 times more difficult than the fourth order sovereign. In the myriad worlds, only one fifth order sovereign out of millions of fourth order sovereigns. If one failed to break through, one would be seriously injured and on the verge of death. In the worst case, one's soul would be destroyed and one's true spirit would collapse. All in all, it was extremely dangerous to break through to the fifth order sovereign. What made Wang Mang's scalp go numb was that the success rate was actually 1 in a million. This probability was too low. Fortunately, Wang Mang obtained 3 fifth order treasures. The success rate had increased to 30%. These 3 treasures were needed to break through to the fifth order sovereign. They were Sands of Time, Karma Thread, and Life Stone. It was these 3 items that allowed Wang Mang to have a 30% success rate. Otherwise, Wang Mang's probability of breaking through to the fifth order sovereign was 1 in a million. It might even be lower, because his 30% success rate was only with the help of the system. Right at this moment, a voice came from outside the seclusion area. Reporting to General Longwei, a super expert has arrived outside, saying that he is here to seek refuge with the general. Hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned at first, then immediately reacted, his face full of joy, because if he guessed correctly, it was obvious that the expert he summoned had appeared. Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately stood up excitedly and couldn't wait to walk out of the seclusion area. He really wanted to know if the expert he had summoned could be Dugudi. Chapter 637. Moreover, even if it wasn't Emperor Dugu, then what would be the strength of the Type 5 powerhouse that was summoned this time? With anticipation in his heart, Wang Mang had already walked out of seclusion. After glancing at the old turtle who came to report, Wang Mang seemed to have thought of something. Then, Wang Mang couldn't help but think to himself, if there's a chance next time, I'll have to transfer Old Turtle from the Huanshan Reservoir. Although the Old Turtle's strength was like an ant among ants to Wang Mang, now, the Old Turtle's strength was like that of an ant. But Old Turtle had been with him for a long time. Even if there was no merit, there was still hard work. If nothing unexpected happened, Old Turtle was still guarding the Huanshan Reservoir for him. After reminding himself, Wang Mang walked into the Dragon Might Hall. As soon as he entered the Dragon Might Hall, Wang Mang saw a young and handsome man. This man had a head of white hair and stood with his hands behind his back. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Beside him was a large and ugly black dog. It was looking at Wang Mang curiously. In the next moment, Wang Mang also quietly used information detection. This young and handsome man's information appeared before Wang Mang's eyes. Target, Emperor Wu Shi. Realm, third heaven of immortal emperor. Character, arrogant. Loyalty, 80. After reading the white-haired, handsome man's information, Wang Mang was stunned. He was somewhat disappointed. Third heaven of immortal emperor. This strength was not bad, but to Wang Mang, it was actually not that strong, because once he broke through to the stage 5 immortal emperor, then his combat strength would also reach the peak of the third heaven of immortal emperor. Therefore, Emperor Wu Shi's strength was indeed not very useful to Wang Mang. However, since he had already been summoned, Wang Mang couldn't refuse, right? Just as Wang Mang was muttering in his heart, Emperor Wu Shi smiled warmly and cupped his hands. Emperor Wu Shi greets you. Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately laughed and stepped forward. I'm like a tiger that has grown wings with the help of Emperor Wu Shi. With Emperor Wu Shi, why should I worry about not achieving great things? Hearing Wang Mang's words, Emperor Wu Shi smiled and said, You're too polite, Emperor Wu Shi. Hearing this, Wang Mang felt depressed. Emperor Wu Shi's loyalty was not increasing. It seemed that Emperor Wu Shi's loyalty. After all, Wang Mang's cheap compliments were exactly what Enlon liked. However, it was completely useless against no beginning. Wang Mang suddenly turned to look at the big black dog beside Emperor Wu Shi's leg and said with a smile, Emperor Wu Shi, Emperor Wu. My lord, the Black Emperor has been with me for many years. Without Shi looked at the Black Emperor gently and nodded with a smile. Wang Mang immediately smiled and nodded. That's right. Wu Shi, if you train him well, he might even reach stage 5 in the future. Emperor Wu Shi's eyes lit up when he heard Wang Mang's words. He quickly asked, Emperor Wu Shi, do I have the potential to become an Emperor Wu Shi? Wang Mang smiled and nodded. Of course, Emperor Wu Shi. You do have the potential to become an Emperor Wu Shi. In the novel in his previous life, the Dog Emperor would achieve great things in the future. Even Yi He would become an Emperor Wu Shi. Emperor Wu Shi was elated when he heard Wang Mang's words. Emperor Wu Shi, did you hear that? Emperor Wu Shi said that I, Emperor Wu Shi, also have the potential to become an Emperor Wu Shi. Haha, good. You also have the potential to become an Emperor Wu Shi. Emperor Wu Shi laughed bitterly. Then, the system's voice rang in Wang Mang's mind. Ding! Emperor Wu Shi is pleased that the host thinks highly of Emperor Wu Shi. Loyalty +5. Current loyalty, 85. Wang Mang was stunned when he heard the system's voice. Good heavens! All he did was to praise Emperor Wushi. Emperor Wushi, on the other hand, was delighted. This proved that the Black Emperor was very important to Emperor Wushi. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly had an idea. He knew how to win Emperor Wushi's favor. Wang Mang was in a good mood when he thought of this. He decided to take his time to gain Emperor Wushi's loyalty after he had broken through to the next realm. Wang Mang could not help but chuckle. Emperor Wushi, I'm going to go into seclusion to break through to stage 5. Are you willing to protect me while I'm cultivating? Emperor Wushi's handsome face turned serious when he heard this. Don't worry, Emperor Wushi. Whoever wants to interfere with your breakthrough will have to step over my dead body first. Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. With Emperor Wushi around, I won't have to worry about breaking through to stage 5. Wang Mang then walked to the seclusion area. Wang Mang sat down with his legs crossed when he returned to the seclusion area. He then took a deep breath and said in his heart, "System, begin to break through to stage 5. The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-facing. 200 million energy points have been deducted, beginning evolution. After that, Wang Mang completely lost consciousness. But this time, Wang Mang did not pass out. He seemed to have arrived at a place of endless darkness. Wang Mang felt his primordial spirit leave his body. Then, with a frightening speed, he shuttled through space and flew into the sky. He did not know how long he had flown. Wang Mang's surroundings had changed. It was no longer endless darkness. He saw the river of heavens. He saw the river of space. He ascended for a long time. He saw a brand new river. The river was endless, and the river water was turbulent. In the river of karma, strands of karma threads floated and flowed with the waves. The densely packed karmic threads were innumerable. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was overjoyed. He instantly injected a trace of his true spirit into the karma thread. Even though this process was incomparably painful, Wang Mang's screams of pain did not stop, because once he was unable to throw his true spirit into the river of karma, it meant that he had failed to advance to stage 5. Therefore, his primordial spirit and true spirit were still ascending. He had to throw himself into it when he had enough time. Soon, a trace of his true spirit was injected into the karma thread by Wang Mang. Then, Wang Mang tried his best to throw the karma thread into the river of karma. What made Wang Mang heave a sigh of relief was that just as he was about to lose sight of the river of karma, the karma thread that he injected with a trace of his true spirit finally fell into the river of karma. This also meant that Wang Mang had successfully injected his true spirit into the river of karma. Not long after, Wang Mang, who was ascending, saw 2 vast and endless rivers. These 2 rivers were completely different. One of the rivers had green water. The other river was white in color. According to Wang Mang's guess, these 2 rivers were very likely the legendary river of time and the river of life. With this thought, Wang Mang quickly threw the sands of time, which had already been injected with a trace of his true spirit, and the life stone into the 2 rivers. In the end, under Wang Mang's nervous gaze, the sands of time that was even smaller than sand and stones, and the life stone that was only the size of a palm. In the end, they all fell into the 2 rivers. There was not even the slightest ripple. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang immediately smiled, because this meant that he had succeeded. He had successfully injected his true spirit into the 3 great rivers: the river of time, the river of karma, the river of life. After waking up from seclusion, he was an immortal emperor powerhouse. The next moment, before Wang Mang could be happy, he felt a splitting headache. Then Wang Mang's vision went black, and he completely lost consciousness. Chapter 638. At the same time, What Wang Mang didn't know was, while he was in a deep sleep, huge waves were surging in the West Sea where he was. There was no other reason. When Wang Mang broke through, the scene of him absorbing the vast dermic powers of heaven and earth was too terrifying. At this moment, a vortex-like sign appeared in the entire West Sea. The vast dermic powers from all directions were being sucked in crazily. It even caused the West Sea to surge with waves that were tens of thousands of meters high. The entire West Sea became extremely turbulent, and the seawater surged rapidly. It caused the West Sea to be covered in dark clouds. It was too eye-catching. At this moment, in the West Sea Dragon Palace, the West Sea Dragon King looked in the direction of the Dragon Might Palace in shock. The West Sea Dragon King's heart was in turmoil. He couldn't help but exclaim in shock, Could it be that Master has broken through to rank 5? The reason why he was so sure of his guess was naturally because there wouldn't be such a huge commotion if a peak rank 4 powerhouse broke through in the journey to the West. Only when breaking through to rank 5 would there be such a shocking scene. Thinking of this, the West Sea Dragon King couldn't help but smile. He had already been controlled by Wang Mang. It could be said that the stronger Wang Mang was the better, because once Wang Mang died, he would have to be buried with him. Therefore, he was now completely Wang Mang's man. His loyalty to Wang Mang had even surpassed that of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan could betray, but Wang Mang couldn't, because Wang Mang was his life. If he betrayed Wang Mang, he would die. At the same time, the West Sea Dragon King wasn't the only one paying attention to the West Sea. A Paragodania continent, great thunderclap temple, like a scorching sun, Mahavarakana, who was sitting cross-legged in the main seat, also looked in the direction of the West Sea indifferently. Similarly, the Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Buddhas of the great thunderclap temple also turned their attention to the West Sea. The birth of a zenith heaven wasn't shocking to the journey to the West. However, the problem was that the journey to the West was a world divided into factions. All the rank 5 powerhouses had already taken sides. Now, another rank 5 supreme being had been born. Of course, they had to figure out which side this person was from. The first thing that could be ruled out was Buddhism. Once someone from the Buddhist League made a breakthrough, they would not choose to do it in the territory of the 4 seas of the dragon race. There was only one possibility, and that was that the other party was most likely a member of the Dragon Clan. Thinking of this, Mahavarakana nodded to himself. It seemed like he had to rope in the dragon tribe, although he was the Mahavarakana Buddha. Furthermore, he was ranked 3rd in the Buddhist sects. However, his position was not stable and secure. In the Buddhist sects, there were 2 major forces that kept him in check. They were past Buddha. Dipankara was also one of the 3 major Buddhist factions. The future Buddha, even the Maitreya Buddha, was one of the 3 major Buddhist sections. Oh, there's also the medicine Buddha, whose position is below the future Buddha. This was because the medicine-glazed Buddha did not fight for power. Instead, he was the target of the 3 major factions. This was because Medicine Glass Buddha was too old, an existence from the same era as Dipankara. If the Buddhist sects had to exclude one position, it would be the founder of Zhuan-Ti. They were all saints. Their status was self-evident. In addition, the ranking of the Buddhist sects was present Buddha, future Buddha, past Buddha, and Medicine Glass Buddha. What was worth mentioning was that the strength of the 4 Buddhas was at the same level. They were all quasi-saints, Holy Emperor level. Note, early stage Holy Emperor equals kill 1 corpse. Middle stage Holy Emperor equals kill 2 corpses. Late stage Holy Emperor equals kill 3 corpses. Divine Emperor equals saint. Of course, actually, in the entire journey to the West, there were not many quasi-saints. but there were still quite a few. In the past, the Purple Cloud Palace's 3,000 guests of the secular world had either died or survived. Moreover, those who eventually made a name for themselves had basically reached the quasi-saint level. At this moment, Gautama Buddha suddenly said, "Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva?" "Disciple is here," Guanyin Bodhisattva answered, and walked up. Gautama Buddha's tone was indifferent, neither sad nor happy. The dragon tribe can be one of the members of the journey to the west. Golden Cicada has to travel thousands of miles to come to the great Thunderclap temple. Naturally, he can't use an ordinary horse. Let the dragon clan choose someone to be their steed. When they succeed, they can join the Buddhist sects. Hearing this, Guanyin Bodhisattva's eyes lit up. She pressed her palms together and said respectfully, "I accept the revered one's decree." Speaking of Guanyin Bodhisattva, one had to talk about the current Bodhisattva of the Buddhist sects. Guanyin Bodhisattva's status in the Buddhist sects was definitely in the top 3. Her status was even higher than that of many Buddhas. Of course, Guanyin Bodhisattva's strength was naturally not low. In any place, strength was the most important thing. If one did not have enough strength, it was impossible for Guanyin Bodhisattva to gain a foothold in the Buddhist sects. As the saying goes, Buddha helps the rich. Oh, no, Buddha helps the fated. That would depend on strength. How strong could you be? How much fate did you have with Buddha during the previous conferred God battle? Taoist Duobao was too strong. He was personally captured by the Buddhist sect saints. After entering the Buddhist sects, he became the present Buddha, Mahavairakana Buddha. On the other side, the immortals and gods of the heavenly courts were also paying attention to the West Sea, facing the fact that the dragon clan had once again given birth to a rank 5 mighty figure. It was impossible for the heavenly courts to have no other thoughts. However, the dragon clan was very special. In name, they were under the jurisdiction of the heavenly courts. However, it was only in name. The 4 seas were under the jurisdiction of the dragon clan. Therefore, even though they had thoughts, they could not interfere. Because the dragon clan also had a peak quasi-saint. They were not existences that could be manipulated by others. Therefore, after pondering for a long time, Hao Qian finally gave up on the idea, because he knew that the dragon clan could not really belong to the heavenly courts. How proud were the dragon clan in the past? They had once tried to dominate the primordial world, one of the 3 overlord races, although they failed in the end. However, the dragon clan could not lower their heads to any faction. The ancestral dragon was an existence that even the Hongjun patriarch did not submit to. Therefore, even after the dragon clan failed to fight for the primordial world, they did not submit to anyone. Compared to the Buddhist sects and the heavenly courts, the 2 major factions had other thoughts. In fact, the dragon clan was the happiest at this moment in the dragon palace. In the seclusion place of the dragon palace, a cold old man wearing an 8-clawed golden dragon slowly opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through heaven and earth. He looked in the direction of the West Sea and muttered to himself, "Not bad, not bad. Our dragon clan can add another rank 5 mighty figure." At this point, Torch Dragon had a smile on his face. That was because he was the dragon emperor of the dragon clan, the younger brother of the ancestral dragon. He was also the supreme existence of the dragon clan. His strength had even reached the level of the 3-corpse quasi-saint. In other words, he was an existence at the peak of the quasi-saint realm. After pondering for a moment, Torch Dragon had already made a decision in his heart. This was a newly advanced rank 5 expert of the dragon clan. He would never allow him to wander outside. That was because there were too few rank 5 experts of the dragon clan. Even in the primordial era, a rank 5 dragon clan was a core member. Not to mention now, when the Dragon Clan's strength was greatly damaged. Therefore, even if it was only a rank 5, it was very important to the Dragon Clan. With that thought in mind, Torch Dragon opened his mouth and said, "Men, summon back this newly advanced rank 5 Dragon Clan member of the West Sea Dragon Palace." Before Torch Dragon could finish speaking, he immediately flew into a rage. "How dare you? How dare you attack a newly advanced rank 5 member of the Dragon Clan?" Chapter 639. That was why Torch Dragon was so furious. Naturally, he had found out someone had dared to attack the newly promoted rank 5 Dragon Clan members of the West Sea Dragon Palace. Otherwise, Torch Dragon would not have been so furious. But now, someone had attacked the Dragon Clan. Moreover, the person had attacked the newly promoted rank 5 Dragon Clan members. Torch Dragon would never allow that to happen. Therefore, Torch Dragon disappeared in the next moment. At the same time, at the Dragon Might Palace, he looked at the terrifying enemy in front of him. Emperor No Beginning's face was as pale as snow. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. However, Emperor No Beginning did not take a step back. Emperor No Beginning was no match for this strange Taoist with a sinister smile on his face. The middle-aged Taoist with strange blood bubbles stared greedily at Wuxia the Great Emperor and exclaimed, "Not bad. I can't believe I'm so lucky today to meet 2 newly promoted rank 5 Dragon Clan members. I'll eat you first. Then I'll eat that little guy who's in seclusion. That should be enough to heal my injuries. No, I might even be able to return to my peak." Then Taoist Wen laughed strangely and was ready to attack. He did not attack earlier. Instead, he used his aura to make Emperor No Beginning vomit blood. One could only imagine how powerful he was. "Have I ever been afraid of you? Even if I die, I'll make you pay the price." Emperor No Beginning looked calm. He was not afraid at all. He looked like he was ready to die. If he had not bullied the weak and feared the strong, he would not have achieved what he had today. Seeing the fearless Emperor Wuxia, Mosquito Taoist could not help but admire him. If they were in each other's shoes, he would definitely beg for mercy or run away. However, Emperor No Beginning knew that he would die, but he did not back down. He was not afraid of Taoist Wen at all. This boldness alone was enough to make Wen Taoist think highly of him. So what if that was the case? He was just courting death. However, just as Taoist Wen was about to attack, the next moment, a giant claw suddenly burst out of the space and reached out to grab Wen Taoist. Not only that, but what frightened Wen Taoist even more was that he found that a terrifying aura had locked onto him. The terrifying aura that had locked onto him was extremely powerful. It was so powerful that it made his heart tremble. This was definitely a peak quasi-saint. In fact, he might have even reached the level of a quasi-saint. "Ah, I'm not afraid of you." With a roar, when Taoist broke free from the lock of the terrifying chi and hit the giant golden claw with his palm with all his strength. Bang! It was accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. The seawater of the entire West Sea was boiling like boiling water. If someone was on the surface of the sea at this moment, they would see that the entire West Sea had been set off by a terrifying tsunami. At the same time, Mosquito Taoist, who had met the Golden Giant's palm, screamed miserably and was sent flying by the terrifying and vast power. Mosquito Taoist, who had been sent flying more than 10 miles away, barely managed to stabilize himself. He looked at the attacker in shock. A huge golden dragon could be seen in the huge spatial crack. In the dark space, a pair of scarlet eyes that were as big as lanterns appeared. Then, an 8-clawed golden dragon emerged from the void and stared at him coldly. Seeing the 8-clawed golden dragon, Mosquito Taoist shouted in horror, "Candle Dragon!" Apparently, when Taoist did not expect that he would provoke Candle Dragon. "Damned mosquito! How dare you attack my dragon clan? How dare you?" Looking down at Taoist One from above, Torch Dragon opened his mouth and spoke in human language. Hearing this, Taoist One's face darkened. He gnashed his teeth angrily and said, "Very good. Today's grudge. I'll remember it." After saying that, Taoist One instantly turned into a beam of blood light and disappeared. Seeing this scene, Zhu Long did not chase after him. He wished he could kill Wen Daoist. But Mosquito Taoist was not so easy to kill. Like the Nether River Patriarch, he had emerged from the Blood Sea. If not for Nether River Patriarch, Xuehai would have been Daoist Wen's. Besides, the Mosquito Taoist was also very powerful. He was a pre-saint at the level of 2 corpse slayers. Although he was not a peak pre-saint, he was very powerful. It was very difficult to kill him, because when Daoist was notorious in the untainted world, he bullied the weak and feared the strong, but he was very cunning. Also, his escape method was very extraordinary. It was a top divine power. That was why when Daoist could survive in the untainted world, until now, he had been hunted by the Nether River Patriarch, Tathagata, and even the Buddhists. Basically, it could be said that since the Great Desolate Era, he had made countless enemies. But he was still alive. One could imagine how difficult it would be to kill him. That was why Torch Dragon did not chase after him. At the same time, after looking away, Torch Dragon looked at Emperor Wushi. When he discovered that the other party was actually a human and came from beyond the heavens, he was even more surprised. It was very rare to see a rank 5 visitor from the outer world, but Torch Dragon knew that he must be guarding the new rank 5 expert of the Dragon Clan. Therefore, Torch Dragon had a good impression of Emperor Wushi. After turning into his human form, Torch Dragon nodded slightly at Emperor Wushi. "Thank you for saving me, Senior," Emperor Wushi said respectfully, with cupped hands. He knew that he would be dead if Torch Dragon did not help him. Torch Dragon smiled and said, "You don't have to thank me. I should be thanking you for protecting the Dragon Clan." Emperor Wushi smiled bitterly when he heard that. It was his duty to protect Wang Mang. After all, he was Wang Mang's subordinate. But what surprised Emperor Wushi was that his master was a member of the Dragon Clan. Furthermore, this expert from the dragon race was simply too powerful. He could sense that this elder was a Dragon Clan expert. If he wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Torch Dragon did not care about Emperor Wushi. He waved his hand and set up a barrier. After that, he personally stayed in the vicinity, guarding Wang Mang as he went into seclusion. This was also a signal to others that the Dragon Clan was not to be trifled with. Moreover, the battle just now could not be hidden from the immortals and the Buddhists of the Western Paradise. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. At this moment, in the place of seclusion, Wang Mang slowly woke up from his seclusion. Wang Mang opened his eyes, which were filled with killing intent. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn you, Taoist One! I, Wang Mang, swear that I will kill you." Chapter 640. Although he had been in seclusion, everything that happened in the outside world, Wang Mang actually sensed it clearly, especially when Taoist, who suddenly appeared and wanted to kill him. It made Wang Mang extremely angry, because if Zhu Long didn't make a move, then when he was in seclusion, the situation was definitely very dangerous. There was almost no chance to escape. Even if he could forcibly wake up from seclusion and escape, he would definitely suffer heavy losses. Because during the long process of advancing to rank 5 in seclusion, although he had successfully inserted his true spirit into the 3 Tao rivers, he still needed to absorb enough vast power of heaven and earth. Only in this way could he completely transform into a rank 5 existence. But during this process, he was actually sneak attacked by a sane emperor. One could imagine how angry Wang Mang was in his heart. He had seen despicable and shameless people, but he had never seen anyone more despicable and shameless than Wen Taoist. If Wang Mang's strength had reached the Saint Emperor level, he would never have sneak attacked a junior who had just advanced to rank 5. This bitch Taoist, Wen didn't even want his face anymore. Of course, anger was anger. Fortunately, this time, he broke through to rank 5 without any mishap. Now, he had completely made the power in his body undergo a qualitative change. If Wang Mang's vast power in his body was limited in the past, then it could be described as endless now. If the power in Wang Mang's body was a stream in the past, then the vast power in Wang Mang's body now was like the sea. Not only that, Wang Mang's body was now filled with strong divinity. If one looked carefully, they would find that Wang Mang's body was absorbing the power of heaven and earth all the time. It wasn't just that the aura Wang Mang emitted with every single move he made was filled with divinity. A trace of immortal aura had already manifested on Wang Mang's body. After carefully feeling his powerful power, Wang Mang couldn't help but have a look of enjoyment on his face. Is this the power of rank 5? As expected, the difference between Tier 4 and Tier 5 is too obvious. This realm is indeed not easy to cross. Feeling the powerful force, Wang Mang's heart was filled with emotions. His strength this time was like a rebirth, a change that was close to a qualitative change. Such powerful strength was simply beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but feel a little high-spirited. Right now, he was already a true Type 5 powerhouse. Thinking to this point, Wang Mang could not help but silently recite in his heart, "System, open your personal information." The next moment, his personal information appeared before his eyes. Wang Mang, disciple of the sage-to-be, General Long Wei. Type, Void Python, limit, 700 meters, realm, First Heaven Immortal Emperor. Stats, HP 11,000, energy 11,000, length 640 meters, with 31 meters, weight 10 million tons. Ordinary supernatural powers, God-controlling seal, Hand of the Void, Blade of the Void, Void Escape, One-Step Horizon, 1,000 changes. Top supernatural powers, 3 lives, Supreme Buddha, Small Success, Hongjun 3 Corpses Technique, None, Wrath of the Gods and Demons Perfection. Space, Tier 5 Pill Formula X1, One-Time Top Bad Luck Card X1. A Bottle of Oblivion Water. Equipment, Top World Multicolored Stone X1, Divine Martial Sword, Immortal Emperor Mask. Luck value, 299, Flood of Fortune. Energy value, 50 million/1 billion. After reading his personal information, Wang Mang was surprised to find that the change was not small. First of all, cultivation experience had disappeared. Could it be that cultivation experience was no longer useful after Tier 5? Or could it be that cultivation experience was no longer a Tier 5 existence? Thinking of this, Wang Mang was filled with emotions. The 5th stage was truly a huge dividing line. It actually doubled his HP and energy. What made Wang Mang feel even more bitter and helpless was that the energy value of this evolution had also doubled. Furthermore, it was a full 2 times the amount. In other words, he wanted to break through to the next realm. Even if it was a small realm, it would require 500 million energy values. This was too exaggerated, and it had not directly increased by 10 times. Otherwise, Wang Mang would really be in despair. The only thing that made Wang Mang somewhat not know what to do was, how should he deal with the torch dragon outside? This torch dragon obviously treated him as a member of the dragon clan. There was no doubt about this. Otherwise, Torch Dragon would not have personally taken action. But the problem was Wang Mang a member of the dragon clan? Of course not. He had even killed a member of the dragon clan. Moreover, he had a conflict with the dragon clan's supreme elder. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's expression was very conflicted, but it was undeniable that Wang Mang still had a good impression of Torch Dragon. Wang Mang had such a straightforward personality. Whoever treated him well, he would have a good impression of them. All right, to put it bluntly, Torch Dragon had saved him once. Or else, Wang Mang's impression of the Dragon Clan would not be too good. Just as Wang Mang was feeling conflicted, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "Little friend, what are you worried about?" As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared in front of Wang Mang out of thin air. Looking at the gentle-looking old man in front of him, who was wearing an 8-clawed golden dragon robe, Wang Mang immediately said respectfully, "Junior greets Senior Dragon Clan." Torch Dragon nodded slightly and smiled. "Although you are not a member of the Dragon Clan, you are still in charge of the West Sea Dragon Palace, General Longway. Therefore, you are also a member of the Dragon Clan. Follow me back to the Dragon Clan. You saw it just now. If you don't have a backer, it will be difficult for you to establish yourself in the West. Even if you are an outsider, since you have come to the Dragon Clan, it proves that you are fated with the Dragon Clan." Hearing this, Wang Mang was shocked. He did not expect Torch Dragon to see through him at a glance. As expected of an existence at the peak of the sage-to-be, back then, his teacher, Patriarch Bodhi, had also seen through his identity. However, Torch Dragon now also saw through his identity at a glance. This also proved that it was basically impossible to hide one's identity after reaching the 5th rank. However, Torch Dragon's attitude made Wang Mang extremely touched. This was obviously telling him that even if he was an outsider, the Dragon Clan was willing to accept him. Not only that, they even allowed him to integrate into the Dragon Clan. This treatment was unparalleled. At this moment, Torch Dragon also smiled slowly and said, "As long as you are willing to join the Dragon Clan, I will let you enter the Dragon Transformation Pool. Little friend, do you know how difficult it is to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool? Today, there are not many dragons in the entire Dragon Clan who have entered the Dragon Transformation Pool. Only those who have made great contributions to the Dragon Clan or those who are super geniuses are qualified. Because anyone who enters the Dragon Transformation Pool will have their bloodlines sublimated and their strength skyrocketed. Even the most unlucky Dragon Clan members will be able to increase their strength by at least 1 or 2 small realms after entering the Dragon Transformation Pool. If you are extremely lucky and gain the recognition of the thousands of dragon blood and dragon souls in the Dragon Transformation Pool, it is possible for your strength to skyrocket by 4 or 5 small realms. In addition, as long as you are willing to transform your bloodline and become a member of the Dragon Clan, you can even participate in the competition to inherit my position as the Dragon Emperor." Chapter 641. To be honest, Wang Mang didn't expect it either. In order to rope him in, Torch Dragon actually offered such a generous offer. Not only did they let him enter the Dragon Transformation Pool, but they also let him participate in the competition and inheritance of the Dragon Emperor's position. What moved Wang Mang the most was that the Dragon Transformation Pool was too abnormal. The weakest members who entered the Dragon Transformation Pool could increase their cultivation by 1 or 2 small realms. If they were lucky, they could even increase their cultivation by 4 or 5 small realms. This was 2F asterisk King Perverse. If he could enter it, if he was lucky, wouldn't he be able to reach the 6th heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm? If he reached the 6th heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm, with the support of the immortal Emperor mask, his combat strength would definitely be at the peak of the eighth heaven of the immortal Emperor realm. With such strength, Wang Mang felt that he had the right to be arrogant even in the journey to the west. Although the strength of a peak immortal emperor was not enough to be invincible in the journey to the west. However, whether it was in the heavenly court or in the Buddhist sect, Wang Mang's strength was not considered weak. Because of this, Wang Mang was indeed a little tempted. Just as Wang Mang was about to agree, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. Detected the host's current situation. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. Refuse to join Torch Dragon's recruitment. Never submit and offend Torch Dragon. Mission time, available upon selection. Mission reward, 50 million energy values. Immortal level treasure chest X1. Immortal level blind box X1. Mission 2. Join the Dragon Clan's recruitment. Enter the Dragon Transformation Pool and be valued by Torch Dragon. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 10 million energy values. Bronze treasure chest. Mission 3. Join the Dragon Clan's recruitment. Enter the Dragon Transformation Pool and become the new Dragon Emperor. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 20 million energy values. Diamond treasure chest. After reading the 3 missions, Wang Mang was instantly stunned. He didn't expect the system to give him such a trick. Did it not want him to join the Dragon Clan? Otherwise, the system did it on purpose. Or he could get 50 million energy values and 2 immortal treasure chests for free. Or they could choose to join the Dragon Clan with fewer rewards. However, there was the Dragon Transformation Pool. He definitely gained a lot of benefits. Therefore, the system issued 3 missions. This made Wang Mang even more confused. This was Wang Mang's first time encountering such a situation. The rewards were the most generous. After pondering for a long time, in the end, Wang Mang rejected the mission with the most generous reward. That was because this freeloading mission was far inferior to the so-called Dragon Transformation Pool. The Dragon Transformation Pool was something that could allow his strength to soar at any time. Therefore, the first mission could be eliminated. Even if the reward was the highest, it could not be compared to the Dragon Transformation Pool. Similarly, the third mission could also be eliminated. After all, Torch Dragon was not dead yet. It was unknown when he would become the Dragon Emperor. Thus, after some thought, Wang Mang felt that the mission was still the most important treasure chest. He only needed to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool. Besides, Wang Mang had joined the Dragon Clan for the sake of the Dragon Transformation Pool. With that thought, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, I choose the second mission." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. "Congratulations, host! You have successfully chosen the mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to obtain the reward." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang looked at Torch Dragon respectfully and said, "Senior, if that's the case, which junior would be willing to join the Dragon Clan?" Torch Dragon nodded in satisfaction and said, "All right, follow me back to the Dragon Clan. After joining the Dragon Clan, I'll let you enter the Dragon Transformation Pool immediately." After hearing Torch Dragon's promise, Wang Mang immediately said respectfully, "Thank you, Senior." "Let's go." Torch Dragon nodded slowly and asked, "Which human kid outside is your subordinate?" Wang Mang nodded. Torch Dragon waved his hand and praised, "Then bring him along." With that, Torch Dragon's figure disappeared. When he saw this scene, Wang Mang's figure flashed and vanished. When they reappeared, Wang Mang and Torch Dragon were already in the main hall of the Dragon Might Palace. Then, Wang Mang called out to Emperor Wu Shi and followed Torch Dragon to the Dragon Clan. 2 hours later, Wang Mang brought Emperor Wu Shi and the Black Emperor with him and followed Torch Dragon to the legendary Dragon Clan. The legendary Dragon Clan was located at the intersection of the four seas. However, the Dragon Emperor Palace was exceptionally solemn and strict. Moreover, the area where the four seas intersected was so large that it was larger than any of the four seas. Not only that, Wang Mang also realized that there were many Dragon Clan members gathered here. It could be said that within the Dragon Emperor Palace, Wang Mang saw hundreds of Dragon Clan members. Most of them were at rank 4. There were not many peak rank 4 ones. As for rank 5 ones, there were even fewer. It could be said that Wang Mang did not see many of them in the Dragon Emperor Palace. However, Wang Mang could sense the aura of rank 5 powerhouses near the Dragon Emperor Palace. There were probably more than 10 of them. Wang Mang wasn't surprised by this. After all, the Dragon Clan used to be one of the 3 overlords in the primeval age. After entering the Dragon Emperor Palace, Torch Dragon, who was sitting high up in the Dragon Emperor Palace, immediately gave Wang Mang and Emperor Wu Shi a seat. Then Torch Dragon said happily, "Go and call the 10 Supreme Elders of the Dragon Clan here." Hearing this, the 2 members of the Dragon Clan guarding the entrance of the Dragon Emperor Palace left. Not long after, 10 Dragon Clan powerhouses who had reached rank 5 appeared in the Dragon Emperor Palace. The 10 members of the Dragon Clan, with powerful auras, entered the main hall of the Dragon Palace. They immediately locked their gazes onto Wang Mang and Heavenly Emperor No Beginning. When Wang Mang entered the vicinity of the Dragon Emperor Palace, they had already sensed the aura of Wang Mang and Emperor Wu Shi. However, they had also sensed the aura of Torch Dragon and did not come out to take a look. After seeing the 2 of them in the Dragon Emperor Palace, they immediately knew that this was not a simple matter. Similarly, the 5th Supreme Elder, who had attacked Wang Mang, also recognized Wang Mang. In an instant, the 5th Supreme Elder's face was filled with murderous intent. "It's you, you bastard! You escaped after killing my descendant. How dare you come to the Dragon Clan now? You're really throwing yourself into hell when there's a path to heaven." As he spoke, the 5th Supreme Elder walked toward Wang Mang with murderous intent. Similarly, the expressions of the other 9 Dragon Race Supreme Elders changed drastically as they looked at Wang Mang with sinister gazes. Chapter 642. F***CK. How could I have forgotten about this? Seeing this, Wang Mang felt his scalp go numb and his forehead was drenched in sweat. Even though Wang Mang appeared incomparably calm on the surface, there was no need to mention how panicked he was in his heart. Similarly, Wang Mang was also secretly on his guard and was prepared to run away at any time. Of course, whether he wanted to run away or not depended on what Zhulong said. Of course, Wang Mang would have to explain the situation for himself. Thinking of this, Wang Mang said calmly, "Your descendant wanted to kill me. I can't just stand there and let him kill me, right? If your descendant didn't force me to join the Dragon Clan and become your subordinate servant and humiliate me, I naturally wouldn't kill him. I think you know better than me what exactly happened." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the 10 Supreme Elders of the Dragon Clan, who were looking at Wang Mang with unfriendly expressions, finally relaxed. Of course, there were still a few Supreme Elders who were looking at Wang Mang with hostility. As for the 5th Supreme Elder, he looked at Wang Mang with killing intent in his eyes. He wanted to say something, but was speechless. This was because the matter was indeed as Wang Mang said. As long as it was a 5th stage Immortal Emperor, they would be able to deduce it with a little bit of deduction. After a long period of silence, the 5th Grand Elder spoke with a cold expression. "This is the reason why you want to kill my Dragon Clan. Besides, am I wrong? You lowly Snake Clan. It's your honor to join the Dragon Clan. even if you become a subordinate clan. Hearing this, Wang Mang's heart sank, and his killing intent soared to the sky. This bastard. It seemed like he couldn't wait to kill him. If there was a chance, Wang Mang wouldn't mind killing this guy. At this moment, Zhu Long, who was sitting high up in the main seat, naturally understood what happened. For this kind of matter, as long as he wanted to know, he could deduce it. Therefore, Zhu Long would not reject Wang Mang because of such a small matter. Not to mention, a dead dragon was not as important as a rank 5 dragon to the dragon clan. Therefore, Zhu Long slowly said, "All right, all of you stop quarreling and sit down for this emperor." Hearing this, the 5th Grand Elder could only suppress the anger in his heart and sit down. Similarly, the other Supreme Elders also sat down one after another. Ben Huang is here to tell you that Wang Mang will officially join our dragon clan in the future. At this point, Zhu Long glanced indifferently at the Supreme Elders present. Hearing this, the Supreme Elders of the dragon clan frowned. However, without waiting for the 10 Grand Elders to speak, Torch Dragon said slowly, "Therefore, from now on, Wang Mang will be the 11th Supreme Elder of the dragon clan." Hearing this, the 5th Elder was the first to speak. "Dragon Emperor, I disagree. He's just a lowly snake. Even if he joins the dragon clan, what right does he have to become a Supreme Elder of the dragon clan?" At this moment, the 7th Elder and the 10th Elder nodded and said with a gloomy expression, "That's right, Dragon Emperor, he's just a snake." Since ancient times, dragons have never coexisted with snakes. He's just a snake and doesn't even have a trace of the dragon clan's bloodline. What right does he have to become a dragon? That's right, Dragon Emperor, please reconsider. If you let him become a Supreme Elder of the dragon clan, won't our dragon clan become a joke? Seeing this scene, Wang Mang could tell at a glance. The 7th Elder and the 10th Elder were obviously in cahoots with the 5th Supreme Elder. Not only that, these guys were not weak. Among them, the 5th Supreme Elder who had a feud with Wang Mang was a 7th Heaven Immortal Emperor. The 7th Elder was a 5th Heaven Immortal Emperor, and the weakest was the 10th Elder, who was only a 4th Heaven Immortal Emperor. All in all, these 10 Supreme Elders of the Dragon Clan were very powerful. The 1st Elder, 2nd Elder, and 3rd Elder had surpassed the Immortal Emperor and reached the early stage of the Sage Emperor. The 4th Elder had reached the 9th Heaven Immortal Emperor. The 5th Elder was a 7th Heaven Immortal Emperor. The 6th Elder, 7th Elder, and 8th Elder had reached the 5th Heaven Immortal Emperor. The 9th Elder and the 10th Elder were 4th Heaven Immortal Emperors. It could be said that the 10 Supreme Elders were at least mid-stage Immortal Emperors. This also made Wang Mang truly realize the power of the Dragon Clan. Perhaps it was completely incomparable to its peak, but it was not easy to be bullied. Even in the journey to the west, it was a force that could not be ignored. At this moment, Torch Dragon spoke slowly. "All right, I've decided to let Wang Mang enter the dragon transformation pool. In the future, Wang Mang will be the 11th Supreme Elder of the Dragon Clan." As soon as he finished speaking, the 10 Supreme Elders present were in an uproar. This was because they did not expect Torch Dragon to let Wang Mang join the Dragon Clan. He even wanted to let Wang Mang become the 11th Supreme Elder of the Dragon Clan and let Wang Mang enter the Dragon Transformation Pool. This was simply unbelievable to them. One had to know that Wang Mang had joined the Dragon Clan, but had not made any contributions. Moreover, he had not made any contributions to the Dragon Clan either. If Wang Mang entered the Dragon Transformation Pool, how would the Dragon Clan convince the masses? Because of this, the 5th Elder, the 7th Elder, and the 10th Elder, who had a grudge against Wang Mang, had objected. But now all the elders frowned and said, "Dragon Emperor, we object." That's right. This is not in accordance with the rules at all. The fifth elder roared in exasperation. Dragon Emperor, what right does he have to join the Dragon Clan and enter the Dragon Transformation Pool? If the Dragon Emperor really insists on having his way, how are we going to explain it to the Dragon Clan? The fourth elder also nodded slightly. Dragon Emperor, this is not in accordance with the rules. If you really do this, won't the members of the Dragon Clan be disappointed? After all, our Dragon Clan's members have also made many contributions to the Dragon Clan, but they are not qualified to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool. Now, is it really okay to let someone who has just joined the Dragon Clan enter the Dragon Transformation Pool? At this moment, the third elder and second elder, who were Sage Emperors, also nodded and said, Dragon Emperor, this is not in accordance with the rules. At the very least, you should show us his worth, right? At the very least, you should let us see his contributions to the Dragon Clan, right? As for the first elder of the Dragon Clan, he also said slowly with an expressionless face, Dragon Emperor, all the elders are against this proposal. This proposal is invalid. Seeing this, Wang Mang's heart suddenly sank. At this moment, he finally knew how difficult it was for him to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool. After all the elders of the Dragon Clan were against him entering the Dragon Transformation Pool. This was obviously beyond Wang Mang's expectations. At the same time, this also proved that the Dragon Transformation Pool of the Dragon Clan was indeed not that easy to enter. This also made Wang Mang worried. Under such circumstances, could the Torch Dragon still protect him from entering the Dragon Transformation Pool? Chapter 643. Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi was also very surprised to see this. He did not know what the Dragon Transformation Pool was. However, all the experts of the Dragon Clan objected. He knew that the Dragon Transformation Pool was definitely extraordinary. However, he did not say anything. After all, even Wang Mang had not spoken yet. As Wang Mang's subordinate, it was naturally inappropriate for him to speak. At the same time, Wang Mang was also quietly looking at Zhulong. After all, Wang Mang was also worried and unhappy about the current situation. However, the problem was that Wang Mang could not say anything. Therefore, Wang Mang could only place his hopes on Zhulong. At this moment, Zhulong's expression remained unchanged. That was because he had already expected this situation. He wanted Wang Mang to become the Supreme Elder directly and enter the Dragon Transformation Pool. It would be strange if the 10 Supreme Elders did not object. Unfortunately, was objecting useful? That was obviously impossible, because he was the Dragon Emperor, even if everyone in the Dragon Clan objected. So what? He was the Dragon Emperor. His words were the supreme decree of the Dragon Clan. It did not matter if it was right or wrong. As long as he thought it was right, it would be right even if it was wrong. Therefore, Zhulong suddenly slammed his palm on the table in front of him. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The 10 elders present were all startled. Then they all looked at Zhulong. After seeing Zhulong's gloomy expression, the elders present all lowered their heads with ugly expressions on their faces. Even the first elder, second elder, and third elder, who were the strongest among them, fell silent. No matter how strong they were only supreme elders after all. Moreover, how long had Zhulong been the Dragon Emperor? Zhulong's position in the Dragon Clan was completely unshakable. After seeing the elders of the Dragon Clan bow their heads, Zhulong snorted coldly. Ben Huang is giving orders, not for you to discuss. All right, you guys can leave. Wang Mang, come with me. After that, Zhulong impatiently waved at the other elders and motioned for Wang Mang to follow him. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was overjoyed. He knew that his chance to enter the dragon transformation pool had been secured. Thinking of this, Wang Mang couldn't help but glance at the group of elders. Wang Mang didn't care at all when he saw the unfriendly looks on their faces. However, when he saw the fifth elder's gloomy face and murderous gaze, Wang Mang could not help but laugh. Then, under the fifth elder's twisted and ferocious gaze, he smiled disdainfully. Then, Wang Mang followed behind Zhu Long, arrogantly like a villain who had achieved his goal. After Wang Mang and Zhu Long had left, Ao Kuang cursed with a ferocious expression. "Damned bastard, the Dragon Emperor is getting senile." Hearing this, the other elders were furious, but there was nothing they could do. At the same time, Emperor Wu Shi brought the Black Emperor with him and chased after them. Half an hour later, under Zhu Long's lead, Wang Mang arrived at the so-called Dragon Transformation Pool. This was a place for seclusion. Outside the door were two sage emperor-level powerhouses from the Dragon Tribe. After seeing the two Dragon Tribe powerhouses, Wang Mang felt his scalp go numb. The Dragon Tribe was 2F*King powerful. There were even sage emperor-level powerhouses. Adding Torch Dragon into the equation, there were 5 sage emperor-level powerhouses. Just as Wang Mang was in shock, the 2 Dragon Tribe powerhouses who were in charge of guarding the seclusion area said respectfully, "Greetings, Dragon Emperor." As they spoke, the 2 sage emperor-level powerhouses couldn't help but size up Wang Mang. That was because everyone who came here was basically someone who wanted to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool. However, what puzzled them was that the person who entered the Dragon Transformation Pool this time was not from the Dragon Tribe. Therefore, the two of them were very confused. Zhu Long naturally saw their confusion and slowly explained, "This is the 11th Supreme Elder of the Dragon Tribe." Ben Huang promised him that as long as he joins the Dragon Tribe, he can enter the Dragon Transformation Pool. "You guys are in charge and make the arrangements." After hearing the Dragon Emperor's words, although the 2 sage emperor-level powerhouses were a little against Wang Mang, they couldn't say much. Yes, after saying that, the 2 sage emperor-level powerhouses pressed the button next to the door of seclusion. Rumble! The door of seclusion opened with a loud bang. Then, the smell of blood and the deafening sound of a dragon's roar filled the air. At the same time, the vast immortal chi and dermic powers inside were so dense that it almost turned into mist. At a glance, the bloody mist was everywhere. Just by taking a breath, one could absorb a huge amount of dermic powers and immortal chi. "Go in. When the time is up, we will call you." The 2 sage emperor-level powerhouses who were guarding the Dragon Transformation Pool said indifferently. Hearing that, Wang Mang looked at Zhu Long. Zhu Long also nodded slightly at Wang Mang. "Go. When you come out of the Dragon Transformation Pool, come and find me immediately. I will honor the Dragon Emperor's decree." Wang Mang held back the joy in his heart and cupped his hands together. The Dragon Emperor nodded in satisfaction and then turned to leave. As for Wang Mang, he couldn't wait to enter the huge seclusion ground. In the next moment, just as Wang Mang stepped into the seclusion ground, the door of the seclusion ground closed completely. As for Wang Mang, he stared blankly at the blood pool in front of him. It was even bigger than the reservoir in his house. Above the blood pool, there were many dragon shadows that were formed by the bloody mist dancing in the air above the blood pool. At the same time, there were also countless dragon shadows that began to dance around Wang Mang. In addition, there seemed to be something in the blood pool that was attracting him. In the end, Wang Mang could no longer control the attraction and instantly transformed into a huge python that was more than 600 meters long. Splat! Bang! In the next moment, Wang Mang's huge body plunged into the blood pool. Rumble! Then, the entire blood pool began to boil like boiling water. At the same time, Wang Mang couldn't help but roar in pain. His huge body began to struggle madly in the dragon transformation pool. This feeling was as if he was going to be burned and assimilated. The degree of pain was comparable to tearing apart one's true spirit and primordial spirit. Wang Mang almost lost consciousness. Damn it! What's going on? System, am I going to die in this dragon transformation pool? In pain, Wang Mang asked the system in a panic. In the next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. Ding. Warm host. The dragon transformation pool is the place where the blood of countless dragon tribe powerhouses is stored. Ding. Warm host. The blood essence of all the dragon tribe powerhouses is gathered here. Ding. The longer the host can endure, the more pure dragon blood and power you can absorb. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang wanted to cry. However, in order to become stronger, Wang Mang had no choice but to endure the pain of being burned alive. If there was anyone here, they would see a huge python with horns on its head rolling and struggling in pain in the blood pool. Moreover, as time passed, the dragon blood in the dragon transformation pool surged into his body crazily. In addition, the boiling dragon blood in the dragon transformation pool was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Wang Mang's strength began to skyrocket. Peak First Heaven Immortal Emperor. Second Heaven Immortal Emperor. Peak Second Heaven Immortal Emperor. Third Heaven Immortal Emperor. Chapter 644. However, when Wang Mang's strength skyrocketed to the third heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm, his skyrocketing speed instantly slowed down. Although the speed of absorbing the dragon blood was still very fast, the speed of his strength skyrocketing became extremely slow. After an unknown period of time, under the slow increase, Wang Mang's realm had already reached the peak of the third heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm. At the same time, Wang Mang's realm aura also began to fluctuate, suddenly weakening. The terrifying dragon blood was still swarming into Wang Mang's body. The dragon blood in the dragon transformation pool was still boiling. Suddenly, rumble! With a loud bang, the boiling dragon blood in the dragon transformation pool set off waves of blood. Then, Wang Mang's body was like a whirlpool, once again increasing the speed of absorbing the dragon blood. Bang! Wang Mang, who was also stuck at the peak of the third heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm. He finally broke through to the fourth heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm. However, after reaching the fourth heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm, Wang Mang's strength skyrocketed even more. What was even more exaggerated was that the blood in the dragon transformation pool had decreased by a lot. This was obviously because Wang Mang had absorbed too much dragon blood. What was extremely strange was that the blood in Wang Mang's body was still not assimilated. Similarly, Wang Mang, who was rolling in the blood pool, still showed no signs of dragon transformation. Of course, Wang Mang, who was struggling in the blood pool, was unaware of all this. At this moment, Wang Mang had already fallen into a state where he had lost his mind. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. However, the obsession in his mind was incomparably firm. Because this was the first time Wang Mang had obtained an opportunity. In the past, Wang Mang's opportunities were all obtained by his own efforts. This was the first time he had obtained such a huge opportunity for free. Thus, Wang Mang naturally had to make good use of this opportunity no matter what. In fact, for Wang Mang, this was equivalent to reaching the heavens in a single bound. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. At this moment, outside the dragon transformation pool, the 2 saint emperors guarding the dragon transformation pool didn't look too good, because Wang Mang had persisted for too long. In the past, the Dragon Clan members who entered the Dragon Transformation Pool basically came out in less than a month. Even those who persisted for a longer time would not last more than 2 months. But what about Wang Mang? He had already been in the Dragon Transformation Pool for 3 months. It had been 3 months, but he still hadn't come out. What did this prove? This proved that Wang Mang's aptitude was even higher than the dragons that had entered the Dragon Transformation Pool in the past. This caused them to feel extremely displeased. In their eyes, Wang Mang was just an outsider. It was just a snake. Why had he been in the Dragon Transformation Pool for so long? Not only that, they also informed Zhu Long of the matter. When Zhu Long learned of this, he was pleasantly surprised and ordered them to inform him as soon as Wang Mang came out of seclusion. Of course, some people were happy, while others were unhappy. For example, the 5th elder learned that Wang Mang had not come out of the Dragon Transformation Pool after more than 3 months. His face turned green. He even wanted to go to the Dragon Transformation Pool personally and chase Wang Mang out. That was because the longer one stayed in the Dragon Transformation Pool, the more terrifying the increase in strength would be. Ah, that damned bastard. Why isn't he out yet? Could it be that he wants to absorb the entire Dragon Transformation Pool? At this moment, in Jade Water Palace, the 5th elder was furious. He viciously smashed everything in the room. It was obvious how furious he was at this moment. That was because he had also entered the Dragon Transformation Pool tens of thousands of years ago. If not for the Dragon Transformation Pool, his strength would not have reached his current level. It was precisely because he had entered the Dragon Transformation Pool that he knew what it meant to stay in the Dragon Transformation Pool for a long time. It meant that his future achievements would be higher. That was because the 3 elders of the Dragon Clan had also entered the Dragon Transformation Pool. However, they had only stayed for 3 months. But now, the 3 elders of the Dragon Clan had all reached the Sage Emperor level. This also meant that the future Wang Mang could be expected to become a Sage Emperor quasi-sage. Unfortunately, no matter how he smashed things, there was still no solution. After all, he was not the Dragon Emperor. Moreover, the Torch Dragon was stubborn. What could he do? Even the 1st elder, 2nd elder, 3rd elder, and even all the elders objected. But the Dragon Emperor still did not listen to them and insisted on doing things his own way. There was nothing they could do, just as the 5th elder was flustered and exasperated. In the Dragon Transformation Pool, Wang Mang's strength was still soaring. Moreover, if one observed carefully, they would discover that Wang Mang's strength had skyrocketed not only in his realm. On the contrary, it was an all-round improvement, even the improvement of his divine abilities. For example, the former 3 Lives Buddha, this top divine ability. At this moment, with the support of the dragon blood, he had successfully deduced 2 other divine abilities. They were Past Buddha, 10,000 Buddhas slaughter. Future Buddha, 10,000 Buddhas pilgrimage. It could be said that these 2 top divine abilities were very powerful. If it was the present Buddha, Buddha's kingdom in a palm. If it was a spatial capture type of divine ability, then the past Buddha, 10,000 Buddhas slaughter. It was a killing type of divine ability. Once it was used, 10,000 Buddhas would be killed. As for the 10,000 Buddhas pilgrimage, it was a defensive divine ability. It could be said that the 3 Lives Buddha was too heaven-defying. He had 3 top divine abilities. These 3 divine abilities were offensive divine ability, capture divine ability, and defensive divine ability. Of course, Wang Mang did not know all of this. He had already grasped the matter of the other 2 divine abilities, because even now Wang Mang was still in the Dragon Transformation Pool, churning in the blood water. It was worth mentioning that Wang Mang's body had also become much larger. Moreover, the divinity of his body had become even more terrifying. Similarly, it was even more worth mentioning that Wang Meng's strength had become even more terrifying. Moreover, Wang Meng's strength had also become stronger as time passed. However, the dragon blood in the dragon transformation pool had become less and less. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. At this moment, if someone were to observe carefully, they would discover that the entire dragon transformation pool had almost dried up. The dragon blood in the dragon transformation pool, which was originally hundreds of meters deep, was now only tens of meters deep. It was so much so that even Wang Meng's enormous body was unable to completely cover it. Similarly, Wang Meng, who had once churned in the dragon transformation pool, had long calmed down. In the next moment, Wang Meng suddenly woke up in the dragon transformation pool. A pair of scarlet eyes that were as red as blood was filled with a cold and terrifying aura. Then Wang Meng slowly moved his huge body and gradually stood upright. At this moment, Wang Meng felt an indescribable comfort all over his body. After feeling the huge and terrifying power in his body, Wang Meng was stunned, because his current physical strength was all around in all aspects, and so on. Compared to before, it was simply much stronger. In fact, it was not an exaggeration to say that. Wang Meng was confident that he could easily defeat more than 10 of his former self. Chapter 645. This was because this kind of improvement was comprehensive. How much had he improved? In fact, Wang Meng himself wasn't too sure, because in the dragon transformation pool, he had been on the verge of death. Until the end, that kind of painful feeling gradually disappeared. Until now, Wang Meng had just woken up from the dragon transformation pool. After waking up, Wang Meng realized his strength had improved too much. His body contained a terrifying amount of power, and its quality was much higher than it had been before. If it was said that Wang Meng's body contained endless magical power energy in the past, then the current Wang Meng's body contained endless magical power energy of very high quality. It could even be said that it had gradually reached the stage of dense atomization. What was atomization? In the heavens, atomization was the embodiment of dense energy. For example, an expert in the early stage of the immortal emperor's body indeed had endless magical power, but the quality was not guaranteed. An expert in the middle stage of the immortal emperor's body would quantify the magical power. To put it bluntly, their magical power would be purer than an expert in the early stage of the immortal emperor's body. An expert in the late stage of the immortal emperor's body would turn into atomization. The quality of the magical power energy would be purer than that of an expert in the middle stage of the immortal emperor's body. This was also the reason why there were strong and weak immortal emperor experts. There were strong and weak differences in every realm. This was because the gap in some aspects was difficult to make up for. But now that Wang Meng's magical power had turned into atomization, it meant that he would definitely become an expert in the late stage of the immortal emperor realm. Thinking of this, Wang Meng was in a good mood. Then, he couldn't help but want to know, just what level had he reached in his current realm? Thinking of this, Wang Meng thought in his heart with anticipation. System, open my personal information. The next moment, his personal information appeared before his eyes. Wang Meng, disciple of the sage-to-be, legendary genius. Type, Void Python, limit 700 meters. Realm, fifth heaven of the immortal emperor realm. Body shape, HP 15,000, energy 15,000, length 656 meters, with 31 meters, weight 15 million tons. Ordinary divine abilities. God-controlling seal, void hand, void blade, void evasion, single step, myriad transformations. Peak theurgy, Trileva's Buddha, great mastery. Hongjun 3 corpses technique, none. Wrath of the Fiend Gods, perfection. Space, level 5 pill recipe X1, one-time top level bad luck card X1, a bottle of oblivion water. Equipment, pinnacle world multicolored stone X1, divine martial sword, mask of the immortal emperor. Luck, 299, heavenly fortune. Energy value, 500 million/1. 5 billion. After reading his personal information, Wang Mang was completely dumbfounded. He did not expect his strength to rise from the first firmament immortal emperor realm to the fifth firmament immortal emperor realm. Not only that, what made Wang Mang even more ecstatic was that he had actually become a peerless genius. No wonder he felt that the current him could beat up a dozen of his former self. Obviously, the gains from entering the dragon transformation pool this time simply exceeded Wang Mang's expectations, although he was only a peerless genius. But what this meant, Wang Mang knew all too well. A level 5 peerless genius could surpass 2 small realms, including the mask of the immortal emperor. His strength could definitely reach the 9th firmament immortal emperor realm. Thinking of this, Wang Mang could not help but be in high spirits. I never thought that Wang Mang, would be so talented. I actually became a peerless genius. Wang Mang said narcissistically. But what Wang Mang did not know was that it was all thanks to the dragon transformation pool that he could become a peerless genius, because the dragon transformation pool did not allow him to transform into a dragon. It could not even change his bloodline. Instead, it was integrated into his bloodline. This also led to Wang Mang's bloodline level being higher and his physical strength becoming stronger. And with the support of the huge dragon blood power in the dragon transformation pool, this extra power finally pushed him to the level of a peerless genius. If Wang Mang transformed into a dragon, his strength would probably be even more terrifying, because most of the power in the dragon transformation pool was used to transform Wang Mang's physical body and aptitude. There was no other way. Even the dragon blood could not change Wang Mang's bloodline. Therefore, it could only integrate into Wang Mang's bloodline to improve all aspects of Wang Mang's body. At this moment, after sizing himself up for a long time, Wang Mang was also surprised to find that, damn it, he was still a snake. It was just that his appearance had changed a little. For example, now Wang Mang's body color had become incomparably black. The smell of blood and murderous aura around him were abnormally strong. There were also pieces of basin-sized snake scales that were even more black and shiny. His eyes had completely turned blood red. Other than that, the pair of sharp horns on Wang Mang's head did not change much. No way. Even entering the dragon transformation pool can't help me transform into a dragon. After seeing this scene, Wang Mang could not help but feel a little speechless. He did not expect that he would not be able to transform into a dragon after entering the dragon transformation pool. One had to know how powerful the dragon blood in the dragon transformation pool was. It could make Wang Mang's strength reach the 5th heaven of the immortal emperor realm. It could make Wang Mang a peerless genius. Just thinking about it, one would know how terrifying the power contained in it was. But even so, Wang Mang was still a python. It was just that he had become more powerful. After being speechless for a while, Wang Mang looked at the almost dried-up dragon transformation pool and suddenly felt a headache. He also did not expect that after he woke up, he had almost absorbed the dragon transformation pool dry. Looking at the dragon transformation pool in front of him, which was only a few dozen meters deep with dragon blood, Wang Mang was at a loss for a moment. How should he explain to the dragon clan? If the dragon clan knows that I have sucked the dragon transformation pool dry, I wonder if they will kill me? Wang Mang felt a headache coming on. He could not help but frown. Forget it. I'll take it one step at a time. If the Dragon Clan really wants to attack me, I'll take no sure and run away together." After thinking for a long time, Wang Mang came up with the only solution. With that thought, Wang Mang instantly transformed into his human form and soared into the sky. Wang Mang instantly jumped out of the dragon transformation pool that was nearly 1,000 meters deep. Then, he walked step by step toward the stone door outside the dragon transformation pool. But at this moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Detected the host's current situation. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. After your strength has increased greatly, how can you not kill an enemy to liven things up? Kill the North Pole Emperor. Mission time, obtained upon completion. Mission reward, 2 billion energy points. Immortal King, grade, treasure, chest X1. Immortal King grade blind box X1. Mission 2. After your strength has increased greatly, how can you not kill an enemy to liven things up? Kill Taoist 1. Mission time, obtained upon completion. Mission reward, 2 billion energy points. Immortal King grade, treasure, chest X1. Immortal King grade blind box X1. Mission 3. After your strength has increased greatly, how can you kill an enemy to liven things up? Kill the 5th Grand Supreme Elder. Mission time, obtained upon completion. Mission reward, 2 billion energy points. Immortal King grade, treasure, chest X1. Immortal King grade blind box X1. Chapter 646. After listening to the 3 missions issued by the system, Wang Mang was stunned. Good heavens! The system really thought highly of him. One had to know that Emperor Ziwei was very powerful. Even if Wang Mang was a fool, he could guess that Emperor Ziwei was definitely a sage-to-be. Moreover, he couldn't be an early-stage sage-to-be. It was very likely that he was a mid-stage or late-stage sage-to-be. But what about Wang Mang? No matter how powerful he was, he only had the combat power of a 9th-stage immortal emperor. He wanted to defeat Emperor Ziwei, unless he used the fury of the fiend gods, and he needed to raise his cultivation by at least 6 stages. The problem was, how much energy would he need to raise his cultivation by 6 stages? A few billion. 2 billion energy points were not enough for him to fight. That was why the first mission, killing Emperor Ziwei, was out of the question. Wang Mang wanted to, but he didn't have the strength to do so. Similarly, the second mission, killing Taoist 1, was out of the question. Even Torch Dragon couldn't kill Taoist 1. He was at least a mid-stage sage-to-be. The reward was about the same as the first mission, and the difficulty was about the same. Therefore, Wang Mang's choice was obvious. If he had to choose, Wang Mang could only choose the third mission. Mission number 30 was 90% certain. The only difficulty was how to kill the 5th Supreme Elder in this cage. After all, he had joined the Dragon Tribe and was an elder of the Dragon Tribe. If he killed the 5th Supreme Elder, it would be difficult to explain to Torch Dragon. Unless this guy took the initiative to kill him, then it would be reasonable for him to kill him. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's eyes lit up. Then he made up his mind. The next moment, Wang Mang couldn't wait to say in his heart, "System, I choose the third mission." At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully chosen the mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to receive the reward. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang felt very happy. To be honest, this mission was equivalent to a free reward. So what else could Wang Mang say? Moreover, Wang Mang was confident that he could tempt this guy to make a move on him. although his battle prowess had reached the ninth heaven of the immortal emperor realm, he was still a ninth heaven immortal emperor. However, the problem was that Wang Mang was only a fifth heaven immortal emperor. All he had to do was provoke the fifth supreme elder a little, and he believed that the fifth supreme elder would not be able to hold himself back and attack him. With that thought in mind, Wang Mang was in a good mood. He pressed the button on the stone door. Rumble! Only then did the stone door of the dragon blood pool slowly open. In the next moment, two saint emperors appeared before him. When the two saw Wang Mang, they put on a fake smile and said, "Congratulations!" Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately showed a flattered expression. "Senior is too polite." Seeing how respectful Wang Mang was, the two saint emperors felt a little better. This was because Wang Mang had stayed in the dragon transformation pool for too long. It could be said that this had completely shattered their understanding. Although they were incomparably shocked, they were more envious and jealous. Unfortunately, they had already reached the Saint Emperor level. Even if they entered the dragon transformation pool, it was useless. Yes, the dragon transformation pool was only effective for immortal emperors. This was to prevent the dragon clan from being short of manpower in the future. However, when they carefully sensed Wang Mang, they could not help but frown. This was because they indeed had the aura of the dragon clan's bloodline, but the problem was that they were still not dragons. This made them very puzzled. What was going on? Entering the dragon transformation pool and still not transforming into a dragon? Then why did Wang Mang stay in there for so long? Moreover, Wang Mang had only broken through 4 small realms. This should not be. Of course, they did not know. Wang Mang relied on the dragon transformation pool to raise his aptitude to the level of a legendary prodigy. Although it was only an increase of 4 small realms, it was even more exaggerated than an increase of 6 small realms. 6 small realms could be achieved with sufficient resources. However, if one wanted to become a legendary prodigy, it would depend on one's aptitude. Wang Mang's aptitude was not bad. Although he was not a legendary prodigy, he was definitely one of the best in the same realm. Therefore, with the help of a huge amount of dragon blood, he became a legendary prodigy. Since you have already come out of seclusion, go to the Dragon Emperor Palace and meet the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor has already instructed you to meet the Dragon Emperor as soon as you come out of seclusion. The 2 Dragon Emperor powerhouses nodded slightly at Wang Mang and said indifferently. Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately nodded respectfully and then slipped away. After leaving the dragon transformation pool for seclusion, Wang Mang also went to the Dragon Emperor Palace immediately. At the same time, at the dragon transformation pool, the 2 Dragon Emperor powerhouses walked into the dragon transformation pool to take a look. However, when the 2 of them walked into the dragon transformation pool, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. F***CK. This was the dragon transformation pool. Where was the dragon blood? Where was the pure dragon blood that was close to 1,000 meters deep? The 2 of them were stunned on the spot. They looked at the dragon transformation pool in front of them in shock. They rubbed their eyes hard. After confirming that they were not seeing things, the 2 of them panicked and sweated profusely because the dragon transformation pool was almost dry. If this news spread to the dragon tribe, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. They had to report to the Dragon Emperor immediately. Damn it! This must be the work of some kid. In a panic, the 2 of them hurriedly ran toward the Dragon Emperor Palace. At this moment, in the Dragon Emperor Palace, Torch Dragon felt Wang Mang's powerful aura. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good. You did not let me down. Your strength has reached the 5th heaven of the immortal Emperor realm. Not bad, not bad. With this strength, you are more than qualified to be the supreme elder of the dragon tribe." Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately said respectfully, "Thank you for your guidance, Senior." Torch Dragon, who was about to speak, suddenly frowned. After carefully sensing, he found that although Wang Mang's body had the dragon blood aura, it was not too strong. What was going on? Could it be that the dragon transformation pool did not allow him to completely transform? Just as Torch Dragon was puzzled, two figures suddenly rushed in from outside. These two were the sage emperors in charge of guarding the place of seclusion, the dragon transformation pool. After seeing the two of them, Torch Dragon was first stunned, then frowned and scolded. "The two of you are also elders of the dragon tribe. How can you be so flustered? Tell me, what's the matter?" After seeing the two old men suddenly appear, Wang Mang immediately knew that something was wrong. He suspected that the two old men had probably found out that the dragon transformation pool had dried up. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's forehead was dripping with sweat, and he began to be on tenterhooks. Just as expected, in the next moment, the two sage emperors of the dragon tribe looked at Torch Dragon with pale faces and said in a trembling voice, reporting to the dragon emperor, "The dragon blood in the dragon transformation pool has dried up." Torch Dragon said disapprovingly, "So what if the dragon blood pool has dried up? What?" Torch Dragon also reacted towards the end of his sentence. He instantly stood up, his face full of disbelief. "What did you just say? Say it again." Hearing this, the two sage emperors of the dragon tribe said bitterly, reporting to the dragon emperor, "The dragon transformation pool has dried up." Saying this, the two sage emperors of the dragon transformation pool stopped. Then they looked at Wang Mang with a ferocious expression and gritted their teeth. "Dragon Emperor, the drying up of the dragon transformation pool must be caused by this kid." Chapter 647. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang immediately felt bitter inwardly and started to panic. He could tell from the Torch Dragon's reaction how important the dragon transformation pool was to the dragon tribe. Wang Mang immediately put on a terrified expression and hurriedly explained, "I don't know about that." Then Wang Mang met the Torch Dragon's cold gaze and continued to explain, "When I entered the dragon transformation pool, I only felt my body burning, but my strength was also increasing. That's why I've been enduring the boiling dragon's blood, living a life worse than death. I don't know how much time had passed, but when I woke up again, I found out about the burning pain. But at the same time, I found out that there wasn't much dragon blood left in the dragon transformation pool." Wang Mang's words were not a lie. That was the truth. Even so, Wang Mang's forehead was covered in sweat. That was because he could feel the Torch Dragon's strong killing intent towards him. Even though Wang Mang had reached the 9th heaven of the immortal emperor realm, he still felt a bone-chilling coldness from the Torch Dragon's cold, killing intent. It was as if he could not move at all. Thus, when Wang Mang was explaining, he had also made preparations. Once the Torch Dragon attacked, he would immediately run to the sacred Emperor continent. Fortunately, the Torch Dragon did not attack after listening to Wang Mang's explanation. On the contrary, the Torch Dragon immediately began to calculate with his fingers. After calculating, the Torch Dragon nodded with a gloomy expression and said in a deep voice, "It's exactly as you said, but you've caused great losses to the dragon tribe. So, although you don't know, you have to make up for your mistakes. How about this? Go to the dragon tomb and find the ancestral dragon's body for the dragon tribe. If you can find the ancestral dragon's body, you'll make up for your mistakes." What do you think? After hearing the Torch Dragon's words, the two sacred emperor old men from the dragon tribe who wanted to kill Wang Mang fell strangely silent. This immediately made Wang Mang realize that this so-called dragon tomb was somewhat unusual. Moreover, it was definitely not a good place. In fact, Wang Mang's guess was right. The so-called Dragon Tomb was a place where the Dragon Clan had fallen. Even those who were about to pass away would have to enter the Dragon's Tomb. Members of the Dragon Clan who were loyal to the Dragon Clan would choose to put their own dragon blood into the dragon transformation pool before entering the Dragon Tomb. The Dragon Tomb was the final resting place of the Dragon Clan. It was also the place where the fallen dragons of the Dragon Clan were buried. More importantly, no one who entered the Dragon Tomb had ever come out alive. Of course, Wang Mang didn't know about this. However, the upper echelons of the Dragon Clan were basically clear about this. As for why no one who entered the Dragon's Tomb ever came out alive, however, no one knew about this except for the Dragon Emperors of each generation. For example, Torch Dragon knew why. That was because there was a mighty figure of the dragon race in the Dragon's Tomb who was in seclusion. From the peak of the Dragon Clan to the decline of the Dragon Clan, this mighty figure of the Dragon Clan had never come out. However, the strength of this mighty from the Dragon tribe was once on par with the ancestor dragon. However, it had never appeared in the world. Even when the ancestral dragon fell, it had never appeared in the world. It could be said that in the entire Dragon Clan, apart from the dead ancestral dragon, only Torch Dragon knew about this. As for why Torch Dragon sent Wang Mang into the Dragon Tomb, of course, it was to send Wang Mang to his death. That was because Wang Mang had sucked dry the dragon transformation pool. In the end, he still didn't become a dragon. That made Torch Dragon extremely dissatisfied. His good impression of Wang Mang had also disappeared. However, it would be a pity if he killed him. It would not be worth it to extract the dragon blood that was absorbed. Because of that, he thought of throwing Wang Mang into the Dragon Tomb. As for whether to kill Wang Mang or not, it was better to leave the decision to his third brother. Even if he didn't kill him, it would be a good choice to let his third brother devour him. That was because even he didn't know how strong his third brother was. However, he knew that his third brother had yet to break through to the Saint Realm. Otherwise, there would be no news of his third brother at all. At the same time, just as Wang Mang was guessing what kind of place this so-called Dragon Tomb was, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Ding! The host's current situation has been detected. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. In the face of Torch Dragon's killing intent, gladly agree and enter the Dragon Tomb to wait for death. Mission time, obtained upon completion. Mission reward. What reward do you want when you're already dead? Mission 2. In the face of Torch Dragon's killing intent, resolutely refuse and kill Torch Dragon. Mission time, obtained upon completion. Mission reward, 2 billion energy points. Immortal King Treasure, Chest X1. Immortal King Blind Box, X1. Mission 3. In the face of Torch Dragon's killing intent, choose to escape and successfully escape from Torch Dragon's killing intent. Mission time, obtained upon completion. Mission reward, 100 million energy points. Immortal Treasure, Chest X1. After listening to the system's mission, Wang Mang was so scared that he almost screamed like a pig. What a guy! Torch Dragon actually wanted to kill him? Damn it! Just because of a dragon transformation pool. He fell out with him? Thinking of this, Wang Mang was extremely flustered. He knew that since Torch Dragon had the intention to kill him, then he definitely could not continue to stay in the dragon race. Was there a need to choose among the 3 missions? How could the first mission make him wait for death? The second mission made him kill Torch Dragon. That was even more impossible. If he could kill Torch Dragon, why would he need to panic? Therefore, there was no doubt that Wang Mang's choice was obvious. He could only choose the third mission. Sigh, looks like I have to run away again. Thinking of this, Wang Mang felt extremely helpless. He was an immortal emperor-level expert, but he still could not escape the fate of running away. Thinking of this, what else could Wang Mang say? He could only accept reality. Thinking of this, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, I choose the third mission." In the next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced ding. "Congratulations, host! You have successfully chosen the mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, Torch Dragon's cold voice suddenly sounded. "What? Don't tell me you're not willing to do something for the dragon race?" Hearing Torch Dragon's words, Wang Mang instantly came back to his senses and raised his head to look at Torch Dragon. When he saw the other party's extremely cold eyes, Wang Mang quickly cupped his hands and said, "It's my duty, it's my duty. However, Senior, I hope that you can bring your subordinate, No Sure, with you so that we can take care of each other. Also, Senior, after all, I've joined the dragon race, but I don't know where the dragon tomb is. Therefore, I hope that the fifth Supreme Elder can bring me to the dragon tomb. Coincidentally, I can also strive to resolve my grudge with the fifth Supreme Elder." Chapter 648. After that, Wang Mang looked at Zhu Long with a serious look. At the same time, Zhu Long's frown gradually eased. He was going to send Wang Mang into the dragon's tomb personally. But now that Wang Mang said so, he did not object, because Zhu Long knew how deep the conflict between Wang Mang and the fifth Supreme Elder was. Therefore, it was impossible for the fifth Supreme Elder to reconcile with him. Therefore, he was relieved to let the fifth Supreme Elder send Wang Mang into the dragon's tomb. Moreover, Wang Mang's words showed that Wang Mang was still in the dark. In this way, he could also resolve the fifth Supreme Elder's dissatisfaction. Since that was the case, why not do it? At the thought of this, Zhu Long waved his hand and chuckled indifferently. "Ao Zwa, Ao you go and call the fifth Supreme Elder here. Call Emperor Wu Shi, Elder Wang Mang's subordinate. Over to." Seeing this, Wang Mang looked respectful on the surface, but he could not help but feel his scalp tingle. This guy really killed without spilling blood. If it were not for the system's reminder, Wang Mang would be on guard. But he would not think that Zhu Long wanted to kill him. After all, what was done could not be undone. Zhu Long really wanted to kill him, but he did not show it on the surface. At this time, the two Holy Emperor Elders left the Dragon Palace. Not long after, Wang Mang saw the two Saint Emperor-level Dragon Clan experts return. Then, the fifth Supreme Elder, Emperor Wu Shi, and the Black Emperor followed behind. "Fifth Supreme Elder, please take him to the dragon's tomb." Hearing that, the fifth highest elder immediately nodded slightly. Then, he coldly said to Wang Mang, "Follow me." Hearing this, Wang Mang looked embarrassed. He waved at Emperor Wu Shi, and then followed the fifth Supreme Elder out of the Dragon Palace. After leaving the Dragon Emperor Palace, Wang Mang let out a sigh of relief. However, Wang Mang knew that he hadn't gone too far. This was definitely not a place to escape. Moreover, Wang Mang didn't just want to run away. Zhu Long wanted to kill him. There was no way for the Dragon Clan to reconcile. So, what if he killed the venerable Dragon Clan's elders while he was at it? Thinking of this, Wang Mang silently followed behind the fifth Supreme Elder. Moreover, the fifth Supreme Elder was getting further and further away from the Dragon Emperor Palace. At this moment, he saw that Wang Mang had no idea what was going on. The fifth Supreme Elder couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This guy doesn't even know that he's about to die. At this moment, he could already imagine the look of despair on Wang Mang's face when he entered the Dragon Tomb. This was because none of the members of the Dragon Clan who had entered the Dragon Tomb had ever come out alive. Therefore, unless the Dragon Clan was about to die, they would not enter the dragon tomb. Although he didn't know how this guy had offended Torch Dragon, he didn't dare to offend Torch Dragon. However, he was now able to personally send Wang Mang to his death. This kind of feeling made him feel very relieved. However, just as he was feeling happy, Wang Mang's voice suddenly sounded. "Fifth Supreme Elder, I didn't know which kid was your descendant back then. Otherwise, I would definitely have spared his life." Hearing this, Ao Shan's face stiffened. The corner of his mouth twitched. He suppressed his anger and snorted. Similarly, Ao Shan comforted himself in his heart. There's no need to be angry with a dead person. This scene was naturally seen by Wang Mang. Wang Mang pretended to sigh, helplessly. "Fifth Supreme Elder, you won't blame me, right? I'm sincerely apologizing to you." Hearing this, Ao Shan's face turned gloomy, especially when he thought of the scene where his descendant had died tragically at the hands of Wang Mang. Ao Shan's hatred for Wang Mang grew even more. He could not help but say coldly. He couldn't help but say in a cold voice, "11th Supreme Elder, why are you pretending?" He couldn't help but say coldly, "If you really feel guilty, why did you run away back then? Wouldn't it be better to atone for your sins with your death?" Hearing this, Wang Mang sneered in his heart and pretended to be helpless. "Isn't it because I'm still useful and want to serve the Dragon Clan? Furthermore, I'm now an elder of the Dragon Clan. If I die, wouldn't it be a great loss to the Dragon Clan? Furthermore, I'm already dead. I have no value to the Dragon Clan. How can a dead person compare to me?" Right. Even though Wang Mang's tone was helpless, Ao Shan still noticed the pride in his tone. Ao Shan was so angry that his teeth itched. He wanted to slap Wang Mang to death. However, after taking a few deep breaths, he resisted the urge to kill Wang Mang. "Bastard, I'll let you be proud for a while more. After entering the dragon tomb, you'll die in despair." With this thought in mind, along the way, Ao Shan ignored Wang Mang's words and walked faster and faster. An hour later, Wang Mang arrived in front of the dragon tomb. The appearance of the dragon tomb was an incomparably huge stone dragon. As for the entrance to the dragon tomb, it was at the mouth of the huge dragon. Seeing this scene, Ao Shan turned around with a cold expression and said to Wang Mang, "This is the dragon tomb. Go in." Hearing this, Wang Mang sized it up for a while and could not help but laugh. "Fifth Supreme Elder, why don't you go in with me?" Hearing this, Ao Shan immediately shook his head and said, "I won't go in with you if you can complete the Dragon Emperor's orders. The grudge between us will be written off." Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately pretended to be happy and said, "Really?" Of course, Ao Shan nodded, but his eyes were filled with playfulness. Wang Mang immediately smiled and nodded, "That's great. That's great. Before we enter the dragon's tomb, I have something to give to the fifth elder." Hearing this, Ao Shan was stunned and asked doubtfully, "What is it?" Hearing this, Wang Mang smiled and took out a golden mask. He slowly put it on his face and said with a smile, "Fifth Supreme Elder, what do you think of this mask?" After sizing it up, Ao Shan nodded and said, "It's not bad. Is it for me? If so, quickly give it to me. You should enter the dragon tomb as soon as possible." Saying this, Ao Shan stretched out his hand toward Wang Mang and signaled him to give him what he wanted to give. This was because Ao Shan was already impatient. He only hoped that Wang Mang would enter the dragon tomb as soon as possible. To put it bluntly, he actually wanted to say to Wang Mang, "Stop wasting time. Stop wasting my time. Hurry up and enter the dragon tomb to die." At this moment, Wang Mang suddenly smiled and said, "Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll send you on your way." Wang Mang instantly attacked. He slapped his palm toward Ao Shan's head. Moreover, he attacked with his full strength. Bang! With one slap, Ao Shan did not even have time to react. His head was blasted into a bloody mist by Wang Mang. However, just as Ao Shan was about to reassemble his head, Wang Mang instantly transformed into his huge body. Then, Wang Mang opened his bloody mouth. He swallowed Ao Shan into his stomach in one gulp. At this moment, a late-stage immortal emperor expert. In an instant, he died on the spot. Even his primordial spirit did not escape. At the same time, the system's voice also sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring a seventh heaven immortal emperor expert. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained 70 million energy value. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Mission successfully completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained 200 million energy value. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained immortal treasure chest X1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Obtained immortal blind box X1. Chapter 649. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang could not help but be elated. Damn it, do you really think I'm stupid? To be honest, Wang Mang could guess. Why is this guy so tolerant of me? Obviously, he knew that if he entered the dragon's tomb, he would definitely die. That was why Ao Shan did not bother to be calculative with someone who was about to die. However, Wang Mang was not stupid. He was already prepared. It could be said that ever since Zhu Long wanted to kill Wang Mang was already prepared to run away. Now, before he ran away, he could kill Ao Shan and complete the mission. This was a pleasant surprise for Wang Mang. At this moment, Wang Mang could vaguely feel the space in the distance distorting. Then, Wang Mang raised his head and saw a scene that made his heart tremble. The space in front of him started to distort. In the next moment, Wang Mang saw the space in front of him shatter. Then, a huge dragon claw covered in scales stretched out from it. The dragon claw had a terrifying aura. After it appeared, it went straight for Wang Mang. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang immediately turned pale with fright. Not good. In the next moment, Wang Mang did not have time to think. He grabbed Wu Shi, Heavenly Emperor, and activated the World Teleportation Stone. Then, Wang Mang, Wu Shi, Heavenly Emperor, and the Black Emperor disappeared from where they were. Rumble! At the same time, the terrifying dragon claw instantly turned the place where Wang Mang was into ruins. A terrifying aura swept out, causing the seawater in the area to become turbulent and turbulent. Then, a figure gradually appeared from the space. It was Zhu Long, who looked terrible. He did not expect that he would fail to kill a mid-stage immortal emperor. What made him even more furious was that the dragon tribe had lost another late-stage immortal emperor. When he sensed that the fifth elder had died, he knew that something bad had happened. Almost without hesitation, he used spatial leap, but the result made him extremely furious. Wang Mang actually killed the fifth supreme elder, and even escaped from his suppression. In this way, the dragon clan could be said to have suffered heavy losses. Don't forget, Wang Mang had absorbed the power of the dragon clan's dragon transformation pool. At the thought of this, Torch Dragon's heart bled. He regretted it. If he had known earlier, he would have killed Wang Mang no matter what. Furthermore, he shouldn't have led Wang Mang into the dragon clan's territory. This time, the dragon clan's losses were too great. Have I really gone senile? He actually used all his moves and caused the dragon clan to suffer heavy losses. Looking at the place where Wang Mang disappeared, Zhu Long's face turned ugly, and he could not help but mutter to himself. Clearly, the losses that Wang Mang had brought to the dragon clan had made Torch Dragon begin to doubt himself. At the same time, Sacred Emperor Continent, Great General Dongcheng's residence. In the place of seclusion, suddenly, Wang Mang and Heavenly Monarch Wu Shi appeared out of thin air. Oh, there was also the Black Emperor. Damn, that almost scared me to death. That old thing is too terrifying. The Black Emperor could not help but look terrified as he said with lingering fear. Obviously, he was also quite frightened by Torch Dragon. The main reason was that Torch Dragon had attacked too quickly. Moreover, he had attacked without anyone noticing. That terrifying pressure had completely locked him in place, making it difficult for him to even move a muscle. If Heavenly Monarch Wu Shi had not pulled him back at the critical moment, he, Heavenly Monarch Wu Shi, and Wang Mang would have all died. This was clearly a terrifying existence that had surpassed the immortal emperor. Hearing that, Wang Mang could not help but secretly rejoice. If he had not reacted quickly enough, he would have been King dead by now. This dog was worse than Torch Dragon. He did not care about martial ethics at all. After all, he could not be blamed for the depletion of the dragon transformation pool. He did not do it on purpose. If Torch Dragon had not wanted to kill him, Wang Mang really did not mind being the Grand Supreme Elder of the Dragon Clan. After all, when he was in seclusion, Torch Dragon had saved him at a critical moment. Therefore, Wang Mang was still somewhat grateful to Torch Dragon. However, now Wang Mang was not only grateful to Torch Dragon. He wanted nothing more than to kill Torch Dragon. The two of them were now irreconcilable enemies. If it were anyone else, they might more or less feel guilty. However, Wang Mang did not feel guilty at all. That was because when Zhu Long attacked him, he was shocked. His fate with Torch Dragon had already come to an end. His relationship with the Dragon Clan had also come to an end. Now, there was only endless hatred. My lord, why did the Dragon Clan suddenly attack you? Didn't they value you very much some time ago, my lord? At this moment, Heavenly Monarch Wu Shi also asked in confusion. Hearing that, Wang Mang was extremely embarrassed. Could he tell Heavenly Monarch Wu Shi he had sucked the dragon transformation pool dry? Was that why Torch Dragon wanted to kill him? After rolling his eyes, Wang Mang could not help but sigh. It's like this. After Wang Mang added some details, he gave a rough explanation of what had happened. After hearing that, Heavenly Monarch Wu Shi could not help but say angrily, the Dragon Clan is really shameless. They're actually jealous of my lord's talent. After seeing my lord's strength increase greatly after entering the dragon transformation pool, they actually wanted to kill him. Hearing that, Wang Mang sighed helplessly. Isn't that right? These guys are too shameless. I didn't expect them to do such a thing. If I had known, I would have hidden the fact that my talent is heaven-defying. At this point, Wang Mang's mood became much better. However, this world is much better. This is a small piece of land, so I still have some say in it. Heavenly Monarch Wu Shi suddenly understood. No wonder I felt that this world was different, so we're no longer in the same world. At this point, Heavenly Monarch Wu Shi was secretly impressed by Wang Mang. After all, Wang Mang's technique was simply miraculous to him. His technique allowed him to escape to another world in an instant. Even a rank 5 immortal emperor would have a hard time doing that. That was because no one knew how far apart the two worlds were. It might be across the endless universe. That was why Heavenly Monarch Wu Shi admired Wang Mang. Ding! Heavenly Monarch Wu Shi is in awe of the host's mystery. Loyalty +5. Current loyalty 90. Ding! Heavenly Monarch Wu Shi is extremely touched that the host did not abandon him when he was in danger. Loyalty +5. Current loyalty 95. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang was over the moon. He did not expect to run to the sacred Emperor continent this time. On the other hand, he had also resolved heavenly monarch Wu Shi's loyalty. At this thought, Wang Mang was even happier. This trip to the West was a great adventure. Although it was dangerous, the rewards were great. Just as Wang Mang was feeling proud of himself, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Detected host's current situation. Host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. Choose to ignore the Greenwood City that is about to be invaded. Mission time, available upon selection. Mission reward, 10 million energy points. Superb blind box X1. Mission 2. Choose to provide support to the Greenwood City in the North City that is about to be invaded. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 50 million energy points. Diamond treasure chest X1. Mission 3. Choose to provide support to the Greenwood City in the West City that is about to be invaded. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 100 million energy points. Immortal treasure chest X1. Mission 4. Choose to provide support to the Greenwood City that is about to be invaded. Take the opportunity to become the City Lord when a City Lord falls. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 300 million energy points. Immortal King treasure, chest X1. Chapter 650. After listening to the system's mission, Wang Mang was stunned. Good heavens! He had just returned, and now he was in trouble? However, there was something that Wang Mang could not understand. The Cyanwood City was so powerful, yet there was actually a force that dared to invade it. One must know that the number of rank 5 experts in the Cyanwood City was definitely no less than 20. It was even possible that there were more. Thus, even among the tens of thousands of forces, the Cyanwood City could be considered as one of the top forces in the Sacred Emperor continent. Then, which force dared to provoke the Cyanwood City? Furthermore, in Wang Mang's opinion, if they really dared to provoke the Cyanwood City, then the other party's force would definitely be extremely terrifying. Thus, Wang Mang sank into deep thought. The 3 missions were all different. The first mission, freeloading, was obviously impossible. He would never do that in his entire life. After all, the reward was really too little. The second mission, heading to the Cyanwood City's North City to provide assistance, also had a very little reward. This meant that the North City's invasion should not be too strong. Judging from the difficulty of the mission, the third mission, the Cyanwood City's West City, should have been invaded the most. Otherwise, why would the reward be so much higher than the North City's mission? However, the third mission was also not Wang Mang's cup of tea. Compared to the fourth mission, Wang Mang preferred the fourth mission. That was because the reward for the fourth mission was the most. Furthermore, once he became a city lord, it would be much better than being a vice city lord. Although he could go to the East City Lord's old man to report to receive the position of vice city lord, however, how powerful was Wang Mang now? The battle prowess of a ninth heaven immortal emperor. Was a vice city lord worthy? A vice city lord was simply not worthy of his status. At the very least, he had to be a city lord to barely be worthy of Wang Mang's strength. Thinking of this, Wang Mang had already made his choice. He said in his heart, "System, I choose the fourth mission." In the next instant, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. "Congratulations on successfully choosing the mission. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to receive the reward." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang's mood was still quite good, but at this moment, the old servant's voice came from outside the seclusion room. "Master?" Hearing this, Wang Mang waved his hand, and the stone door to the seclusion room opened. Looking at the old servant, Wang Mang frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" The old servant respectfully lowered his head and said, "Master, the East City Lord wants you to go over." Although he was also very curious as to why so many people had come to the Lord's place of seclusion, all this while he was still in seclusion. However, the old servant was smart enough not to ask. He knew that a Type 5 powerhouse was not someone he could guess. Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately understood. He guessed that it was very likely that it had something to do with the invasion of Cyanwood City. Thinking of this, Wang Mang didn't think too much about it. He waved his hand and said, "Very well, I understand. You may leave." "Understood." The old servant nodded respectfully, then turned and left. Wang Mang nodded at Wu Shi Heavenly Emperor and said, "Let's go. Come with me to take a look." Wu Shi Heavenly Emperor nodded slightly and left with Wang Mang. After leaving the seclusion room, Wang Mang immediately left the East City Lord's residence. After leaving the East City Lord's residence, Wang Mang went to the East City Lord's residence. The East City Lord was already waiting in the main hall. When he saw Wang Mang and Wu Shi Heavenly Emperor, he was slightly stunned. After regaining his senses, the East City Lord looked at Wang Mang in shock. This was because he could see that Wang Mang's cultivation level had reached the 5th heaven of the immortal Emperor realm. With such a cultivation level, he could even be the City Lord, let alone the Deputy City Lord. However, the East City Lord was still in disbelief. How did Wang Mang do it? One should know that Wang Mang's cultivation level was only at the peak of the 4th heaven not long ago, but now he had reached the middle stage of the 5th heaven immortal Emperor realm. Wasn't this crossing of realms a bit too exaggerated? The East City Lord even had a hunch that Wang Mang might not be able to be the Deputy City Lord for long. Once the other City Lords were defeated, Wang Mang might become the City Lord of one of the regions. Especially recently, the Black Dragon City had been eager to attack Greenwood City. Moreover, the Black Dragon City had already attacked Greenwood City. Thinking of this, the East City Lord was silent for a while and said, "Wang Mang, Greenwood City and Black Dragon City are now in conflict. I will personally guard the East City. However, I am worried that the other cities will fall. So, Wang Mang, you have also broken through to the immortal Emperor realm. You can help. How about this? I will take care of the East City. You can go to the West City or North City to help." Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately nodded and said, "As you wish, East City Lord." The East City Lord waved his hand at Wang Mang and said, "Go." Wang Mang then left the East City Lord mansion with Emperor Wu Shi. After that, Wang Mang brought Emperor Wu Shi and went to the West City and North City. As for why the South City did not need help, it was because the South City Lord's strength was not much weaker than the East City Lord's. He was also a late-stage immortal emperor. Half an hour later, Wang Mang finally arrived at the West City. After arriving at the West City, Wang Mang was stunned. In the West City, there were 7 to 8 rank 5 experts fighting. Among them, there were 4 middle-stage immortal emperors and 4 early-stage immortal emperors. At this moment, they were fighting to the death near the West City Gate. However, looking at the situation of the battle, it seemed that the two sides were evenly matched. However, not long after, the situation of the battle changed instantly. In the West City, several middle-stage immortal emperors appeared. Moreover, these middle-stage immortal emperors were obviously the top forces in the West City. Moreover, they took the initiative to help the West City Lord. Therefore, the situation of the battle changed quickly. The 4 middle-stage immortal emperors from the Black Dragon City started to lose and chose to retreat. Seeing this, Wang Mang felt a little regretful. He wanted to wait for the West City Lord to be defeated so that he could take over the West City. Unfortunately, it seemed that the the West City Lord had good connections in the West City. Thinking of this, Wang Mang could only place his hope on the North City. Thinking of this, Wang Mang went to the North City with Emperor Wu Shi. In Wang Mang's opinion, the newly appointed Holy Lord's connections were definitely not that good. After all, he was just the newly appointed Holy Lord. Sure enough, when he arrived at the North City, Wang Mang saw the scene that he wanted to see. He saw the North City Lord and the newly appointed North City Lord. At this moment, they were being beaten back by the Black Dragon City's experts. Moreover, there were many experts who came to the Greenwood City to attack the North City. They sent out a total of 6 middle-stage Immortal Emperors, 3 middle-stage Immortal Emperors, and 3 early-stage Immortal Emperors. At this moment, if the Holy Lord did not have help, he would have been crushed. However, looking at the current situation, if he did not intervene, the Black Dragon City's experts might not be able to defeat the North City Lord. Just as Wang Mang was considering whether or not to intervene, suddenly a figure in a black robe appeared. The terrifying aura of this black-robed figure had reached the 8th heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm. After this expert appeared, he did not hesitate and directly attacked the Holy Lord. Chapter 651. Similarly, after seeing this 8th heaven Immortal Emperor expert, the sacred leader was so scared that he peed his pants. What made the sacred leader even more terrified was that this guy directly attacked him. An 8th heaven Immortal Emperor expert attacking him. Wasn't this like a father hitting his son? Hence, the sacred leader, who was originally full of fighting spirit, turned around and ran without saying a word, because he couldn't fight against a late-stage Immortal Emperor expert at all. His strength was indeed not bad, but the problem was that this was only a mid-stage Immortal Emperor. Even if it was a peak 6th heaven Immortal Emperor, he wasn't afraid, because his strength had already reached the 6th heaven Immortal Emperor level. But with the strength of an 8th heaven Immortal Emperor, it was too easy to deal with a 6th heaven Immortal Emperor. This was also the reason why he chose to run without hesitation. Seeing the sacred leader run away, the 8th heaven Immortal Emperor expert didn't chase after him. On the contrary, this was what he wanted to see. As long as he occupied the Greenwood City's North City, naturally, he wouldn't spit out what he had taken. Moreover, the Greenwood City's North City was a big city. Once he occupied the North City, he could even move his family to the North City. After all, although the Black Dragon City was strong, the competition for resources was too fierce. Also, why did he attack the North City? This was because the North City had resources, and they were resources that the North City didn't know about. There was a level 10 immortal mine in the North City's territory. What was a level 10 immortal mine? To put it bluntly, the immortal stones that could be mined from the immortal mine were more than 1 billion. This was a level 10 immortal mine. The number of immortal stones mined from it was more than 10 digits. Hence, he didn't want to cause trouble. He just wanted to occupy the North City for a while. It would be best if he could mine this level 10 immortal mine. Then, he wouldn't mind giving up the North City Lord position. At the same time, Wang Mang, who was hiding in the dark, he was also ready to make a move. Since the sacred leader had been chased away, then he could legitimately support him and occupy the North City Lord position. Compared to the West City Lord position, Wang Mang preferred the North City Lord position, because between the West City Lord and the North City Lord, the North City Lord sounded better. What the hell is West City Lord? The sun sets in the west. Inauspicious. With this thought in mind, Wang Mang's heart stirred as he slowly put on the Immortal Emperor's mask. Emperor No Beginning's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. Of course, he knew about the magical mask in Wang Mang's hands. Every time he wore this mask, Wang Mang's strength would skyrocket. especially not long ago when he escaped from the Dragon Clan. He saw with his own eyes that after Wang Mang put on the mask, he launched a sneak attack and instantly killed Ao Shan. Before Wang Mang made his move, he said to Emperor No Beginning, wait here for me for a moment. Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi nodded when he heard that. Only then did Wang Mang take a step forward and appear in the sky, standing proudly in the air. Then Wang Mang attacked the black-robed late-stage Celestial Emperor. Similarly, Wang Mang's attack was even more earth-shattering. Wang Mang's huge hand expanded in the wind. The huge hand that contained a terrifying amount of dermic powers went to grab the black-robed late-stage Celestial Emperor. Seeing this, the black-robed late-stage Celestial Emperor was instantly enraged. "How dare you?" As he shouted angrily, the black-robed figure raised his hand and slapped at Wang Mang's huge hand. A huge palm that contained a vast amount of dermic powers whizzed out and collided with Wang Mang's huge hand. Rumble! Along with this earth-shattering explosion, the collision of the two huge palms created a terrifying dermic powers that swept out in all directions. Even the early stage and mid-stage Celestial Emperors who were still fighting turned pale and retreated hastily. However, with this collision, the outcome of the battle was obvious. The black-robed figure's huge palm was instantly destroyed by Wang Mang's huge dermic powers. This caused the black-robed figure's expression to change drastically. Then, he quickly made a hand seal and performed a defensive divine skill. A solid dermic powers boundary formed around him. Rumble! When Wang Mang's giant palm landed on the barrier, Wang Mang's giant palm slammed into the barrier. Only then did Wang Mang's palm of transcendence energy dissipate. At the same time, the black-robed figure's black robe was also torn apart by the terrifying dermic powers. In the next moment, the black-robed figure revealed his original appearance. This was an extremely ugly old man. His face was festered and twisted, looking a little horrifying. Seeing this, Wang Mang was stunned at first. Then, he couldn't help but laugh. "I was wondering why you were hiding your head and showing your tail. It turns out that you're an ugly monster." In the face of Wang Mang's mockery, the ugly old man wasn't angry. Instead, he looked at Wang Mang in shock. No, strictly speaking, he was looking at the immortal emperor mask on Wang Mang's face. As a late-stage Celestial Emperor, he naturally knew about the immortal emperor mask, because he had also entered the tomb of the Supreme Being. However, the immortal emperor mask wasn't something that he could covet. Therefore, although he had obtained many benefits from entering the tomb, however, he had only seen the four great masks. Therefore, the moment he saw the immortal emperor mask, he couldn't help but reveal a greedy look, because in his opinion, when Wang Mang wore the immortal emperor mask, his strength was only at the 9th heaven of the immortal emperor realm. This meant that when Wang Mang didn't wear the mask, his strength was only at the 7th heaven of the immortal emperor realm. Although this kind of strength was still much stronger than his, it wasn't to the extent that he couldn't reach. After all, the ones that were truly difficult to reach were the owners of the four masks. In fact, they were the immortal emperor mask and the demon emperor mask. The owners of these two masks had already reached the sage emperor realm. Moreover, they were close to the middle sage emperor realm. In comparison, Wang Mang, the owner of the immortal emperor mask, and the owner of the sage emperor mask weren't very strong. However, since the end of the Supreme Being's tomb, the owners of the immortal emperor mask and the sage emperor mask had disappeared. Similarly, the owners of the immortal emperor mask and the demon emperor mask had become very low-key. This also made many people who had other ideas give up helplessly. At this time, the owner of the immortal emperor mask had appeared, which made him excited. In comparison, even a level 10 immortal or wasn't as attractive to him as the immortal emperor mask. Because even if a level 10 immortal or was mined, the harvest would be far less than the immortal emperor mask. What? Are you interested in my immortal emperor mask? Seeing the greedy look in this guy's eyes, Wang Mang's murderous intent intensified. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Hearing this, the ugly old man smiled slightly. Then he said to the few middle and early immortal emperors in the distance, "You guys go and bring the news of the immortal emperor mask back to the Black Dragon City. Also, I'll hold him back. Don't let this guy escape." Hearing this, the rest of the early and middle immortal emperors nodded and quickly flew into the distance. Seeing this, Wang Mang was so angry that he laughed. "What? You think you can hold me back? Do you believe that you'll be dead before they come?" Hearing this, the incomparably ugly old man immediately laughed in disdain. Then he looked at Wang Mang with a smug face and couldn't help but laugh coldly. "This old man can't beat you, but holding you back isn't a problem. So, what if you're a ninth heaven immortal emperor? Do you think you can easily kill me? Haha, you think you're worthy?" Chapter 652. Facing this guy's mockery, Wang Mang really didn't expect this. He didn't expect this guy to look down on him so much. What a guy. To be honest, among the immortal emperors, Wang Mang was almost invincible, although he was only at the fifth heaven of the immortal emperor realm. But now he was a peerless genius, and with the immortal emperor mask, it was hard for him not to be invincible in the immortal emperor realm. He didn't know where this guy got the confidence to think that he could hold him back. Thinking of this, Wang Mang found it funny, and his killing intent became even stronger. When he chose to expose the immortal emperor mask, he was actually already prepared. Because Wang Mang wanted to secure the position of the North City Lord, he had to expose the existence of the immortal emperor mask. Therefore, Wang Mang didn't choose to keep hiding. In the next moment, Wang Mang attacked again. Moreover, this time, Wang Mang attacked with all his strength. He didn't hold back at all. He formed a seal with both hands and performed a divine ability. Buddhist kingdom in the palm. Wang Mang slowly raised his hand, and a terrifyingly huge hand appeared. This giant hand condensed from dermic powers, and immortal chi looked extremely solid, like a real giant hand. Then, this giant hand grabbed towards the ugly old man. Not only that, this terrifying pressure made even a late-stage immortal emperor expert's heart palpitate. Similarly, the ugly old man, who was originally extremely confident, suddenly revealed a look of horror when he saw this scene. Because he could feel that Wang Mang's terrifying divine ability could already threaten his life. Therefore, almost without hesitation, he chose to escape. He didn't have the slightest intention of fighting head-on with Wang Mang. But what made him both shocked and angry was that this giant hand seemed to be able to extend infinitely. It wasn't until he traveled through space that this divine ability didn't catch him. But Wang Mang also entered the space. Seeing the ugly old man still escaping in the space turbulence, Wang Mang suddenly laughed sinisterly. "Can you escape?" As he spoke, Wang Mang attacked again, forming hand seals with both hands. Void blades appeared around him, whistling through the air like sharp swords. The ugly old man had obviously sensed Wang Mang's attack. As he fled, he shouted angrily, "9 extreme protective shield." As soon as his voice fell, the original form enchantment condensed from spiritual power once again appeared around his body, wrapping him in it. Bang, 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 clang, clang, clang. Crisp sounds rang out one after another. He actually managed to block the void blades that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. One had to know that the blade of void was capable of piercing through magic power. From this, it could be seen that this ugly old man's defensive methods were truly extraordinary, and he had a lot of them. Seeing this, Wang Mang used his killer move again. 3 lives Buddha. Pass Buddha. 10,000 Buddhas take lives. After Wang Mang used his divine ability, one by one, the figures of Buddhas gathered behind Wang Mang. At a glance, there were more than 3,000 Buddhas. These Buddhas came in all shapes and sizes, half virtual and half real. The only similarity was that every Buddha had a murderous look on their faces, and their eyes were cold and angry. Moreover, these Buddhas did not have a trace of Buddha nature. On the contrary, there was only a strong, murderous intent. Kill. Following Wang Mang's angry roar, the Buddhas whizzed out one by one. Then, these Buddha phantoms all charged towards the ugly old man. What was even more terrifying was that these Buddhas seemed to have a certain level of self-consciousness, and they were full of murderous intent. It did not matter if the ugly old man was able to travel through space and hide in space or return to reality. He was still being chased by the Buddhas that filled the sky. They were like maggots that could not be shaken off. Ah, damn it! What kind of divine ability is this? How can it be so terrifying? At this moment, after being attacked by 2 Buddhas, the ugly old man was even more terrified. This was because the attacks from the 2 Buddha silhouettes had caused him to suffer quite a lot of injuries. If the 3,000 Buddha phantoms caught up to him and surrounded him, he would definitely die under this terrifying divine ability. This was also the most disgusting divine ability he had seen in a long time. It could actually summon Buddhas to kill him. The key was that these Buddhas were not weak, although he could also counterattack and kill these Buddhas. But the problem was that there were too many Buddhas. Once he stopped, he would be besieged. Once he was besieged, even if he did not die, he would be close to death. Therefore, the ugly old man suddenly panicked. Now, he finally knew how big the gap between him and Wang Mang was. It was only a small difference of a small realm. But from the beginning to the end, he had been killed by Wang Mang. There was no way out for him. With no other choice, the ugly old man fled while begging Wang Mang. Fellow Taoist, I submit. Please spare this old man's life. Hearing that, Wang Mang sneered and said, You're begging for mercy now? It's too late. You dare to have designs on my immortal emperor mask. How can I let you go? Hearing that, the ugly old man was flustered and exasperated. He cursed angrily, Don't go too far. Wang Mang sneered and said, So what if I bully you? Facing Wang Mang's aggressiveness, the ugly old man was furious, but there was nothing he could do. But in the next moment, something that made his scalp tingle even more happened. Wang Mang attacked him again. Moreover, his first attack was a divine ability. Yes, Wang Mang attacked again. This time, it was still a divine ability. Hand of the Void. Wang Mang formed hand seals and unleashed the Hand of Void. A giant hand suddenly appeared in front of the ugly old man, who was still running away, grabbing at him. After seeing the giant hand, the ugly old man turned pale with fright. He could feel that this Hand of the Void was absolutely extraordinary. Once he was caught, he would definitely be killed. Therefore, he subconsciously stopped and prepared to avoid this Hand of the Void. But in the next moment, the ugly old man could not help but let out a miserable shriek. It turned out that when he was hesitating, the 3,000 Buddha silhouettes had already caught up to him. This also caused the ugly old man to be instantly surrounded and attacked by the 3 Buddha silhouettes. Even the extremely powerful ugly old man finally lost all signs of life under the encirclement of the 3,000 Buddha silhouettes. The Buddha silhouettes that filled the sky attacked. The ugly old man was already blasted into pieces of flesh and blood. Even his primordial spirit and true spirit did not have the chance to escape. Seeing this scene, Wang Mang was completely stunned. This was the first time he used 10,000 Buddhas slaughter. However, Wang Mang did not expect that this peak killing move divine ability would be so awesome. When he used his full strength, he actually killed an existence of the 8th heaven immortal emperor. This power was simply terrifying. No wonder it could be compared to the Buddhist kingdom in a palm. In a great mood, Wang Mang left the spatial turbulence and returned to the real world. Then, Wang Mang stepped through space and arrived at the Greenwood North City in a few breaths of time. After seeing Wang Mang, the few Stage 5 experts guarding the North City gate respectfully went up to him and cupped their hands in respect. North City, second elder of the Luo family, greets fellow cultivator. North City, third elder of the Luo family, greets fellow cultivator. North City, Deputy City Lord Luo Su, thanks fellow cultivator for helping. Hearing this, Wang Mang nodded slightly and said indifferently, I was originally the Deputy City Lord of the East City, and originally came to reinforce the North City. However, the Holy Lord fled at the last moment, and is no longer the Lord of the North City. From today onwards, I am the new Lord of the North City. Just as he finished speaking, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! Mission successfully completed. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained 300 million energy value. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained Celestial King Grade Treasure Chest. Chapter 653. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was elated. Great. Very good. He had just killed a F** King rookie. He became the North City governor. He completed the mission. This was too easy. This was something Wang Mang hadn't expected. This mission could be said to be extraordinarily successful. The only thing that Wang Mang was unhappy about was the immortal emperor mask was exposed. There might be trouble in the future. Thinking up to this point, Wang Mang's joy dissipated significantly. He was worried that there would be too many people eyeing the immortal emperor mask. Therefore, the stronger he was, the better. Otherwise, what if the expert who wore the immortal emperor mask was a sage emperor? Or an emperor god? If it was really a god emperor level expert, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape in despair. Thinking of this, Wang Mang had an idea. He had to increase his strength as soon as possible. At least, he had to increase his strength by another level. In this way, his combat power would reach the Sage Emperor level. When that time came, it would be a form of deterrence, right? At least when Wang Mang reached the Sage Emperor level, the immortal Emperor level existences would not dare to find trouble with him. Thinking of this, Wang Mang glanced at the Stage 5 experts of the Luo family and waved his hand. You can leave now. You will still be the deputy city governor from now on. You can discuss with Wu Shi about the matters that I have not dealt with properly. After saying that, Wang Mang nodded at Emperor No Beginning in the distance. Emperor Wu Shi understood immediately. He flew up and appeared in front of Wang Mang. The North City governor looked at Emperor Wu Shi curiously. He cupped his hands and said, Luo Su greets Brother Wu Shi. Brother Luo Su greets Brother Wu Shi. Wu Shi replied politely. Seeing this, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction and said, Very good. Bring me to the governor's mansion. Yes, governor. Luo Su cupped his hands respectfully and led the way. As for the other Type 5 powerhouses of the Luo family, they nodded in satisfaction. They didn't care who the city lord was. Of course, if possible, they hoped that the city lord would be as strong as possible. In addition, it would be best if the position of vice city lord was someone from the Luo clan, because back then, the Holy Lord was able to ascend to the position of the North City Lord. The Sacred Lord had also roped in the Luo clan to become the Northern City Lord. Unfortunately, the Sacred Lord was a disappointment. How long had he been the Northern City Lord? He stepped down in less than a year. He was the fastest North City Lord to step down in history. Furthermore, they were extremely dissatisfied with the holy leader's action of running away without a fight. Fine. Although if they were in his shoes, they would also choose to flee without fighting. But the problem was that the Holy Lord was the North City Lord. It was the act of betraying a teammate at a crucial moment. This also allowed them to clearly see the cowardly face of the Sacred Lord. But at this moment, a loud laugh sounded from afar. "How should I address you, fellow Taoist?" Hearing this, Wang Mang looked up and saw the Sacred Lord, who had left and returned, flying over with a smile on his face. Seeing this, the people of the Luo clan were all stunned. They didn't expect the Sacred Lord to return. This was indeed a little shameless. He waited for the trouble to disappear before returning. He was so shameless that he didn't even have the slightest bit of shame. After seeing the Sacred Lord, Wang Mang suddenly narrowed his eyes and said in a mocking tone, "How should I address you? You can call me the North City Lord." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the smiling Sacred Lord was instantly enraged. He said with an ugly expression, "Fellow Taoist, you really know how to joke. If you are the City Lord, then what am I?" Hearing this, Wang Mang instantly grinned and said, "How would I know what you are? You are a fart?" After hearing Wang Mang's mockery, the Sacred Lord's face darkened. No matter how stupid he was, he understood. Wang Mang was here to seize the opportunity to seize the North City Lord's position. However, the Sacred Lord was very unwilling to let the City Lord's position be taken away just like that. Because for the City Lord's position, he had put in a lot of effort and even paid a hefty price. But now, he had not even gotten back his investment, and the City Lord's position was already taken away. This was something he would never allow. The reason why he returned was to see the situation. If the City Lord's position was taken away, he would leave even if he was unwilling. The problem was that the City Lord's position was not taken away. Of course, he wanted to return and continue to be the City Lord. However, Wang Mang wanted to take away his City Lord's position. In an instant, the furious Sacred Lord almost attacked Wang Mang directly. Fortunately, he restrained himself in time, because Wang Mang's strength was too strong. A ninth heaven immortal emperor, just the aura on his body was already stronger than the East City Lords. "I am the rightful City Lord of Greenwood City." At this moment, the exasperated Sacred Lord gritted his teeth and said. Hearing this, Wang Mang instantly grinned and said, "So what? You ran away at the last minute and still have the face to come back and be the City Lord? Get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Hearing this, the Sacred Lord looked at Wang Mang with resentment and turned to leave without hesitation. Seeing this, Wang Mang's eyes turned cold, and he immediately attacked without hesitation, because Wang Mang clearly saw the resentment in the Sacred Lord's eyes. Therefore, since he had already offended him. Moreover, there was once a conflict. Of course, Wang Mang did not mind getting rid of the threat. Therefore, he looked at the Sacred Lord, who turned around and was about to leave without any warning. Wang Mang instantly turned into a huge snakehead, opened his bloody mouth, and swallowed the Sacred Lord from behind. It was so fast that even the Sage Emperor could not react in time, and the Sacred Lord was swallowed. At the same time, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. "Congratulations to the host. Successfully swallowed a sixth Heaven Immortal Emperor expert. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Obtained 50 million energy points." After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang nodded to himself. Then he looked at Deputy City Lord Dong and the rank 5 experts of the Luo family, who were scared out of their wits. He smiled and said, If there is nothing else, you may go back. Now, bring me to the City Lord's mansion. After saying that, Wang Mang looked at Deputy City Lord Bei. Deputy City Lord Bei did not hesitate and brought Wang Mang and Emperor Wu Shi into the North City Lord's mansion. Wang Mang walked around the North City Lord's mansion and then gestured for Deputy City Lord Bei to leave. After that, Wang Mang left Emperor Wu Shi behind and then went into seclusion in the City Lord's mansion. Obviously, Wang Mang was preparing to go into seclusion. He wanted to see if he could go into seclusion again and make a breakthrough. However, one should not underestimate a breakthrough. This was because this breakthrough would determine whether Wang Mang's strength could reach the Holy Emperor level. Once Wang Mang broke through to the sixth heaven of the Immortal Emperor level, his combat power would be able to reach the Holy Emperor level. When he thought of this, Wang Mang silently said in his heart, "System, show me my personal information." In the next moment, his personal information appeared in front of him. Wang Mang, disciple of the sage, City Lord of North City. Type, Void Python, limit 700 meters. Realm, fifth heaven of the Immortal Emperor level. Body, health points, 15,000. Energy points, 15,000. Length, 660 meters. Width, 31 meters. Weight, 20 million tons. Ordinary superpowers: God-controlling seal, Hand of the Void, Blade of the Void, Void Escape, Skyline, Shape-shifting. Top superpowers: 3 lives Supreme Buddha, Greater Mastery, Hongjun 3 corpses, None, Wrath of the Celestial Demon, Complete, Space, Rank 5 Pill Recipe X1, One-time Top Unlucky Card X1, Forgotten Love Water X1, Celestial Blind Box X1, Celestial Treasure Chest X1, Celestial King Treasure Chest X1. Equipment: Top World Multicolored Stone X1, Divine Martial Sword, Mask of the Celestial Emperor. Luck, 299. Heavenly Fortune. Energy points, 105 billion/1. 5 billion. Chapter 654. After reading his personal information, Wang Mang nodded in satisfaction. His energy value had reached 105 billion. He was only 450 million away from the next evolution. If he was lucky, this was a treasure chest of a higher level than the Immortal King grade. Who knew? He might be able to make a fortune out of it. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was in a pretty good mood because of the existence of the Immortal King grade treasure chest. 450 million energy value. Wang Mang was more or less confident and looked forward to it. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly said in his heart, "System, open the Immortal King grade treasure chest." The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. "Congratulations, host, successfully opened the Immortal King grade treasure chest." Ding. "Congratulations, host, obtained 10 million energy value." Ding. "Congratulations, host, obtained 50 million energy value." Ding. "Congratulations, host, obtained 40 million energy value." Ding. "Congratulations, host, obtained 7 pieces of the 7 fairies' undergarments." Ding. "Congratulations, host, obtained 1 piece of the Mother of Otter transformation device." Ding. "Congratulations, host, obtained 50 million energy value." Ding. "Congratulations, host, obtained 1 piece of the Peak Stage 5 Falling Saint Pill." Note: once you consume the Falling Saint Pill, even a peak Emperor God powerhouse can be controlled to determine life and death with a single word. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was instantly overjoyed. Awesome! It was just an Immortal King grade treasure chest. It actually gave him an energy value of 150 million. Not only that, it even gave him a control-type elixir, the Falling Saint Pill. This thing was too heaven-defying. It could control a peak stage 5 powerhouse, although Wang Mang did not know any saints and had no way of coming into contact with any Emperor God powerhouses. But the effect of this thing was too heaven-defying, so he would keep this thing for now. What if there was a chance to use it? In addition, even if he really had no use for it, even if he took this pill out to sell, he would still be able to buy it. Wang Mang was sure that the price of this pill would definitely be in the hundreds of millions, because this was a medicinal pill that was effective for peak Tier 5 God Emperors. It could be said that Wang Mang was still very satisfied with this immortal treasure chest. It directly helped him solve more than half of the energy gap. He only had 300 million energy points left before he could evolve. Wang Mang believed that with the Immortal King Grade treasure chest, it shouldn't be difficult to obtain the last 300 million energy value. With this thought in mind, Wang Mang once again muttered in his heart, "System, open the Celestial King treasure chest." The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully opened the Celestial King treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained 100 million energy values. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained 30 million energy values. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained 200 million energy values. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained 200 million energy values. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained 70 million energy values. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained a blessing from the Abyss Master. Obtained a Tier 5 Abyss Master Summon card. Ding! Accumulate to meet the evolution conditions. Begin evolution? After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was overjoyed. Awesome! As expected of the Celestial King Grade treasure chest, it directly gave him 600 million energy values. Moreover, there was also a Tier 5 Abyss Master Summon card. It could be said that the Celestial King Grade treasure chest was more generous than he had imagined. After all, the Celestial King Grade treasure chest gave him more than 100 million energy values. Wang Mang already felt that it was very awesome. But now, it seemed that the Celestial King Grade treasure chest was obviously more awesome than the Celestial King Grade treasure chest. As expected of an advanced Celestial King Grade treasure chest, this simply allowed him to complete the energy values needed for evolution easily. Not only that, Wang Mang still had extra energy values. With this extra energy values, the next evolution would be much faster. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was in a good mood. Then he muttered in his heart, "System, open the Celestial King Grade blind box as well." After all, he now had enough energy values for evolution. Fortunately, the remaining Celestial King Grade blind boxes were also opened. The next moment, the system's voice sounded frowny-faced. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully opened the Celestial King Grade blind box. Ding! Congratulations, host! Obtained a Celestial Peach of Immortality Pit. What the F***CK? A peach pit? Not even a Celestial Peach of Immortality? After hearing the system's first announcement, Wang Mang, who was originally in a good mood, was instantly unable to be happy. Although he had already obtained enough energy values, who wouldn't want to obtain more energy values? After all, this thing could become stronger, just like immortal stones. Who would complain about having more? But in the end, the first announcement made Wang Mang doubt his life. Needless to say, this Celestial King Grade blind box was probably going to fail again. Just as Wang Mang was feeling depressed, the system's voice sounded for the second time, frowny-faced. Ding! Congratulations, host! Successfully obtained a pagoda-bearing Heavenly King's Belt. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King's Belt What the F asterisk CK? What use would I have for this thing? For a moment, Wang Mang was also somewhat speechless. Although he knew that this celestial king grade blind box might fail, but he didn't expect that it would fail so thoroughly and directly start giving out garbage. A minute later, the system's voice sounded for the third time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host, obtained a demonic, immortal castle queen's original underwear. Don't give me underwear. Give me some garbage. I'll accept the garbage, okay? After hearing the system's third announcement, what else could Wang Mang say? Give me all the garbage. Just don't give me the underwear series. It seemed that Wang Mang's pleading had worked. A minute later, the system's voice sounded for the fourth time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host, obtained a celestial king grade demonic beast's poop. After hearing the system's voice, Wang Mang broke down again. I don't know if it's appropriate for me to curse. At this moment, Wang Mang even had the thought of killing himself. He really didn't want the underwear series and changed it to the poop series. Just as Wang Mang was about to break down, another minute passed. The system's voice sounded for the fifth time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host, obtained a howling celestial dog's poop. F asterisk CKU. System, be a human. Don't humiliate me like this. For a moment, Wang Mang was so angry that he was flustered and exasperated. He felt that he had been humiliated. Was this really the celestial king grade blind box? What kind of things are they driving? It wasn't the underwear series. It was the poop series. This was simply a naked humiliation to him. So, how could Wang Mang not be angry? At this moment, Wang Mang broke through the system's defense. He directly cursed the system. Unfortunately, it allowed Wang Mang to curse. The system still didn't respond at all. On the contrary, another minute passed. The system's voice sounded for the sixth time, frowny-faced Ding. Congratulations, host, obtained. Chapter 655. A minute later, the system's voice sounded for the sixth time. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've obtained a branch of the peach of immortality. After listening to the system's sixth announcement, only then did the rage in Wang Mang's heart subside, slightly. At least, this thing was no longer humiliating. Because of this, even if it opened, it was still trash. Wang Mang was no longer as angry. Another minute later, the system's voice sounded for the seventh time. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've obtained 200 million energy points. After listening to the immortal level blind box, Wang Mang was completely dumbfounded. This trashy immortal level blind box could open 200 million energy points. To be honest, if he wasn't sure that he didn't hear wrongly, Wang Mang even thought that he was hallucinating. Until 2 minutes later, Wang Mang said in disbelief, this immortal level blind box really opened 200 million energy points. All right, what else could Wang Mang say? He could only say that it was awesome. After all, this trashy thing really opened a good thing once. However, just this one good thing made Wang Mang's anger vanish without a trace. Obviously, Wang Mang was a typical example. People who would smile when there were benefits and curse when there were no benefits. Not bad, not bad. Even if I evolve, I still have 500 million energy points left. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was in a good mood. Then, without hesitation, he said, System, start evolving. The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding. 5 billion energy points have been successfully deducted, beginning evolution. Then Wang Mang completely lost consciousness in the midst of evolution. 3 days later, only then did Wang Mang wake up from his evolution. But after waking up, Wang Mang felt that his strength had become stronger, especially now that he was still wearing the immortal emperor mask. He felt that the vast and boundless dermic powers in his body seemed to have become stronger. His entire body was filled with power. Moreover, the vast dermic powers in his body had already turned into mist. They were no longer just in his dantian, but had almost reached his limbs and bones. Is this my power? After slightly clenching his fist, Wang Mang could hear a series of crackling sounds. At the same time, even the surrounding space was slightly distorted. Not only that, Wang Mang also discovered that the emperor's might around him had become even more terrifying. If it was said that the emperor's might in the past could only make people feel extremely oppressed and intimidated, but now the emperor's aura emanating from Wang Mang's body was an irresistible and despairing pressure. In addition, Wang Mang also discovered that the vast mana around his body had also changed. It had already turned into a light yellow color. One had to know that Wang Mang's mana and immortal chi in the past was definitely not light yellow. On the contrary, it could be black or white. However, it was now a light yellow color. Even his magic power contained traces of Emperor's might. To be honest, Wang Mang discovered that after this evolution, he had indeed undergone an earth-shattering change. However, this change was internal and not external. In addition, his physical strength had also improved. It was just that these were difficult to see on the surface. Thinking of this, Wang Mang was in a good mood. He silently said in his heart, "System, open my personal information." Obviously, Wang Mang wanted to see how much he had changed. In the next moment, personal information appeared before his eyes. Wang Mang, disciple of the sage-to-be, North City Lord, type, Void Python, limit 700 meters. Realm, sixth heaven of the immortal Emperor realm. Physique, HP 16,000, energy 16,000, length 665 meters, with 31 meters, weight 25 million tons. Ordinary divine powers, God-controlling seal, hand of the void, blade of the void, void escape, one step to the end of the world, 1,000 changes. Top divine powers, 3 lives supreme Buddha, great mastery. Hongjun 3 corpses technique, none, wrath of the demon god, perfection. Space, rank 5 pill recipe X1, one-time top bad luck card X1, 1 bottle of oblivion, 1 fallen saint pill, rank 5 abyss summon card. Equipment, top world multicolored stone X1, divine martial sword, immortal emperor mask. Energy value, 500 million/2 billion. After looking at his personal information, Wang Mang was stunned. Because his information page had changed again, it was just that the change was not big. The luck values information disappeared. This immediately made Wang Mang puzzled. System, why did the luck value disappear? In the next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Warm reminder to the host. When the data is no longer of much use, the system will automatically delete it. Ding! Warm reminder to the host. When some items are completely useless to the host, the system will automatically delete them. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang came to a realization. But after thinking about it, it made sense. This luck value really had no use for him. Rank 5 powerhouses no longer relied on luck, but on strength, because rank 5 itself was already considered to be in the upper middle class in the myriad worlds. Luck, this thing, basically did not have much of an effect on a tier 5 powerhouse. After understanding the problem, Wang Mang was relieved. Wang Mang slowly stood up and stretched his body. Only then did he walk out of seclusion in a happy mood. At this moment, Wang Mang was clearly in a good mood. After all, his combat strength had reached the Holy Emperor level. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Detected the host's current situation. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. become famous in the Eastern Heaven Realm. Become the holy son of a super sacred land. Mission time, obtained upon completion. Mission reward, 1 billion energy value. Immortal King grade, treasure, chest X1. Mission 2, become famous in the Eastern Heaven Realm. Become the holy son of a top sacred land. Mission time, obtained upon completion. Mission reward, 2 billion energy value. Immortal King grade, treasure, chest X2. Mission 3, become famous in the Holy Emperor continent. Kill the holy sons of 10 sacred lands. Mission time, obtained upon completion. Mission reward, 5 billion energy value. Immortal King grade, treasure, chest X1. Immortal King grade, blind box X1. Mission 4, become famous in the Holy Emperor continent. Kill all the holy sons of the Holy Emperor continent. Mission time, obtained upon completion. Mission reward, 8 billion energy value. Immortal King grade, treasure, chest X3. Immortal King grade, blind box X3. Note 1. According to the standard of an ordinary sacred land, there should be no less than 10 rank 5 powerhouses, and no less than 3 Holy Emperor Quasi-Sage powerhouses. Note 2. According to the standard of a super sacred land, there should be no less than 15 rank 5 powerhouses, and no less than 3 Holy Emperor Sage powerhouses. Note 3. According to the standard of a top sacred land, there should be no less than 25 rank 5 powerhouses, and no less than 5 Holy Emperor Sage powerhouses. Chapter 656. After listening to the 4 missions issued by the system, Wang Mang was stunned again. Good heavens! He had just broken through a small level, and now he was looking for something to do. Moreover, this mission was to make him the bachelor of a sacred ground. The rewards of the 4 missions were very good. However, Wang Mang could also see the difficulty. It could be said that the more rewards there were, the more difficult it would be. The first mission was to become the bachelor of a super first-rate Holy Emperor. The reward was 1 billion energy points and an immortal king treasure chest. This mission was not bad. He could consider it. The second mission was to become the bachelor of a top-tier sacred ground. The reward was doubled, 2 billion energy points, and 2 immortal king treasure chests. This mission was not bad either. He could consider it. As for the third mission, he had to kill 10 saints. The reward was 5 billion energy points, an immortal king treasure chest, and a blind box. The rewards were obviously more generous. However, the problem was, how strong were the saints? Even Wang Mang himself did not know this, so he was a little hesitant. As for the fourth mission, there was no need to consider it. Kill all the saints of the sacred grounds. This was equivalent to killing the strongest young generation in the entire Holy Emperor continent. Right? Wang Mang admitted that he did not have the strength, and he was not that kind of person. Moreover, if he really killed these saints of the sacred grounds, not to mention how strong these saints were. However, if he really did that, it was equivalent to offending all the forces in the Holy Emperor continent. Compared to the rewards, this mission was not worth the loss. At this point, the third and fourth missions could be eliminated. Wang Mang only had 2 choices left. The first mission was to become the bachelor of a super first-rate sacred ground. The second mission was to become the bachelor of a top-tier sacred ground. From the perspective of the rewards, he should choose the second mission. However, from the ease of completing the mission, he should choose the first mission. Should I choose the first or second mission? The difference between the first and second missions was not that big. Both missions had got Emperor-level powerhouses. However, the difficulty was definitely not the same. The competition to become the bachelor of a top-tier sacred ground would definitely be greater. Thinking of this, Wang Mang finally made a decision after thinking about it again and again. He decided to choose the first mission, because from the difficulty of the mission, the first mission was the easiest of the 4 missions. Moreover, the rewards that should be given were not lacking. With that thought, Wang Mang said in his heart, "System, I choose the first mission." The next moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations! Host! Mission selected successfully. Please complete the mission as soon as possible to receive the reward. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was no longer so conflicted. However, what Wang Mang did not know was that he was very glad that he had chosen to become the holy son of a super first-rate holy land. That was because the competition to become the saint of a top sacred ground was even more intense. Furthermore, there were only a few top sacred grounds in the Sacred Emperor continent. All the geniuses of the Sacred Emperor continent were trying their best to become a saint. In addition, some of the top holy lands chose their holy sons through internal selection. On the contrary, super first-rate holy lands also had such a situation, but they were more inclined towards strength. Therefore, it was much easier to become a holy son of a super first-rate holy land than a top-tier holy land. But what made Wang Mang's head hurt was that he didn't know where in the Eastern Heaven realm there was a first-rate holy land. He would probably have to ask around to find out. Not only that, even if there was a super first-rate holy land, it didn't mean that they didn't have a holy son. Therefore, the mission was actually not that simple. At least, Wang Mang felt that it was a headache. He decided not to think too much about it for now. Wang Mang slowly got up, then pushed open the stone door of the seclusion room and walked out. As soon as he walked out, Wang Mang felt a few powerful auras coming from afar. Without exception, those auras were all at the level of a sacred emperor. Among them, there were 2 auras that even Wang Mang could not help but frown. Those 2 auras were too powerful. Although they were not middle sacred emperors, they were definitely third heaven sacred emperors. Could they be from the Black Dragon City? Just as Wang Mang was feeling puzzled, Vice City Lord Luo Su and Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi appeared in front of him. They said solemnly, "City Lord, Master, our City Lord's mansion has been surrounded by 5 sacred emperors." At this point, Vice City Lord Bei and Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi's faces were extremely ugly. Wang Mang also didn't think that a few ants he didn't care about would be able to attract 5 saint emperors. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have let those ants off no matter what. He regretted it so much. After all, Wang Mang did not expect the Black Dragon City to be so powerful. There were even quite a few sacred emperors. After all, in the huge Greenwood City, Wang Mang had not seen any sacred emperors. But the Black Dragon City had sent 5 of them at the same time. It gave Wang Mang the feeling that sacred emperors were not worth much. If he had encountered them in the Supreme Tomb, Wang Mang could still accept it. After all, the Supreme Tomb was too eye-catching. But he only had the mask of the immortal emperor in his hand. But Wang Mang could also see it from this. These guys were more interested in the mask of the immortal emperor than he had imagined. But what made Wang Mang feel a little helpless was how he could solve the problem in front of him. Although Wang Mang's combat power was at the peak of the first heaven of the sacred emperor realm, the problem was that there were 5 sacred emperors outside. No matter how good he was at fighting, he could not win, right? 1 against 5. How was that possible? Moreover, the 2 strongest sacred emperors were at the 3rd heaven of the sacred emperor realm. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly felt a little conflicted. How could he solve the problem in front of him? Should he continue to run away? At this moment, a cold voice sounded. "Fellow cultivator, you should come out. We're already here. Could it be that you're still thinking of running away?" After hearing this cold and majestic voice, Wang Mang decided to wait and see. At the same time, Wang Mang also sent a message to Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi, telling him to be prepared to run away with him at any time. Hearing this, Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi immediately understood Wang Mang's idea. Then, he maintained a certain distance from Wang Mang. At the same time, Wang Mang also walked out of the city lord's mansion. Looking at the 5 sacred emperors in the courtyard, he immediately smiled. "Fellow cultivators, you must be here for my mask of the immortal emperor, right?" As he spoke, Wang Mang also sized up the 5 sacred emperors. He realized that the remaining 3 were at the first heaven of the sacred emperor realm. They were not much of a threat to him. The biggest threat to him was actually the 2/3 heaven of the sacred emperor realm experts. At this moment, the 2/3 heaven of the sacred emperor realm experts looked at each other, then looked coldly at Wang Mang. "Since you know, why don't you hand over the mask of the immortal emperor? Do you think you can escape from under our noses?" Chapter 658. At the same time, Wang Mang's aura dropped from the peak of the first heaven of the immortal emperor realm to the peak of the 8th heaven of the immortal emperor realm. Since Wang Mang had taken off the real immortal emperor mask, his strength naturally dropped. There was no need for him to fake it. Coupled with the fake immortal emperor mask, his aura was almost identical to the real immortal emperor mask. Even the sage emperors present did not notice anything amiss. At the same time, the moment Wang Mang threw out the immortal emperor mask, Emperor Wu Shi was also fooled. He immediately cried out in anger, "My lord, no!" Vice City Lord Luo Su was also furious. "City Lord," at the same time, looking at the immortal emperor mask flying towards him, the blue-haired middle-aged man was overjoyed. He instinctively rushed forward and was about to keep the immortal emperor mask. But in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He could feel another 3rd heaven of the immortal emperor realm attacking him, but he did not hesitate. He gritted his teeth and took the immortal emperor mask. At the same time, he quickly turned around and hurriedly struck out with his palm. 2 huge palms formed by magic power collided. The blue-haired man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. However, he laughed loudly and fled into the distance. "How dare you? Don't even think about leaving." The middle-aged man who attacked was furious. After roaring, he chased after him. Similarly, the other 3 first heaven of the sage emperors looked at each other and also chased after him without hesitation. They had already expected this to happen. Regardless of whether they were allies before, once they obtained the immortal emperor mask, any alliance would immediately collapse. Seeing the 5 sage emperors disappear, Wang Mang heaved a sigh of relief. If there were only 3 first heaven of the sage emperors, Wang Mang would not be afraid at all. But the 2/3 heaven of the sage emperors did indeed put a lot of pressure on Wang Mang. Otherwise, he would not have painstakingly spent 100 million to send them off with the fake immortal emperor mask. "My lord, you're foolish. If you lose the immortal emperor mask, your strength will be greatly reduced. It's not worth it." Emperor Wu Shi could not help but shake his head and sigh. At the same time, Vice City Lord Bei also frowned. If Wang Mang had escaped, he would not have looked down on Wang Mang, because the disparity in strength was too great. Even Wang Mang had the strength of a saint emperor. However, there were a total of 5 saint emperors. Even if they managed to escape, it would not be embarrassing. However, Wang Mang had actually handed over his 5th tier supreme treasure, the immortal emperor's mask. This made him somewhat look down on Wang Mang. He couldn't understand how Wang Mang had obtained the immortal emperor's mask back then. Wang Mang did not explain to Wu Shi, Heavenly Emperor, and North Vice City Lord Luo Su. On the contrary, Wang Mang immediately put on a helpless expression and lightly sighed. How could it be that I have no fate with the immortal emperor's mask? Furthermore, even if one possessed the immortal emperor's mask, one would not dare to use it at will. Instead, I've attracted the calamity of being killed time and time again. I might as well throw this trouble to others. After hearing Wang Meng's words, the North Vice City Lord's heart bled. He wanted to say to Wang Meng, "If you think it's a trouble, then you can give me the immortal emperor's mask. I'm willing to take on this kind of trouble. I'm willing to take on this kind of danger." However, what was done could not be undone. There was no chance for him to do so. At the same time, Wang Mang asked the North Vice City Lord, "Luo Su, what do you think of being the North Vice City Lord?" Hearing this, the North Vice City Lord was stunned. What does he mean? Do I have an idea? Are you going to give me the position of the North Vice City Lord? He must be testing my loyalty. Thinking of this, Luo Su suddenly looked serious. "Don't worry, North Vice City Lord. No matter what happens, the Luo family will always be on your side." Hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned. He immediately realized that this guy must have misunderstood. Thinking of this, Wang Mang smiled and waved his hand. "I know you're very loyal, but let me ask you, are you interested in the position of the Vice City Lord? If you're interested in the position of the North Vice City Lord, you only need to give me 500 million immortal stones, and I'll give it to you." Hearing Wang Mang's words, Luo Su finally understood. Wang Mang was not testing his loyalty. He really wanted to sell the position of the Vice City Lord, but the problem was 500 million immortal stones. Luo Su thought too highly of him. Although the Luo family was very powerful in the North City, they were not any weaker than the Yang family in the East City. But the problem was that even the Luo family did not have that many immortal stones. But the problem was he was really interested in the position of the North Vice City Lord. If he could become the North Vice City Lord, he would be able to get back the 100 million immortal stones within a year. Thinking of this, Luo Su hesitated for a long time and said helplessly, "Vice City Lord, 500 million immortal stones is too much. Even if the Luo family goes bankrupt, we can only get 200 million immortal stones." Hearing this, Wang Mang's eyes lit up. Asking for 500 million immortal stones was just asking for too much. Moreover, Wang Mang knew that the Luo family would definitely not be able to take out 500 million immortal stones. But 200 million immortal stones was not a small amount. To Wang Mang, it was totally free immortal stones. Because he was already prepared to leave the Greenwood City to find a holy land to be the sage. Therefore, if he could get 200 million immortal stones before he left, Wang Mang would be very happy. Thinking of this, Wang Mang said slowly, "I have seen your loyalty. How about this? If you can gather 200 million immortal stones and give it to me by today, the position of the North City Lord will be yours." Hearing this, Luo Su's eyes lit up. Then he quickly said, "Thank you, Vice City Lord. I will gather the immortal stones now and send it to the Vice City Lord's mansion before sunset." Wang Mang nodded and waved his hand in satisfaction. "Go." Then Luo Su left the Vice City Lord's mansion without stopping. 3 hours later, Luo Su brought the 200 million immortal stones to the Vice City Lord's mansion. After Wang Mang received the immortal stones, he was overjoyed. Then he immediately ordered that Luo Su would be the new Vice City Lord of the North City. Then Wang Mang brought Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi and the Black Emperor and left the North City that very night. Then Wang Mang went to the East City and left the Greenwood City with An Lan. After leaving the Greenwood City, Wang Mang spent a few days and finally walked out of the Million Mountain Range. After Wang Mang left the Million Mountain Range, he started to wander around the Divine Light City, one of the top 10 cities in the East Heaven realm. The so-called top 10 cities in the East Heaven realm referred to the 10 largest and most boundless cities in the East Heaven realm. Then, Wang Mang started to ask around for information about the top 4 holy lands in the East Heaven realm. In the end, Wang Mang spent 2 days to find out about the top 4 holy lands. These 4 super first-rate holy lands were Divine Light City, Divine Light Holy Land; Sword Celestial City, Sword Celestial Holy Land; Crouching Dragon City, Crouching Dragon Holy Land; Thousand Demons City, Thousand Demons Holy Land. When he heard the news, Wang Mang laughed. This was too much of a coincidence. There was a top holy land in the Divine Light City. Thinking of this, Wang Mang made up his mind. He could go to the Divine Light Holy Land to take a look. Thinking of this, Wang Mang asked for the location of the Divine Light Holy Land, and then left with Enlil and Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi. Another day later, Wang Mang finally found the Divine Light Holy Land in the Divine Light City. The Divine Light Holy Land was located on a beautiful green mountain in the Divine Light City. This green mountain towered into the clouds and was faintly discernible in the clouds. It was like a celestial mountain, but not long after Wang Mang and his men entered the mountain, suddenly, an angry roar filled with pressure sounded. "Who are you? Why are you sneaking around the Divine Light Holy Land?" Hearing this, Wang Mang's body immediately trembled, and he hurriedly raised his head to look. Then Wang Mang saw a white-haired old man in a luxurious robe, standing proudly in the air. His terrifying aura was hovering between a sage emperor and a god emperor. Even Wang Mang felt his heart palpitate. Therefore, Wang Mang quickly said respectfully, "Greetings, senior." "Speak. What are you doing here?" The old man's expression was cold as he shouted. Wang Mang quickly explained with a respectful expression, "Senior, I want to join the Divine Light Holy Land and participate in the battle for the position of saint." Hearing this, the old man in the luxurious robe narrowed his eyes. His eyes flickered. Then, with a mocking expression, he looked at Wang Mang and laughed coldly. "Do you really think that anyone can compete for the position of saint in the Divine Light Holy Land? You want to become the saint. You think you're worthy?" Chapter 659. What the F***ck? What a dog. What did I do to offend you? Why the F***ck are you insulting me like this? At that moment, Wang Mang could only feel a ball of anger burning in his heart. After all, from start to finish, Wang Mang felt that his attitude was very humble. But this guy? F***ck. He mocked him for no reason. He even humiliated him time and time again. To be honest, if not for the fact that he did not know this old man, Wang Mang would have suspected that this old man had a grudge against him. Similarly, it was not just Wang Mang who was angry. Enlil and Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi were also furious. However, the old man was too powerful. He was so powerful that even if Wang Mang wore the mask of the immortal emperor, there was still a huge gap between them. Moreover, Wang Mang did not have the ability to fight against him. If he wanted to fight with this old man or kill him, Wang Mang would have to pay a huge price. He would have to at least reach the peak of the Holy Emperor level, which was 8 levels, if there was no conflict of interest or if there was a guarantee of benefits. Wang Mang would not touch this old man. He could only suppress the anger in his heart and smile brightly. "Since I am not qualified, then I will take my leave." After saying that, Wang Mang chuckled and cupped his hands towards the old man. Hearing that, the old man looked at Wang Mang in surprise. If it were anyone else, they would not have been so good-tempered. After all, he knew the pride of these prodigies. At the same time, he could also feel that Wang Mang was indeed very talented. After all, a peerless genius would have a relatively high status in any sacred ground. Even if he joined a top sacred ground, he would be able to become one of the best. To be honest, if not for the recent competition for the position of saint in the Divine Light Sacred Ground, he would definitely have recruited Wang Mang into the Divine Light Sacred Ground. However, now that the position of saint was taken, his great-grandson had a very high chance of becoming the saint. Thus, while he was in charge of patrolling the Divine Light Sacred Ground, he had already chased away many geniuses to join the Divine Light Sacred Ground. That was because these prodigies joining the Divine Light Sacred Ground would increase the chances of his great-grandson becoming a saint. Only after Wang Mang and the others left did he nod in satisfaction. Then he muttered to himself, "Great-grandson, this is as far as I can help you. You must do well for our Zhou clan." At the same time, they left the vicinity of the Divine Light Holy Land. Anlan couldn't help but say angrily, "My lord, if you hadn't stopped me earlier, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to stop myself from suppressing this old man on the spot." Hearing this, the Black Emperor, who had just been released, immediately mocked. "You think you can suppress him? His strength has reached the peak of Saint Emperor. How can you suppress him? Using your tone to suppress him?" Anlan was instantly enraged. He glared fiercely at the Black Emperor and said coldly, "You damn dog! King say that again. Do you believe that I won't kill you and eat your dog meat?" Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi patted the Black Emperor's dog head and gave him a look, indicating that he should say something. Wang Mang also waved his hand helplessly and said, "All right, stop arguing. There's no benefit in fighting with this old man. There's no need to fight with him at all. Moreover, even if the Divine Light Holy Land can't join, there are still 3 other holy lands in the Eastern Sky Realm." After hearing Wang Mang's words, the furious Anlan couldn't help but say sullenly, "My lord, I'm not boasting. I really want to suppress that old man and help you vent your anger." Wang Mang was even more speechless. "You're King boasting again. You're not boasting? If you were reliable, would I have to suffer so much?" "All right, you're so considerate." Wang Mang comforted him helplessly. Then he said, "Next, there are still the other 3 holy lands. Let's find out more about them. I hope we won't encounter such a situation again." With that, Wang Mang walked towards the center of the Divine Light City. Actually, this was the best way to find out more information. It was really in a restaurant in the center of the city, or in a brothel in the center of the city. The 2 places here were very well informed. Hence, Wang Mang brought his subordinates to a restaurant and ordered a table full of dishes. But just as Wang Mang and his subordinates sat down, they heard discussions at various tables in the restaurant. "Have you heard? The Sword King wanted to join the Divine Light Holy Land, but he was rejected." "I know about this. I didn't know that the Sword King was rejected by the Divine Light Holy Land. It can be said that many prodigies who wanted to join the Divine Light Holy Land were rejected." "Ha! I know about the Divine Light Holy Land. It's said that the Zhou family is determined to get the Divine Light Holy Land. For the sake of making Zhou Yuan a chosen, how many geniuses have been rejected by the Zhou clan? If you really want to join the Holy Land and fight for the position of saint, it's better to go to the city of 10,000 demons and join the 10,000 demons Holy Land." That's right. Although the 10,000 demons Holy Land is extremely cruel, at least the saint they elect is the strongest. Why not join the Sword Immortal Holy Land? I heard that the Sword Immortal Holy Land is quite good. The Sword Immortal Holy Land's saint has already been elected. There are already several candidates. As for the Crouching Dragon Holy Land, the competition is even more intense. There are many family clans and factions everywhere. Among the 4 great holy lands in the Eastern Sky Realm, the Crouching Dragon Holy Land has the most family clans and factions. When he heard this, Wang Mang's eyes lit up. He had basically heard about the other 3 Holy Lands. Similarly, Wang Mang also roughly knew why he was rejected by the Divine Light Holy Land. It turned out that the Zhou family of the Divine Light Holy Land wanted to become this year's saint. Hence, they had secretly rejected many prodigies from joining the Divine Light Holy Land. Wang Mang was also one of those rejected, but Wang Mang also found out about the other 3 Holy Lands. The Crouching Dragon Holy Land had many family clans and factions. In contrast, the factions were complicated. The Sword Immortal Holy Land already had a saint. Although the 10,000 Demons Holy Land had fair competition, it was extremely cruel. It could be said that there were only 2 choices for Wang Mang now. They were the Crouching Dragon Holy Land and the 1,000 Demons Holy Land. Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately made a decision. Compared to the Crouching Dragon Holy Land, Wang Mang felt that the 1,000 Demons Holy Land was more suitable for him. After all, the Crouching Dragon Holy Land had many family clans and factions. The situation was probably very complicated. Although the competition in the 1,000 Demons Holy Land was intense and even extremely cruel, it was at least fair. After all, Wang Mang did not want to offend a large number of first-rate family clans and factions in the Crouching Dragon Holy Land for the position of saint. Hence, Wang Mang set his sights on the 1,000 Demons Holy Land. After finishing his meal, Wang Mang left the restaurant with his subordinates and headed for the 1,000 Demons city. 2 days later, Wang Mang finally arrived at the 1,000 Demons city with his subordinates. After arriving at the 1,000 Demons city, Wang Mang began to inquire about the location of the 1,000 Demons Holy Land. After finding out the location of the 1,000 Demons Holy Land, Wang Mang and his subordinates soon arrived at the so-called 10,000 Devil Holy Land. It was worth mentioning that the location of the 10,000 Demons Holy Land was located at the peak of a mountain with white bones everywhere. Moreover, the broken limbs and bones paved the way. The entire mountain peak was filled with a black, murderous aura. After Wang Mang entered the mountain, he immediately felt the aura of a peak saint emperor sweeping over from afar. Before the person arrived, a loud voice resounded through the sky. "Who goes there? What is your purpose in coming to the 1,000 Demons Holy Land?" As soon as the voice finished speaking, Wang Mang saw a black-robed, white-haired old man standing proudly in the air, looking at them indifferently. Seeing this, Wang Mang immediately said respectfully, "Greetings, Senior. This junior is here to join the 1,000 Demons Holy Land." Hearing this, the black-robed, white-haired old man glanced at Wang Mang in surprise. He immediately smiled warmly and said, "So that's how it is. All of you follow me. I will personally bring you to the 1,000 Demons Holy Land." Chapter 660. The reason why the old man was so enthusiastic. Naturally, there was a reason. He could tell that Wang Mang's aptitude was very good. His cultivation level was only at the 6th heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm, but his aura was not weaker than that of a peak 8th heaven Immortal Emperor. This proved that Wang Mang was definitely a legendary prodigy. Legendary prodigies were not cabbages. It could be said that there were not many of them even in the Eastern Heaven realm. That was because there were indeed many outstanding people in the same realm, but the number of legendary prodigies of the Great Tao was really relatively small. Moreover, it was too difficult to become a legendary prodigy. It required tyrannical aptitude, powerful battle strength, and various trump cards. Even in the current All Demons Sacred Land, there were no more than 10 legendary prodigies. It could be seen how rare legendary prodigies were. Moreover, if he was the one who brought Wang Mang into the all-demons sacred land. In that case, this peerless genius would naturally belong to their faction. The all-demons sacred land was now divided into 3 major factions. Each of these 3 factions had a god-emperor-level expert standing behind them. Therefore, the all-demons sacred land's holy son, he had always been from the 3 major factions. That was because the 3 major factions were the core of the all-demons sacred land. The 3 god emperors were also the foundation of the all-demons sacred land. Similarly, these legendary prodigies also represented the future prosperity of the all-demons sacred land. Even in the future, they would become the pillars of the all-demons sacred land's continued strength. From this, it could be seen how important the legendary prodigies were in the Sacred Emperor continent, especially the rank 5 legendary prodigies. In the Sacred Emperor continent, any Sacred Emperor was a high-end talent. In fact, he might even be able to take over a powerful position in the future. Because of this, even the black-robed, white-haired old man was very polite to Wang Mang. That was because Wang Mang's strength was definitely superior among the legendary prodigies. It could even be said that he was one of the candidates for the Holy Sun. Moreover, if his guess was correct, he felt that Wang Mang was also aiming for the position of Holy Sun. Soon, under the guidance of the black-robed, white-haired old man, Wang Mang entered the all-demons Holy Land. After entering the Holy Land, Wang Mang was shocked to discover that there were too many Type 5 powerhouses here. How could it only be 15? There were dozens of them. This also meant that the Holy Land of myriad demons had a few dozen Stage 5 powerhouses. Soon, Wang Mang arrived at a huge palace. In this palace, Wang Mang saw many Tier 4 and even Tier 3 members. There were both men and women among these members, but there were more female cultivators. Without exception, they were all wearing the unique black robes of the 10,000 demons Holy Land. Clearly, these people were disciples of the 10,000 devil Holy Land. This was Wang Mang's guess. However, that was not the case. These people couldn't even be considered disciples. It should be said that these people were the descendants of the former disciples of the 10,000 devil Holy Land. Now, in the Holy Land, he had become a servant or an outer disciple. This was because in order to become an inner disciple, one had to reach the peak of stage for an existence of the immortal sovereign realm. Of course, these people stayed in the 10,000 devil Holy Land of their own accord. This was because if they left the 10,000 devil Holy Land, they wouldn't even have the chance to join. This was because the standards of the 10,000 devil Holy Land were too high. The lowest was the immortal emperor realm. Only then could one become an outer disciple, an existence of the immortal sovereign realm. Only then could one become an inner disciple. Only Stage 5 existences had true status in the 10,000 devil Holy Land. Therefore, when Wang Mang joined the 10,000 devil Holy Land, it could be said that he had directly entered the center of power. This was because Wang Mang's strength was not weak, and he was close to the Sage Emperor realm. So his starting point was naturally very high. At this moment, the black-robed, white-haired old man immediately smiled at Wang Mang. You can choose some servants here to take care of your daily life. You can choose at least 6 servants and a maximum of 50. Choose your servants first, and I'll bring you to register your identity. Hearing this, Wang Mang was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes, senior." After saying those words, Wang Mang swept his gaze over the group of men and women who had lined up. Wang Mang casually chose 6 good-looking girls. The 6 girls who were chosen by Wang Mang were overjoyed, while the rest of the girls and male cultivators were gloomy. This was because the fastest way to increase one's strength was to be a servant of an expert. If they were rewarded by their master, their strength would increase rapidly with some random treasures. It could be said that if one wanted to become an outer disciple of the 10,000 Devil Holy Land, or even an inner disciple, the best way was to become a servant or maid of a stage 5 expert. This was also the real reason why these people were willing to stay in the 10,000 Devil Holy Land. All right, those who have been chosen, follow your master. After I lead your master to register his identity, you lead your master to the courtyard of the mansion. After saying that, the old man beckoned to Wang Mang to follow him. Seeing this, Wang Mang followed without hesitation. While walking, the old man chuckled and asked Wang Mang, "What's the matter?" "Wang Mang, you want to compete for the position of the Holy Sun, right?" Wang Mang said respectfully, "Senior, I do want to become the Holy Son of the 10,000 Devil Holy Land. But I don't know if my strength is enough to become the Holy Son." After hearing Wang Mang's question, the black-robed, white-haired old man sized up Wang Mang for a while, then said with a pleasant expression, "Actually, your cultivation level is still a little low, but it's not by much. In the past, the Holy Son of the 10,000 Devil Holy Land was basically at the early stage of the Sage Emperor stage. If it was an amazing era, the Holy Son would reach the middle stage of the Sage Emperor stage." After hearing the old man's words, Wang Mang suddenly understood, and his eyes could not help but light up. That was because the position of the Holy Son was really not that difficult for him to obtain, if he could break through one or two small realms. The position of the Holy Sun was definitely set in stone. Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately said respectfully, "Senior, I want to participate in the Battle of the Holy Sun. Please help me." After hearing this, the 6 beautiful servant girls behind her all had joyous expressions on their faces. They also did not expect that Wang Mang would want to compete for the position of the Holy Son of the 10,000 Devil Holy Land. Once Wang Mang really became the Holy Son, then, even if they were just maids, their statuses were still rising along with the tide. Because there was a good saying, there are 7 ranks in front of the Prime Minister's door. The stronger Wang Mang was, the higher his status in the 10,000 Devil Holy Land, then their status and treatment would naturally be higher. Chapter 661. After hearing Wang Mang's words, the black-robed, white-haired elder looked at Wang Mang and shook his head. "Wang Mang, it's not that I don't want to help you. Including you, there are only 3 people in our faction who are qualified to compete for the position of the Holy Sun. As for the other 2, they're a 6th Heavenly Layer Immortal Emperor and an 8th Heavenly Layer Immortal Emperor. Actually, even if you want to become the Holy Sun, the chances are not small. To tell you the truth, if you want to become the Holy Sun, you have to at least have the strength of a Sage Emperor. If you don't have the strength of a Sage Emperor, you'll just be an accompaniment or a candidate for the position of the Holy Sun." Obviously, the black-robed, white-haired elder was also interested in the position of the Holy Sun. However, Wang Mang's strength did not have much of an advantage. If he were to help Wang Mang, he would have to spend a lot of resources. Just the immortal stones alone would cost at least a few billion. Moreover, he might even need more resources to win the position of the Holy Sun. Therefore, he was not willing to invest so many resources to help Wang Mang. This was because they had placed their hopes on the peerless geniuses of the 8th heaven of the Immortal Emperor realm. Unless Wang Mang's strength was also at the 8th heaven Immortal Emperor level, or even stronger, they would choose to support Wang Mang fully. After hearing the black-robed, white-haired elder's words, Wang Mang's face suddenly turned ugly. He could understand the meaning behind the black-robed, white-haired elder's words. The people in their faction would fully support the 8th heaven Immortal Emperor peerless genius to compete for the position of the Holy Sun. As for him and the other sixth heaven immortal emperor peerless genius, they might be able to participate in the competition, but it was just a formality. In the end, if they were lucky, they could become one of the candidates for the position of the Holy Son. The so-called candidates for the position of the Holy Son actually only needed 3 people. They were the 3 strongest peerless geniuses below the Holy Son. If an accident happened to the Holy Son, or if the Holy Son died, the Holy Son candidate would inherit the position of Holy Son. Similarly, in the outside world, only the Holy Son could say that he was the Holy Son of the 10,000 devil Holy Land. He represented the dignity of the 10,000 devil Holy Land. However, the candidates of the Holy Son did not have this qualification. At most, he could only say that he was from the 10,000 devil Holy Land. To put it bluntly, the Holy Son was equivalent to the crown prince of a holy land. However, a candidate for the Son of Saint was at most a prince. It didn't seem like a big gap, but the gap was huge. This was because the Holy Son would become the Lord of a holy land in the future. As for the Holy Son candidates, they could only become powerful elders in the Holy Land in the future. Therefore, Wang Mang was definitely not interested in becoming a candidate for the Son of Saint. He had come here for the position of Holy Son. Becoming a candidate for the Son of Saint was not what he wanted. Moreover, the mission given by the system was to become the saint. Becoming a candidate for the saint might not be considered as completing the mission. Thinking of this, Wang Mang's expression changed. He couldn't help but ask, "Senior, how much time is left until the Holy Son election?" Hearing this, the black-robed, white-haired old man chuckled and said, "Call me third elder. As for the Holy Son election, there's still a month. Although the possibility of becoming the Holy Son is not high, I think you can still fight for the position of Holy Son candidate. Once you become a candidate for the Holy Son, you can become an elder in the 10,000 devil Holy Land in the future." At this point, the black-robed, white-haired old man said with a lonely expression, "Back then, I was also not qualified to compete for the position of Holy Son. In the end, I gave it my all and finally became a candidate for the position of Holy Son. When I was older, I became an elder in the 10,000 devil Holy Land. As for the Holy Son who defeated me back then, he is the current sacred master. He should be qualified to become a god emperor." A god emperor? I don't know if I have the chance to become a god emperor in this life. After hearing this old man's words, Wang Mang could roughly understand this old man's background. It turned out that this old man was also a candidate for the position of Holy Son. Although he was at the bottom, he was not weak. Moreover, Wang Mang could roughly tell from this old man's words that to become a god emperor from a sage emperor required an even more terrifying amount of resources. The amount of resources was so great that even a peak sage emperor like him felt despair. Otherwise, this old man would not have said such a thing. Thinking of this, Wang Mang did not know what to say. He silently followed behind the old man and soon arrived at a large hall for registration. Then, under the guidance of the third elder, Wang Mang directly became a core disciple of the 10,000 devil Holy Land. A core disciple was actually the highest level of a disciple. Their status was even higher than that of a core disciple. In fact, it was just a candidate for the position of Holy Son, a Holy Son, and a group of elders and sacred masters. All right, I'll send you off here. Let these maidservants of yours bring you to the demon shrine. If there's anything you need to contact me for, come to the elders' hall to find me." After they left the registration hall, the third elder said to Wang Mang with a smile. Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Thank you for your guidance, third elder." The third elder smiled and nodded, then turned and left. Seeing this, one of the maidservants immediately said softly, "Young master, please follow me. Young master, please follow me. We will bring you to the Demon King's palace." Majestic. Wang Mang nodded slightly. Then, under the guidance of the 6 maidservants, he brought his subordinates to the so-called Demon King's hall. However, what surprised Wang Mang was that the area where the Demon King's hall was located was very vast. Every hall was very tall and wide. Moreover, next to the Demon King's hall, there were 14 majestic halls that did not lose to the Demon King's hall. For example, the halls to the left and right of Wang Mang were called the War God Hall and the Supreme Hall, respectively. It could be said that the names of these halls were each more impressive than the other. Just as Wang Mang was about to enter his Demon King's hall, in the War God Temple next door, a figure suddenly walked out of the main hall. Then Wang Mang saw a figure with a very powerful aura walk out of the War God Hall. It was a handsome young man in a black robe. His face was cold, and his eyes were as sharp as swords. After seeing Wang Mang, he first sized up Wang Mang with a hostile gaze. However, when he discovered that Wang Mang was only at the 6th heaven of the immortal emperor realm, the hostility in the young man's eyes disappeared, and his expression became relaxed. He nodded at Wang Mang with a smile and said, "I'm the Sword Sovereign. How should I address you?" Hearing this, Wang Mang's heart sank, but he replied with a smile, "Greetings, Sword Sovereign. I'm Wang Mang." The reason why Wang Mang was so polite was mainly because he could feel the aura of a peerless prodigy from the Sword Sovereign. Moreover, the Sword Sovereign's aura had already surpassed the immortal Emperor realm, reaching the peak of the 1st heaven of the Saint Emperor realm. It could be said that even if Wang Mang put on the immortal Emperor mask, he was not confident that he could defeat the Sword Sovereign. Therefore, Wang Mang guessed that the Sword Sovereign must be one of the strongest opponents in the competition for the position of saint. At this moment, the Sword Sovereign immediately smiled warmly. "If you have time, Wang Mang, you can come and spar with me." Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately smiled and nodded. Sure. If you have time, I'll have to bother you, Sword Sovereign." The Sword Sovereign immediately nodded after seeing Wang Mang's attitude. He felt that Wang Mang was a brother worth befriending. In addition, Wang Mang did not have any conflict of interest with him. Even the competition for the position of saint was not a threat to him. Therefore, the Sword Sovereign had a good impression of Wang Mang. However, he definitely did not expect that Wang Mang, who was smiling at him at this moment, was thinking about something. He was racking his brains to think of a way to kill him. Chapter 662. Of course, Wang Mang wanted to kill this guy. Actually, it was not strange at all, because Wang Mang could tell. This guy was definitely one of the chosen saint's biggest competitors. Just this guy's exposed strength had already reached the peak of the 1st heaven of Saint Emperor. This strength was almost on par with his strength when he wore the immortal Emperor mask. Moreover, Wang Mang was not confident that he could surpass this guy within a month. After all, who knew if this guy had any trump cards? Therefore, Wang Mang could only think of a way to kill this guy. If a head-on competition was not possible, he could only use some tricks. However, how to kill this guy was also a problem. According to Wang Mang's current trend, he wanted to kill this guy. It would be best to lure this guy out of the All Demons' sacred land. This was because they were not allowed to fight in the All Demons' sacred land. This was because whether it was Wang Mang or this so-called sword noble, it could be said that they were both highly valued by the All Demons' sacred land and were the future pillars of the All Demons' sacred land. Because of this, if he really wanted to make a move, he could only do it outside the All Demons' sacred land. However, the problem was, how should he kill this guy? Should he rely on him first and kill him at the critical moment? Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately had an idea and smiled. Brother Sword Noble, with such strength, it seems that the position of chosen saint is already set in stone. Hearing this, Sword Noble was overjoyed, and the smile on his face became even wider. He looked at Wang Mang with a more cordial gaze. "Ha ha, Brother Wang Mang, you think too highly of me. Now, there are two other guys who are qualified to compete with me. They are Zunlong and Gu Yuan." Speaking of this, Sword Noble also frowned. Clearly, these two fellows were the real enemies to him. This was because these two guys were in the same realm as him, and they were also legendary geniuses. Even he was not confident that he could suppress these two people. However, when he thought of how Wang Mang thought highly of him and wanted to get close to him, Sword Noble immediately became overbearing. The Sword Sovereign suddenly looked as if he could swallow mountains and rivers. He smiled domineeringly and said, "However, Wang Mang Bear, you don't have to worry. I'm determined to get the position of the Holy Sun." Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately became happy and congratulated. "Brother Jian, please take care of me in the future." "Brother, I don't have high hopes. As long as I can become a Holy Sun candidate, I can also become an elder of the 10,000 Devil Holy Land in the future." After hearing Wang Mang's words, Sword King was overjoyed and said with a pleasant expression, "That's right. Well said, well said. Brother Wang Mang, if you want to become a candidate for the Son of Saint, wouldn't you be able to do it with your hands? From what I can see, although Brother Wang Mang is not strong enough to compete for the position of the Son of Saint, it is still very easy for him to become a candidate. If I can become the Holy Sun, even if Brother Wang Mang is only a candidate at the bottom, the position of the Great Elder will still belong to you." Obviously, these words could be said to be a blatant attempt to rope in Wang Mang. After all, every Son of Saint had to have his own faction. Moreover, he had already guessed that Wang Mang might be from his faction. That was because the third elder was in charge of guarding and patrolling the 10,000 Devil Holy Land today. This was also one of the reasons why he did not hesitate to rope in Wang Mang. There were three major factions in the 10,000 Devil Holy Land. They were the Demon God Patriarch's faction, the Bloodthirsty Patriarch's faction, and the Darkness Patriarch's faction. Wang Mang and Sword King were obviously from the Demon God Patriarch's faction. As for the other peerless genius who was also qualified to participate in the battle for the position of the Son of Saint, it was not that Sword King did not want to rope him in, but that guy was too overconfident and wanted to compete for the position of the Son of Saint. Sword King was very disdainful of this and felt that the other peerless genius did not know how to appreciate favors. Especially when compared to Wang Mang, Sword King felt that Wang Mang was the talent that he needed to take the initiative to rope in. Look at how well Wang Mang spoke. How sensible was he? A wise man submits to circumstances. Faced with Sword King's attempt to rope him in, Wang Mang immediately looked happy and laughed loudly. "Ha ha! Thank you, Brother Sword King. If I can become the Great Elder, I will naturally help Brother Sword King to win the position of the Son of Saint." Sword King nodded in satisfaction when he saw this scene. But at that moment, a mocking voice sounded. "The battle for the position of the Son of Saint has not even begun, and you're already daydreaming." Hearing that, Wang Mang looked sideways and saw a similarly young and handsome man walking out from the Sword King's War God Temple. This man's face was cold and stern, and he was dressed in a black robe, giving off a very cold feeling. However, his aura was very powerful. He was clearly only a 6th Heaven Immortal Emperor, but his aura was comparable to a peak 8th Heaven Immortal Emperor. Obviously, this cold-faced man was also a peerless genius. Moreover, Wang Mang guessed that this cold-faced man, Sword King, and him were all peerless geniuses of the same lineage. Otherwise, if three peerless geniuses of different lineages became neighbors, they would probably fight sooner or later. As expected, Sword King's next words confirmed Wang Mang's guess. At that moment, Sword King said coldly, "You overestimate yourself. Lu Sun, do you think you can compete with me?" Hearing that, the cold-faced man sneered and said, "Just wait and see." After saying that, the cold-faced man glanced mockingly at Wang Mang and said disdainfully, "You're a peerless genius, but you're willing to become Sword King's lackey. I really don't know how you became a peerless genius. You don't even have the arrogance of a peerless genius. You're simply a disgrace to the word peerless genius." After hearing that, Wang Mang was stunned. F***CK, what the hell did I do to offend you? For a moment, Wang Mang felt extremely depressed. He hadn't even said anything, and he was already implicated for no reason. However, Wang Mang really didn't take this guy seriously, because Wang Mang was qualified to compete for the position of saint with the mask on. However, this guy was just a peerless genius of the sixth heaven. How could he be qualified to compete with him? Thinking of this, Wang Mang immediately said coldly, "Are you teaching me how to do things? Or are you looking down on my brother, Sword King? I think Brother Sword King has a high chance of becoming the saint. I just think highly of Brother Sword King and am willing to support him. What's wrong with that?" After hearing Wang Mang's words, Sword King, who was originally a little unhappy, was instantly overjoyed. "This is my F***King good brother." Hearing that, Lu Sun immediately sneered. "Him? Which one of Zun Long and Gu Yuan is weaker than him? Even if I really don't have a chance to compete for the position of saint, I won't support him." Sword King, who was originally in a good mood, instantly stiffened. At the same time, Wang Mang, who was quietly watching Sword King's expression change. At that moment, Wang Mang glared at Lu Sun and shouted angrily, "How dare you, kid, how dare you humiliate my brother, Sword King? Arrogant! If you humiliate my brother again, I will kill you on the spot." Chapter 663. After hearing Wang Mang's words, Sword Noble was even more touched. He didn't expect Wang Mang to defend him like this. It seemed that Wang Mang really thought highly of him. With that thought in mind, the more Sword Noble looked at Wang Mang, the more he liked him. On the contrary, he looked at Lu Sun with a gaze that was filled with cold, killing intent. Especially this guy Lu Sun, who had humiliated him 3 times and 4 times, which made him very angry. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't make a move in the all-demons sacred land, he would have killed Lu Sun long ago. After all, he was just an immortal emperor, and even if he was also a peerless genius, Lu Sun's strength was 2 small realms lower than his. Although it was troublesome for him to kill Lu Sun, it wasn't impossible. Of course, if there was a chance, he didn't mind killing Lu Sun. Obviously, Sword Noble had already developed killing intent towards Lu Sun. At the same time, Lu Sun, who didn't want to humiliate Sword Noble, was suddenly in a dilemma because Wang Mang's threat was too obvious. If he gave in, wouldn't it mean that he was afraid of the other party's threat? Thinking of this, Lu Sun was burning with anger and was about to speak. Suddenly, Lu Sun heard a mocking chuckle in the distance. After looking sideways, Wang Mang and the other 2 saw a young man in white standing at the entrance of a palace not far away, looking at them with a playful gaze. Seeing this scene, Lu Sun, who was in a dilemma, immediately sneered and said, "How dare you threaten me? So what if I humiliate Sword Noble? Sword Noble is just a dog in my eyes. Kid, what can you do to me?" After saying that, Lu Sun immediately looked at Wang Mang with a mocking gaze. The contempt in his eyes was obvious. Obviously, he didn't take Wang Mang seriously. The only people he really valued were Sword Noble, Zun Long, and Gu Yuan. These 3 people were the strongest competitors to become the saint. Similarly, The young man watching the show at the entrance of the palace, not far away, was also a peerless genius, but he wasn't Zun Long or Gu Yuan. It was also because there were bystanders that he couldn't back down in the face of Wang Mang's threat. However, what Lu Sun didn't know was that Wang Mang wasn't angry at his humiliation. Instead, he was happy. His previous words were meant to provoke these peerless geniuses. When he saw the Sword King's stiff and unpleasant expression, Wang Mang instantly became a drama queen. He stared at Lu Sun with a ferocious expression as his terrifying dermic powers became even more violent. "Madman, you really deserve to die." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Mang was ready to attack. At this moment, the furious Sword Lord immediately stopped Wang Mang and whispered, "Brother Wang Mang, this is not a suitable place to fight. If Brother Wang Mang really kills him, there will be no place for him in the All-Devils Holy Land." Hearing this, Wang Mang looked at Lu Sun coldly, as if his anger had not subsided. Looking at Wang Mang's cold gaze, Lu Sun immediately smiled disdainfully and arrogantly turned around to enter the palace. Seeing this, Sword Lord immediately comforted him. "All right, Brother Wang Mang, go back to the palace and rest first. Leave this kid to me. When there's a chance to attack, I'll kill him." Hearing this, Wang Mang immediately nodded and gritted his teeth. "If Brother Sword Lord doesn't attack, I'm prepared to attack too. This kid is too arrogant. He's not strong, but he's so arrogant. He doesn't take us brothers seriously at all." Hearing this, Sword Lord patted Wang Mang's shoulder and chuckled. "Brother, just wait for my good news." With that, Sword Lord watched Wang Mang enter the godly devil palace. Then he looked coldly at the palace where Lu Sun was. At the same time, after entering the palace, Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi and Anlan were speechless. This was the first time they saw Wang Mang acting like a lackey. Indeed, their lord had the potential and talent to be a lackey. Of course, they also knew that Wang Mang would never be willing to be inferior to others. This was because Wang Mang had chosen to join the sacred ground to become the saint. At this time, Onyx Emperor could not help but raise his head and grin. "Master, I didn't realize that you had the talent to be a lackey." Hearing this, Wang Mang's face instantly darkened. He glared at Onyx Emperor and said helplessly, "There's no way. The competition for the position of the saint in the sacred ground is too fierce. If I don't take out the mask of the immortal emperor, I probably won't stand a chance. Moreover, this is under the condition that they don't have any trump cards." After hearing Wang Mang's words, Heavenly Emperor Wu Shi and Anlan nodded. They did not expect that the saint of a super sacred ground would need the strength of a sage emperor. At this time, Anlan could not help but complain. "Master, why are you so insistent on becoming the saint? Wasn't it better for us to be carefree in Greenwood City?" Anlan's complaint was mainly due to the fact that he had indeed been angered quite a bit on the way here, especially when he had joined the sacred ground. He had been humiliated at the first sacred ground. Now that he had successfully joined the sacred ground, the competition to become the saint was still fierce. Based on the current situation, even their master did not have a high chance of becoming the saint of a sacred ground. Hearing this, Wang Mang could not help but sigh. He was about to comfort Anlan. At this time, the system's voice sounded. "Ding. Detected the host's current situation. The host is given the following mission to choose from. Mission 1. Bring people to the cave of 10,000 demons and kill at least one competitor for the position of saint. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 500 million energy points. Immortal level blind box X1. Mission 2. Bring people to the cave of 10,000 demons and kill at least 3 competitors for the position of saint. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 1 billion energy points. Immortal level blind box X1. Mission 3. bring people to the cave of 10,000 demons, and kill all competitors for the position of saint. Mission time, available upon completion. Mission reward, 2 billion energy points. Immortal level blind box, X1. Immortal level treasure box, X1. After listening to the system's voice, Wang Mang was stunned. He did not expect the system to encourage him to do this. Obviously, the system also knew that it was very easy for him to become the saint with his own strength. Therefore, it had given him such a mission to encourage him to be unscrupulous. Thinking of this, Wang Mang suddenly felt a rush of excitement, because the system had even found a place for him to kill. He only needed to trick people into entering the cave of 10,000 demons.